Okay, I thought he
Oh no, I stopped my cam so I can
ate for a minute.
take a drink.
Yes, soda drinking is allowed. Any alcoholic beverages potentially not allowed, and smoking is not allowed. So please don't do any of those things on.
And
But anyway, yeah.
firearms. Don't
So
forget the firearms.
firearms. We used to have issues with that when we first started Comics Cast. It was a little bit of a problem. But yeah, so this is the second wave of CRoM Con 6, so that's pretty exciting. And this is Artist Alley. And as you can see, we're losing almost all of the artists on Artist Alley, but that's okay. We got an hour to sort of make this work. We got Jimmy Reyes on here from Dragon Rage. It's going to be pretty cool with Dave. So that's going to be, for me, I'm already a fan of their work. And that's going to be launching here pretty soon. We'll have a chance to chat about that. I'm trying to try to stay out of the way for the most part. This is an Artist Alley, so it's meant to be fans, people that are watching. If you guys want to jump in at any point and actually talk to any of these artists and chat them up about their work, then that's what this platform is. It's just like tables. So that's going to be what this platform is for. We got Mindy Wheeler from Indie Crowd Fund, and also Mindy Wheeler herself. She's just her own name and her own entity. So she's an amazing artist. Armando Ramirez, who's a good, I want to say, at least from my end, a good friend of mine. Go back a little ways on indie on the
I consider you a friend, man.
Yeah, so I'm glad that he jumped on. We had a couple of guys that dropped off, and Armando's always game. And Christian is on, but you only see his icon. He's old school, as you can see with his Yahoo. He does not have a website, but he proves that you don't have to have a website and be in the know with the future tech to get good gigs. He's a current artist with DC Comics, so he's pretty high speed, and we'll get him back on here as soon as we can. But yeah, that's the deal. Let me here. We already got. I'm gonna show. We got Gerald Motos decided to chime in. Hey Gerald. So I have to see all my favorite artists in one place, drawing live. Woohoo!
I'm trying to
start.
I don't know why my other camera keeps popping off. But...
All right, let me get Christian back over his own stuff. Hey Christian, can you hear us? Are you giving up on your art cam? Oh, he's frozen. It's okay.
Yeah,
he's gone again.
It's backstage, but I don't know what's going on.
Are you? Is your? Oh yeah, I got you. I'm gonna add you to the stream. This might be the whole thing just here. Just trying to figure this thing out. Yeah. What's up, Phil? You can jump on, Phil, whenever you want, man. All right, I'm gonna throw in the link in here, and that is. Let me see here. Okay, good. All right, so at any point you guys want to get on, this is the StreamYard link. So, Sean, you can join right now, brother. I just added the StreamYard link, so if you want to come in and chat with anybody. But no, this is your guys' floor. If you guys want, whatever you guys want to talk about, if you want to push websites, or if you want to talk about your upcoming projects that are about ready to launch, if you've got like your commissions that you're working on, it's whatever. At this point, this is completely your guys' platform to kind of hang out and chat about.
Cool.
Absolutely. I mean, I should we are we drawing like straws or rock paper scissors, guys?
Yeah, who's delegating?
Oh, I'm out.
I will definitely talk. I don't want to.
All right, so we are live now.
We're live.
Okay.
Jimmy, go ahead and get started. Go ahead and log.
You want me to go ahead and do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate being up here with so many talented people. I've watched all you guys online. Mindy, I've seen your streams. Armando, I haven't really seen much of your work yet, but your work, if that's an indication back there in the background, what you got hanging around back there, man, that stuff looks great. Christian, awesome stuff. But anyway, who are we? Who am I? Page One Comics. Guys, my name is Jimmy Reyes. If you guys may remember me formerly as Jimmy Reyes Art, let's take a moment of silence. Jimmy Reyes Art is gone. And we became Page One Comics. Jimmy Reyes, I was a traditional inker. I worked with David Finch. I was his inker for quite some time. I inked guys like Brett Booth. I worked on Avengers with John Samamarvia, Ghostbusters, Starship Troopers. I worked with Kevin Grievous of the Underworld. We worked on a zombie book together. So I did a lot of different stuff, freelance. I decided that, I no longer wanted to go freelance. I wanted to create my own stuff, man. And so Page One Comics was born. My which way is he? He's over here somewhere. This guy right over here. This is my co-founder of Page One Comics and co-creator of Dragon Rage. So I'm going to show you guys some Dragon Rage stuff, and along the way, we have some links. We want to give you guys some free goodies from Dragon Rage. So this project we're about to show you is about to right now it's in the pre-launch phase right now. It isn't live yet, but it will go live, and we are going to be giving away stuff for free before our launch. So you don't even have to back us. We're just going to give it away absolutely free because we love you guys, all you precious viewers out there, man.
Nice.
We love the Comic Cast fans and viewers. So we want to give you guys free stuff. You're not signing up for anything. We're not going to spam you. We're not going to sell your information. We're not even going to store your information. It's absolutely free, no strings attached. So what is it? It is all free stuff that we're going to give from Page One Comics, and it is a. Are we going to go? Oh, you know what? Let me share.
Yeah, you can share your screen. That's fine.
Okay, let me share that link out so people can actually see what I'm actually talking about. All right, so whenever you're ready, this is the screen here. And so this screen that we're about to show you, this is if you follow the link, if we're going to place a link in the chat for you, and you guys simply take you to this webpage at pageonecomics.com. It is a private page. It's a private invite. So we're going to send you out free gifts such as the collector's pin from Page One Comics, the Thrago pre-launch edition collector's trading card, and a Dragon Rage die cut sticker. So all this stuff is going to go out in one package to you. We do have new buttons coming in, so we might throw in that new button if you guys sign up for it today. Absolutely free. All you do is simply fill out the information down below. You aren't signing up for the Dragon Rage campaign. If you want to sign up for the Dragon Rage campaign, you have to click the Dragon Rage campaign link up top. So you fill out this information. The only stipulation is that in order to send it out free, we're paying out of pocket to send this to you for free. So you have to be in the U.S. I do apologize if you're watching outside the U.S. You guys are valuable customers. We really appreciate you guys and viewers, but you have to be in the U.S. So if you fill that out at any time, you'll get the stuff free. It usually takes about anywhere from 7 to 14 days. Absolutely free, and you guys get that. So yeah, do you guys want to see like some artwork and see what like Dragon Rage is about, or see what my work is? Can we share some of that? Do you want me to move on to that? All right. So this Dragon Rage is co-created by David Philpott, the man up adjacent to me up there in the Hollywood Square on the very top right corner above me. And so this here is going to be my screen that we're going to be sharing here.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. All right. So this is Dragon Rage. So Dave, do you want to tell them what Dragon Rage is about?
So you see that girl holding the sword there. That's a girl named Nuri, and she has the ability to turn into a dragon. So she doesn't know a whole lot about who or why or how she's able to turn into a dragon. It just happened to her one day, but there are other people around her that certainly know what's going on. And there are some characters that are, once they found out that she's developed this power, that kind of come out of the woodwork part of her past. In the meantime, where she lives, the kingdom where she lives, they use her like a weapon. Just like, I guess, any respectable leader, when you find out that someone in your kingdom can turn into a dragon, the first thing you do is have them attack everybody else. So that's what they do with her. And
if I had a nickel for every time I turn it.
Yeah, it'd be it. So, she's finding out more about herself and finding out who her parents are, finding out about possible siblings and things like that. And so there's a love story in there as well. And it's further adventures. Now you see this gentleman here, he comes into play. You see some dragons in the background. The story has to do with family. It has to do with relationships, and it also has to do with dragons. And we've got some really cool fight scenes, battle scenes. Really, it's a chance for not only to tell a great story, but for Jimmy to kind of flex and show everybody what he's got in terms of his skills. So yeah, that's a little bit about Dragon Rage.
One of the thing we're super excited about for Dragon Rage was that it attracted the attention of David Finch. And so David Finch saw what I was working on and asked if he could do a cover. And absolutely, man, we were just blown away. And this is actually a cover by David Finch, inked by me. And although David and I are, we're friends, and we have had a professional working relationship where I've inked David on different things. having my favorite artist draw my own creator-owned project is just a dream come true to me. I mean, I stare at this cover like every night and just go, oh my God, like this is real, so I'm super excited. So when we go live with our Indiegogo campaign, it's only going to be available on Indiegogo, and our campaign is going to be limited, meaning that, it's only up there for a limited time. When this campaign ends, it's gone. So if you don't sign up and you don't take opportunity for this Indiegogo campaign, you're going to, don't miss out, guys. This comic book could change your life. Your life will be different without it. Okay, so it's not that dramatic, but it's a great story, great comic book. It is only going to be up there for a very limited time, so that means when it's gone, it won't be available anywhere else. We're not going to send this David Finch cover out anywhere else, because that's the whole point of going through the Indiegogo. There's going to be a lot of great goodies. We have a pre-launch page that we have a link here. We're going to share the link. So if you sign up and you go to our pre-launch campaign, we've already got hundreds and hundreds of people already interested, already signed up for this pre-launch campaign. We are super excited about the response that you guys have given us based on what you've seen for Dragon Rage. And so what does that mean? Even though there are hundreds of people already, don't wait, because they're going to be very, very limited exclusives. We're going to have one that's going to have just 25 available. So which means there's already hundreds of people, but still sign up. So you're at that gate and the door. As soon as it opens, you can get in there. You can look around, see our exclusives. And even if you don't back the book or see anything that you want, at least you have that option. So that's the reason why you want to sign up now. Be in the door, be the first ones in there, so you don't miss anything. It's gonna be great stuff. And so on my screen, let me show you guys. I'll show you guys a little more artwork. We have time if you guys, while everybody else still setting up and stuff, you like.
Yeah, definitely. Want to make sure everybody has a chance to have their stuff seen. So I want to make a quick announcement. Anyone who wants to get in, it is in there, right? You guys can come in and follow that link. Just be aware, this is more of an opportunity for you guys to talk to these artists or ask them to look at your some of your art, maybe to get their opinion on it. But it's so it's kind of like at any artist alley, you wouldn't go to someone else's table and start drawing on it, right? So just be aware of that. This is their table time, and if you want to have a chance to have your art looked at, go ahead and chat with them and ask. But other than that, this is their table time. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Awesome. I would be more than happy, man, to offer any feedback to anyone out there. I'm not sure if I'm the only inker up here. So if I am, then I'd be more than happy to, look at your work. As far as inkers, a lot of great talented artists up here who could probably offer much better, feedback than I can. But this is the interior work. This is what my work looks like. So since it's Artist Alley, I want to show you guys some of my stuff. This is my interior work. So throughout the book, I'm trying to outdo myself with every page that I do. So, this is one page, and then the very next page, bam, I try to outdo myself. Hopefully I'm achieving that, or at least I'm achieving it in my own mind, but I'm happy with that. So this is my work. This is what it looks like. The work is consistently going to have this type of rendering and detail. And if you guys like my work and you have any questions, and if there's anything I can offer back and feedback, absolutely. And also Page One Comics is looking for talent. We are looking for artists, writers mostly is what we're looking for. There are a few artists that we're looking for, colorist and a letterer. So we do have more projects that are going to follow this. So for you that are out here watching, coming into Artist Alley, and you guys, not only that, so we'd love to see your work. So go ahead, Joe. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, Joe, for letting me start that out.
Let me go slow with my new computer here. Just give me un momento, por favor. There we go. All right. So I want to give a chance to shout out to Christian Duce, which is probably more closer how do you pronounce it. So he keeps going in and out of the stream. Hopefully I can get him back in. Just want to give you guys a chance to see some of his work. You may not be able to have a chance to chat, so this is just an opportunity real quick to be able to have that conversation. So this is some of his work. He is a published artist for DC. He'll probably have a little bit more of his work kind of pulled out here. Let me see if I can isolate this thing real quick, just for a moment, at least to get a chance for you guys to see his work. And if he has a chance to chat with anyone, he can. That's probably him popping back in now. This is some of his work here.
I love those dynamic angles, the
Oh,
energy
yeah.
in his work.
That's
God,
crazy.
that is beautiful, beautiful piece.
Beautiful. All right. Just wanted to do at least that. All right. Get us back so we can see each other. We can see what we're working on. I'll pull Mindy's work underneath her so we can see what she's doing. Armando's digging away, taking care of business. And then we got
Dude,
you.
I don't know, man. My other camera keeps like not wanting
It
to
just
log
keeps
on.
crashing on you?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else who we're missing here. We got a couple people here. Christian's back on. Hey Christian, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us? No. Hey, thanks for jumping on, Timothy. How you doing, man? I got you muted. Unmute you. I think you got dogs going in the background or something. Hey, you're good now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a puppy and doesn't know any better.
Do you have any questions for anybody on the tables?
What did you say?
Oh, I was just gonna say that what is it called? Dragon Rage. Kind of reminds the artwork kind of reminds you of that. Who was that guy that did Wildcats number
Travis
21?
Travis Ture.
It was like Travis something. Yes, I was gonna say. It kind of reminds me of that.
Wow,
Little
thank
Mark
you.
Silver
Nice,
Street.
yeah.
That's a huge compliment. Thank you.
Sheree is phenomenal.
Especially with the arms and like.
Wow,
the
thank
legs
you,
are coming
man.
out.
I really
It's
appreciate
like-
that. Wow.
There you go,
I'm
Jimmy.
That was.
What was the question?
Huh?
Oh no, I was saying, way to go! You resemble Travis Sheree. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's been a big influence. Yeah, Travis
Dude,
and
you have great work, man.
Oh,
You have
Mark.
great work.
Nailed it.
Thanks.
Nailed it right on the head.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I mean, just being up here with you guys, I'm excited about it. I mean, I love, the work that we just saw. Unfortunately, Christian, oh, there he is again. His work is awesome. Mindy's work looks great up there. Man, I'm excited to see, everything from you guys and get to hang out with you guys for a while.
I'm going to pull up Sean Mendoza on here. He's doing a little bit of artwork. Hey, Sean, can you hear us?
What's up?
Hey, do you have any questions for anybody? Do you want to chat with anybody? Ask any questions? What's up?
Well, I can't see my screen. It doesn't. It's like black.
I can see you, but I can't see. I can see your artwork. Oh, it's stream. Did it freeze? It's kind of freezing.
Oh, it froze. It froze. I see myself now.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for anybody?
Is it frozen?
No, you're good. Do you have any questions for anybody?
Yeah, I have one for Armando.
What is it, bud?
Can you draw Anka Man?
Uncle man. Yeah, man.
No, it's a joke between us, but no. I just want to say, like, all of you have awesome artwork, including the main man Joe over here. It's pretty cool seeing you guys do art and stuff.
Well, there you go. Well, thanks, Sean.
Joe, I still gotta send out that package I did for you a while ago.
Yeah, you do. You owe me that. What was that? A flash, right?
It
is not getting to me in a flash.
Yeah, I'll definitely send that out next week. I got busy with Kubert work because the year just started, and we already have I gotta do pages for a teacher. So
No worries, man. No worries. COVID's getting us all at some point.
Anyway, for those of you who don't know, I'm a second year at the Kubert School, the Joe Kubert School. Yeah.
Very heavy on Sean Draws, I think is his handle on Instagram if you want to follow him.
Yeah, that's my label on Instagram if you want to follow me.
If you don't learn drawing tips, you will learn dancing tips. That's true.
Yeah, just have fun with that. Don't go don't take it too seriously. Just have fun because that's what dancing
exactly.
is.
Bingo. All right, brother. All right, man. I'm gonna open up the floor for some other people to jump on.
All right, no problem.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Take care.
All right. How are we doing on? We got Dragon up there. We got Timothy's off. All right. We lost. Mindy, we lost your camera for your artwork. No, I got you.
It's in the middle.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
there
in
it
the
is.
middle
Okay,
here.
there we
Right
go.
here.
Now let's isolate. Let's see what she's doing. Uh-oh, it's a little fuzzy.
Oh yeah. Okay. So let me show you. Can I share my screen actually?
Of course.
'Cause
Of
this
course.
is a continuation and it's just in the baby stages.
Of course.
Page I gotta do. Okay. I will show you the sequence here I'm working on. So this is my book Karma, and I've been working on it for a long time, but it's on toned paper. So here, these are the previous 2 pages that come before it. And I'm drawing an angel right now.
Okay. Very
So
cool.
Okay, cool. It says mic is muted. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but
No, you're good.
okay, cool. So my story, Karma, has to do a lot in part with the afterlife and limbo. Basically, the concept is there's an afterworld that's not heaven or hell, but it's in between, and it's a very kooky, silly place. And a 17th century woman who gets accused of witchcraft ends up there. So there's a lot of morality in question, good versus evil, people dealing with their own inner demons. It's pretty family friendly. It's not very gory or anything like that. You know, it's no different than I'd say like Harry Potter. And I've been working on it for quite a few years. So yeah, it's a different style. I'm working on 2 books right now. This one is just total traditional on the toned paper. And I did these pages actually like 2 years ago, but I'm working them back into the intro scene that I'm doing right now. It's a very Halloween friendly book, as you can imagine. So if you can imagine like Jim Henson meets Disney, those are kind of what the characters look like that live in this world. Foreverland is what I'd call it. And they're stuck there. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a fun story. You get to meet the 7 sins. They're unlike what you'd expect. There's a bunch of kooky witches running around. It's very Halloween themed book. So it's coming out at that time, sometime in October. I'll be launching it soon. And then I'm working on another book that's total comedy satire. You're going to laugh if you don't know the name already. It's called Boobs. That's done traditionally, and it's about a cosplayer, and she's super boobs, and that's a lot of fun. I'm working with that with my husband.
I thought you said dudes.
No.
No, she said boobs.
No,
yeah.
Boobs. Oh. And you said she had super
I really did.
boobs.
A lot of the
Okay, I'll show
cosplayers
you the
do that.
cover.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of
I know.
they really do.
It's fun. Since my screen is up, I'll show you. And so this is actually.
All right, I'm gonna take you off that.
Pre-launch. Okay, there's indiecrowdfund.com. It's a new crowdfunding platform specifically for comics. My husband and I are the founders. We just pre-launched it this week. It actually connects people to retailers too. So we've got 29 retailers signed up, and they can buy the books at a retailer price. So there's lots of information about this, but we have actually raised $13,400 on boobs. So yeah, that's cool. We sold to a retailer. It'll be in comic shops around. This is the comic. It's pretty hilarious. That's the cover. That's my art. I've done work, by the way, for like Dynamite and Zenoscope and IDW and a couple other publishers. So I just do indie stuff now, really. Divinity Comics is our publishing brand that we are putting all these books under, between Karma and Boobs. That'll all be coming out in the next like 30 to 60 days. So I've just got a busy couple of weeks busting out these pages. But yeah, so that's
so Mindy,
me.
you
That's
said
what I do.
you said you raised 13,000 for that one already.
Yes, 13,400.
Nice. So Jimmy, that we got to take a note, man. If we don't do well on our campaign, we're gonna just do dragon boobs. That'll be the next story. Yeah,
super dragon boobs.
Yeah,
So
super dragon boobs.
My question, Mindy, is: did you raise the 13,000 on Indie Crowdfund or on Kickstarter or Indiegogo?
My art stuff. Yeah.
Indie crowdfund. It's only on indie crowdfund, and the biggest chunk of this money was from a retailer that bought the book. So they're going to have variants and all kinds of stuff. It's going to be in their store. So that's kind of the purpose of indie crowdfund. It can be used as a traditional crowdfunding platform too, just like Indiegogo or Kickstarter. But there's also that extra functionality that we built in to connect you guys to retailers. And I don't know if you are friends with many retailers, but the retailers are really excited to see different books than just the mainstream right now. You know, it's a good time for that. DC just dropped 25% of its titles, and between that and COVID, you know, they're excited to see what's out there. So there's actually a really awesome video. If you do get a chance, go to the How It Works, and there's like 4 minutes of video down here from the other comic shops, or some of them. There's a lot more, but there's a few of them on this video. There's fans, there's other creators talking about what it does in the concept. It's a really powerful video.
And
So,
you said indie
I don't want to
crowdfund.
play it here because it's
You said indie crowdfund is fairly new, and one of your first campaigns has already raised 13,000. That's a great start. I mean, that's a good indication of what indie crowdfund is possible of doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but I mean,
sure.
is that actually your first campaign? The boobs?
It's well, I
I feel weird saying that.
I
You're
know.
all right, Jimmy.
I do talk about it too, and it's like everybody pauses before they say the title.
I feel better if I put the in front. You know, the boobs. Yeah.
It's easier to say super boobs than just boobs.
Yeah,
But that's the point. You know, it's supposed to make people laugh. It's bringing comedy, uncensored comedy, into the front, and the platform. We call it a free speech platform. So it doesn't matter what your personal beliefs are, political beliefs, like everybody is welcome. There's no canceling, you know, it's like a healthy space for everybody. But it was my first crowdfund for my book, running my own campaign. Yes, I did do one earlier this year with Dynamite. I did a Vampirella cover, but they are the ones that hosted that and did the fulfillment. So, and actually, speaking of fulfillment, so if you guys are using Kickstarter and all that, you probably are familiar with Easy Ship, right? And those companies. So we have a bunch of fulfillment partners that are comic book specific. Easy Ship is one of those. But we have graphic design, campaign preparation, Ready Comics as one of our printer partners. Ready Comics is super awesome, very professional. They do the Heavy Metal magazine. I know they've printed some Brian Pulido work, if not like all of his work. I don't know if he's used someone else, but I know I've seen Lady Death coming out of there. I've seen like the Ballfield coming out of there. I've seen tons of stuff coming out of there. They're like, they've worked with Diamond. They're really top notch. There's Comic Wellspring out of Michigan. There's Mix Sam. They're on the East Coast. Fairy Metal. If you've seen the metal prints at shows, these guys are like the best for the metal. I love them. I've been working with them for a couple of years on my metal. Easy Ship, and then we have partnered with CBCS. You get a dealer level discount to grade your books by using our site, and then also Gemini Mailers. We've partnered with them, and they are building out a whole like fulfillment department for us for this website, but that's not finished yet. So for now, it's just you guys get discounts through all those fulfillment partners, and it's really just comic book focused, and everyone's welcome. Nice, so I mean. Yeah, it's a big community effort. And the retailers, you should really watch that video. Like the retailers are super stoked about it too. They want to carry people's books, and it's been all around just like an extremely positive thing. So
well, Pops came on one night, Jimmy, remember that, and spoke very passionately about the indie crowdfund site. Yeah.
Joe as well right here. He's really pushing it. He keeps throwing it to me in every email. Oh, by the way, check this out. And so
I'm pretty sure I've only sent you one email, and that was literally right after I talked to Mindy about it today.
But yeah, so yeah, these guys are really promoting it, and I'm really interested. We're interested in what you're doing because we want to help rebuild, you know, or not really just rebuild, but I mean the comic book industry, but we want to help indies. We really want to support indie creators. And what we're doing, Dave Philpott and I, is that we're not taking any profits from Dragon Rage, from our book. We're going to roll it back into Page One so that we can put out more of these products and hire more talent. We want to bring on more artists, more writers, you know, things like that. And we also have another really big name that we can't announce yet, but he's going to be doing a cover for Dragon Rage. And so when that comes through, it's going to be a really huge thing. So if we can do that, and get that going, and I really didn't know much about what you're doing until I saw it right now, and I'm really impressed. I really like the way you guys created something that somebody can just come in and you provide graphic design. I mean, everything they need. Here at Page One in-house, we have all that. We have our own marketing. We've got a merch deal already with Dragon Rage. We've got, video design. Luckily, we have that in-house, but not everybody has that, and you guys are providing that. Man, that is so, that is so valuable to indie creators out there. Do you guys know what this means? Like, this is an awesome, awesome thing that I've never seen before. So definitely, we're interested. We're kind of on the fence though. We're in because we are Indiegogo, and we want to make sure our backers, and I'm sure you've run into this. We want to make sure our backers are satisfied. So if we provide something through Indiegogo, that isn't, why would we go through retailers? We don't want to upset the two. We want to separate them. So if we did something like Indie Crowdfund, we want it to be a different Dave Finch, a different cover, different artist, rather than Dave Finch, so that our backers know that they got an exclusive because they backed it on Indiegogo. And then if they back us on Indie Crowdfund, we've got another big name artist, so we could bring a really big guy, over to, something like that. But I'm definitely want to watch a video, and I'd love to, do you guys have like a pamphlet or somewhere, or like something that we could get more information, or is it all provided on the website?
Yeah, that's a pretty extensive FAQ section on the How It Works page. But I like where you're going with that you, if you do something exclusive to Indie Crowdfund, I think that's smart. I think that
okay,
makes,
I can't stand it anymore.
You're providing both audiences what they want, because the retailers are interested too. And here's my husband popping in by surprise.
I can't stand it anymore, Jimmy. I'm a huge fan, man. I love your work.
Wow, man.
Big stuff, man.
Wow.
You're texting me too, I know it.
Yeah, I'm texting. Wow, thank you so much, man. That is, thank you.
Yeah, we're big fans. We used to actually be retailers ourselves many years ago, so we're familiar with the retail world, and retailers are some of the biggest comic fans out there too. So not everybody uses Kickstarter and Indiegogo. They're not all tapped into the crowdfunding. So by all means, I want your fans to be happy too. This is just a way. We're helping people get more eyes on their projects, expand their viewership. If they get into the shops, they'll definitely touch fans that they wouldn't have touched before. They wouldn't have met. So it's just an opportunity. It's an opportunity you can take advantage of. And I know that the retailers would be happy to see more and more people come, bigger names come, because that's good for them. They can pick up some books, they offer it to their fans, and it's a variety of choice for their fans, and everybody just wants this industry to go round, and they don't want to see it crash and burn, right? And there's been so many ups and downs the past few years, so it's just meant to be a positive for everyone to use however they like. You can do it for whatever project you want. You can crowdfund traditionally on it too. It doesn't have to be just for retailers, but it's there if you want to use it. So I appreciate you saying the nice things that you did, and I know your art too. I'm a fan too. So
thank you.
You guys are cool.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Yeah. I was wondering what I was really asking, as far as like the information on the website is like, things that, for people that join, like numbers, like if we could look at the number of retailers we'd be exposed to, percentage. I'm assuming you're going to take a percentage, what type of percentage, things like that.
Exactly.
It's lower fee than the other two. They're usually around 5 plus the credit card transactions. So I think it comes out to about 6 to 9. We have the same credit card transaction fee, whatever that is. I think it might be another 3. I don't know. You'll read it on the website. But our platform fee is only 3% as opposed to the 5 and 6. So you do get to save a little bit of money. Plus the discounts, and those discounts can get bigger too as more and more people use the website. It's kind of a community thing, whereas as more people use it, the better it gets. And right now there's 29 retailers signed up. So they're all over the country. They're in Texas, they're in New York, they're all over. So, and I'm calling them all the time, getting more and more signed up. The site's actually only a week old. So.
Oh, okay. I'm actually good friends with the 2 largest here in my city. So the one is a chain, and the other one is a new. One's a franchise, and the other one's new, but they're the owners. So I could definitely get you the information. I know that they would be very interested in this. They're always asking about independence and things all the time.
That'd be awesome. And
Yes.
we have Joe with Comics Cast. He's going to help us do weekly previews of the books, and it's kind of like a diamond catalog for indies is the vision, right? And retailers sometimes get lost in the Kickstarter crowdfunding stuff. Like they don't know what to do with all of the tchotchkes and the extra stuff. They really just want the books, right? So like that's cool because you can still have all the bookmarks and the t-shirts and the prints and stuff for the fans, and you can take care of the retailers with just the books, and that's totally fine by everybody, because the fans will come to you for all that stuff. And the retailers will come to you for the books because they need books on their shelves. So they're excited to see. They're also all kind of gathering. It's a new thing, but the more we all kind of get on it and get on board together, the more successful it's going to be. So starting on April next year, we're going to be traveling to conventions. We've already got like a 10 by 10 booth at a show booked, and we'll be hitting the shows nationwide, telling people about it, going full speed. Wow, and we've already made a big transaction, to retailers, so it's working. It works.
With all of this information, it's all really great. But I think we've learned two really important things. Number one, Mindy talks with her hands a lot. That's important. And also, I think there's a lot of people that are just kind of waiting to see the platform sort of move and shake and get some analytics on it and see how that goes. And that's fair. I think that's just human nature. You've got some other options. We'll see how that goes, and then and it'll grow. I mean, this is one of those things that kind of is it's going to shift the ground under our feet a little bit. And right now, the indie crowd fund sort of thing that's already in place works well for each book. So we'll see how it goes, and then as this sort of shifts in another direction. But yeah, I totally understand people that are like, wait a minute, let me just see how this goes for a little bit before we jump on this new kind of ship. But I don't think that you have to also pick one or the other. Like you can do all three, but I get what you're saying, Jimmy. It's like, my backers, not only fans, but they're backers. Like they're part of my business because they're basically, they have stock in my business. So they deserve to have the reward for having that stock. So totally get that and moving forward. So that's a good way to look at, business in general. Anywho, that was all. I just kept thinking, man, her hands are waving around all over the place. She's Italian. She must be Italian.
I can't draw and talk at the same time. It's impossible. So you just have to bear with me. But retailers, I think they all help the people, everything go around. They're small business owners, and I think everybody just kind of, there's room for it all. Does that make sense? Like there's room for the retailers, there's room for the backers, there's room for you guys, because there's a lot of people I know from having a shop myself that don't even have social media accounts. And how did all you guys become comic fans? You probably went into a comic shop, right, and picked up a book, and that's how you got introduced. So I think there's room for everybody. And definitely, Jimmy, if you have some comic shops that would be interested, let them know or send me their info, and I'll give them a shout, and we'll see what makes everybody happy, Yeah,
and a good friend of mine owns one of the largest comic book conventions. He not only runs one convention, but he runs several throughout the state of Texas, and they're very, very large. He's always he hangs out on my channel as well in our live streams. But he'd be a great guy to network with and to get to know if, because I've never been one that does the conventions just because of my personality. You would think I'm very outgoing. Like I love
just thinking that,
talking to people, but at the comic book conventions, I'm a bit more, kind of shy. So I don't really do the comic book convention things, but I've done one and it was a wonderful experience. So I see why people do it. But yeah, I can introduce you to that guy, see where things go.
Yeah, thank you. That's cool. Keep in touch about it. We're totally open to any feedback you guys have, like to make it better. And oh, by the way, the boobs book, the profits we make off of that, we're putting back into the site.
And two things we noticed about Jimmy is that two things, Joe, we noticed about Jimmy. One is Jimmy did not move his hands at all because Joe will call you out on it. So I'm actually sitting on my hands right now.
You better sit on your hands.
Yeah, otherwise I'm like, wow. Oh, and by the way, if you guys are wondering, look at this No, I mean this isn't a very expensive Michael Jackson replica, and I can only afford the first 2 fingers.
Yeah.
The other 3 are on layaway. So no, it's an artist love.
I have the item that's supposed to need it.
Oh, what? Oh, when did you get this?
Oh, I've had this for a long time.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
never ever once ever showed that. Wow, that is impressive.
So
man.
I enjoy doing traditional inks because I can't get the feel to it. This is why I started following you in the first place. I was like, okay, he's telling me that I can do traditional inking digitally, and so that's where it sort of all started. And but then it sort of turned out where I just wanted to do. I was like, okay, I'll do pencils and I'll do digital inks. And at the end of the day, I still just do pencils, regular inks, and then I color digitally. And then once I got my iPhone or my iPad, I just do most of my coloring through Clip Studio through the iPad anyway.
Oh, wow, you can color in Clip Studio?
Yeah.
I am lost. I mean, people ask me, wow, how do you get digital inks to look traditional? But I'm lost when it comes to the color in Clip Studio. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, I can do like some I did stuff for like what are they called, the upper deck cards. Like I have all my beautiful markers and all my high speed gear.
Oh, wow!
I get my Copics going. But it still looks colored in like it just doesn't look professional. So I still enjoy doing digital colors. Like I did, Mindy actually had a what was I don't remember what the character was. She had like an art competition or whatever for the cover for and so I did that, and what was it? I think I did it in 24 hours or something like that, where I penciled it, colored it, inked it and digitally and colored it within about like a day, and I was just like,
wow, yeah. I mean, I know that there's still like a big debate on should you be traditional, should you be digital. I don't think that should even be a question at all. I think, man, that I've seen that one before. That is awesome.
This is the traditional, and then I just go in and color digitally. So,
oh, okay, I was gonna say because I've seen the colored version. You showed that to us once on my stream, and it looks really good. But I think traditional, all the traditional tools and digital are all tools to an artist. So just use as many tools as possible. If it's digital or if it's traditional or if it's finger paints, whatever, whatever it is that you do to get a good final result, use it. It's not you're not cheating at all.
It's also like it's like a fingerprint too. Like I just enjoy getting my hands dirty.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about this on a stream at some point. Like for me, if I try to do like prints and stuff like that are digital, and I try to then go to a con and have a table, and this is just good advice for anybody that at a con. Like if you try to compete with somebody else that's a really amazing digital artist, and you're like, you're pretty good, you're gonna get eaten alive at a con. Like find the thing that you're like very cool at. And so for me, ink wash was my thing for a long time. So I ink wash at a con at a table, and I make all of my money back, and I start really doing a lot of work at the con because all my stuff is commission work. People are like, oh, I just want your stuff done right then and there. And so that's where I learned how to work fast. Like for me, that's just kind of like my backstory, my what's it called? My origin story. So
ink wash is not exactly as easy as it sounds, to use and to blend. In there, if you use too much water and you're thinning it too much, then I mean, you're gonna get odd running looks. You're gonna have a bunch of butterfly effect looking like you're painting flowers over your art.
Real quick. I've seen some people that are really good. Jason Flowers.
Yeah.
If you've never seen his work, Jimmy, you really just check him out. Like he's Jason Flowers on Facebook. It's real easy to find him. He does a lot of turtle work, so it's a little bit outside of kind of your style and your jam, but the dude is about the best ink washer I think I've ever seen.
Wow.
Like I've never seen somebody who can like consistently do the same ink wash technique. Like it's such a organic, like random shit's going to happen when you do ink wash and you just sort of go with it. But he is like consistent, just like Armando here, man. He's a beast. Like, and it's just it's a fingerprint thing. Like I was saying, you know, like it's just crazy.
Yeah, I was looking at his.
Man.
I loved his brushstrokes. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never used a synthetic sable like that, but I think they look. The work you're doing with it looks great.
That looks really nice, Armando.
I think Armando doesn't want to talk to us. That's okay, Armando.
We're not on his level, so
he's like, go back to bed.
Yeah. He's like, yeah. You guys are all amateurs. Can't talk to y'all.
Well, James Sullivan is saying Armando's Romero's looks sick, so maybe he'll talk to him. And Jim O'Reilly, it's not the tool, it's the artist. That's very true. Some tools are better than others, but you can jack up any tool very quickly. I love. Oh, this is a good question for everyone here. Okay, yeah. I got anyway. I got a secondary message coming to me. Quick question: what is your favorite pencil, and when do you finally put it up to do something else? So, like for me, I like it 2H. 2H, I'll go all the way through an entire drawing without touching another thing, almost not even touching an eraser.
Oh, Armando's giving you a visual answer. He's pulled up a pencil there.
He said, how about them apples? I'll pull it up. Let's see here. All right, what's the pencil? Oh, he's not even. What are we looking at? Armando, are you muted?
Looks like a 2mm lid holder with a 2mm lid.
I used to have those. I know what those are.
Yeah, I need one of those. I've never had a decent lead holder. All my stuff is mechanical pencil garbage. That drives me nuts. All right, let's see here. I'm going to let Pops in here.
This is my favorite pencil now.
Well, not being an artist myself, just a writer, I like the Ticonderoga. It's the world's finest pencil.
I just like the mechanicals, like the 07 or an 05, pretty much any pencil, right?
I'll make sure that we.
Well, he's got to talk with his hands. That's the guy you want.
Yep, that's it, man. That's it. So the best techniques.
No, we needed more facial hair on this screen up here. We need more.
You know me, I just got the teardrop, man. You guys support all that.
Dave's got the full beard. Dave, how do you feel about what's your choice, man? Should writers go traditional or digital? How do you feel about those digital writers now?
I mean, I think they're just embracing the technology a little faster than they should. I think everybody should just pump the brakes and just kind of stick with maybe an old school, like a quill and ink, parchment. I mean, that's really the way to go, man. I'm kind of a traditionalist. We need to get back to that.
Typewriter.
Yeah, a cave wall, animal blood. I mean, that's the way things should be written. You know, make it really organic from the soul.
I don't know what's going on with your audio, Dave, but I like what you're saying. It's pretty wild what's happening.
What was it? Dave's audio?
Yeah, that's Dave's audio.
Is that mine clipping out?
Oh,
yeah, you hear that?
I think it is.
Oh boy, I don't
that's
know.
Every single time you talk, that's like your voice.
Yeah. Now you sound like a fly, like a human fly talking to me.
Yeah, you're saying some crazy stuff over there. So
It was his polter voice, man.
Clearly showing.
It was the poltergeist voice from the TV.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Hold on, let me see if I can fix it.
There it is.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Mindy, Dave, what's up? Welcome to CRoM Con 6. I don't know if Joe said that. Try to say.
Maybe in not so many dramatic words, but I think I said something along those lines.
I'm trying to cultivate the voices and the personality to go with some. Time to make some trailers for stuff. I got to have a little more than just.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I want to give a shout out to Christian. He was not able to get in. He clearly tried, as you guys saw. I think he jumped in about 30 times trying to make it work, and he apologized for not being able to sit in to hang out with you guys. But yeah, maybe next time we'll get him in. He has limited English. He is, where is he from? I want to say he's from Chile. Where is he from? But his English is not his first language, so he was really going outside of his comfort zone to even do this show. So I really appreciated him even at least trying, and it's just too bad it didn't work out. So just a quick thank you to him, and a thank you to everybody who's on the show right now. You guys are killing it. Armando's killing it. Thanks for getting to see some Dragon Rage. Do we want to do another push to see if how? Okay, I'm gonna push out your link again, Jimmy, and let's see what's going on. I don't know if
I've got another page up here. I want to show you guys some digital
let's
inking
jump back
effects that we can do. So this is coming from a. So what I am is I was a traditional inker for quite some time, and as I said, I got to work with guys like Dave Finch, and I got to work on like Avengers and with John Summer Marvia and a bunch of different people. So when I went digital, I had to create my own digital tools that could give me the quality look that I could keep working professionally digitally. And so I created my own brush supply, or my own brushes and everything. So this is some of the things that we can do digitally. Here, this is actually a page from Dragon Rage. This is one of the pages that are in there. So as you can see, I try to keep my work consistent. But so we're kind of used to this right here with when we see digital, we're used to this kind of like stamp kind of effect and stuff back there. But I can pull off stuff in there that is like dry brush, giving stuff all kinds of different effects and different type. And in StreamYard, it kind of pixelates, so you can't really appreciate it and see it. But because StreamYard only lets you stream at 720 DPI unless you're buying like the big tier of it, and you then can stream at 1080. But even then, it's not as clear.
Oh, so you're saying I'm a cheapskate? That's okay. That's cool. No worries.
No, I didn't afford it either. I actually do my 1080p through OBS because it's free and it can handle all that. And then you got to back it up with fast internet. But yeah, so this is just stuff right here that I've done. But if you guys are curious and like some of the stuff that I can do digitally, if we're talking about digital artwork, this is what some of the stuff that I did. And this, I know you said push some Dragon Rage, but this is actually my my ink work that I did with. So I've inked David Finch traditionally, and I wanted to show Dave what I could do digitally. And I said, Dave, man, let me ink over something that your favorite inker has done, and let me see if I can even compete. Not that I even think or believe that I'm on the same level as Danny Mickey. He's incredible. But I wanted to show Dave what I'm capable of digitally. And this is from my digital inking kit, from my brush kit. Nothing outside of my brush kit was used on this piece.
Now let me clarify, because not everybody knows you, Jimmy. So you're saying your brush kit, this is something that they can go to your website and purchase from your kit to work with Clip Studio Paint specifically, or is it for Photoshop?
Specifically for Clip Studio Paint. So basically, you buy all my settings, all my brushes. I have a step-by-step video, how to set your Cintiq, how to set your stylus, how to set up Clip Studio, everything. I show you all the videos, and then you just pop it into Clip Studio Paint. And theoretically, if you're working with the same tools, same settings, well, you should get the same type of effect. But keep in mind, I mean, this is years of experience and technique. But you've got all the. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really take a lot of pride in the line work, the textures. I'm really trying to bring digital inking to the professional market. I mean, there are a lot of digital artists out there, but when you see them, most of them were pencilers who didn't know how to ink, and they went digital to get inks on their work. But I'm coming from the perspective of an inker whose focus is a line quality, line work, adding clarity to your work, adding depth, adding texture, adding mood, adding weight variations, when appropriate. And so I'm bringing all that into the digital market now, trying to give it that traditional feel that everyone seems to really want traditional, which is okay, which is great. And, so digital can do both things now. Digital can get really, really traditional looking, and then it can also, you can take advantage of all the digital features. So you got that awesome Cintiq there, Joe. So
I know it's a really expensive paperweight right now. So I feel bad, but yeah. And you know what? I think you sent me, and I've so appreciated it. I think initially when we started working together, and there was actually, I didn't want to push the Comics Cast show too much, but there is a couple of shows on here where you work with some artists with your brush kit. There's some videos in Comics Cast, and there's also YouTube's, I'm sure, of Jimmy working on his kit. So you can always look back there. But yeah, I've got it in there, and then I let my what's it called, my the software run out. So I gotta re-upgrade my software, and then I can start inking again. But I've just been loving traditional inking. I just love getting my fingers all inked up and spraying and splattering and doing all that good stuff. But hey, I'm down for whatever makes the best art. So I'm all about going back into the digital world for sure.
I mean, the cool thing is, inking digitally, I have never stained my carpet. You know, so now
my wife just came in here and looked at the carpet after I cleaned up my office and said, "We're gonna have to replace this carpet."
Yeah, my previous studio, now where my studio that I have now, it has carpeting because I could put in this nice fancy carpet because I'm digital. Before that, when I was working traditionally, you know, things would happen. So I had wood floors in there, and even then, it was a little hard to take regular ink off the wood floor. But you know, I love both. I love both, to be honest. Like you said, like, you know, traditionally, you like getting your fingers dirty. I love holding a brush. When I hold the Pops up there, dude, Pops is the best marketing, man. If you need something pushed and marketed,
he's got it.
You got to send it to Pops, man. This guy will push your stuff like we threatened the guy or something.
You're muted, brother.
He can't see you. You got to signal.
You're
to him.
muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. He said he's sending out freebies and he ain't lying.
Oh, right. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay. He said he sent out stuff. He sent me stuff, man. And look, I think he said they weren't even supposed to send me this.
I'm going to go
one.
back
So
in his
this one
private
went
chat.
to the right place, Jimmy.
Sean Mendoza, Noise. Oh, yeah. No worries, Timothy, man. We'll talk to you later. Timothy Zolson said he always wanted to jump on. So that's cool. All right. Let me, I'm going to put back on your free gift link. It's going to be at the bottom of the chat, guys. So check that out. It's okay if you leave the show for a little bit. We'll live. It's going to be okay.
I don't know, man. I'm already missing him.
Come back. Let's take a look at some of the artwork that's been kind of bounced around. I want to take a look at Armando real quick as he's going through. I know Mindy doesn't want to show her art just quite yet, but I'm gonna pop it up here in a second. Let's see here.
Todd Mulrooney, come on down.
Oh, look at that. Hey, Pete, go ahead and jump in, brother. The link is in the chat.
I love those horns, man. I mean, I don't know if you meant this intentionally, but those horns make a heart shape.
It's love, man. He's feeling all the love right now.
Yeah, he's like, love, guys. Somebody love me. I'm on Match.com.
Armando, no one can hear you if you're chatting, brother. I feel a little bad, but do I need to message you on Facebook? Let you know. Let's see here. Let's see where Mindy's at. Let's solo you out, Mindy. Here it is.
Oh, that's the angel.
Yeah, she's in progress. It's hard to see. You know, I really need to upgrade my web camera because
it's coming out okay. I'm getting an idea here.
Yeah, you're getting an idea. I'm going to show you guys something because we're talking about inking so much, and I'm not a good inker. So, like, I was just messing with this last night, but I need, like, inking advice. So I'm going to definitely check out that inking brush set you just mentioned and probably buy it because I have a Cintiq. Look, you can see my Cintiq. It's right there. It's huge. So I do the boobs book drawing on that, but I'm not the best inker. This is like Copic and pencil with some ink. So I'm definitely trying to learn how to be a better inker. Like, I usually do like Copic stuff like this, but not the ink.
Yeah. Well, the cool thing about digital is that you can really experiment and you can just go crazy with it. And if it doesn't pay out, it doesn't work out, ink on one layer, get rid of that layer and start over, or try different things on a different layer.
Yeah, like this is the most I ink. It's just this.
I like that.
Thanks.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
The logo is nice, and I really just admire inkers. That's one thing that I struggle with. So you're absolutely right. I'm in favor of the digital stuff. I think.
But you're an amazing colorist, though. I think we're missing the part where you're showing your digital color chops.
Oh, okay. Well,
all right.
I'll just preview then. Like this.
Because those are sketches that she does for her live shows. She'll do sketches out there.
Yeah, this is old stuff from the past few years.
Wow.
I'm missing the Vampirella. That was like my big piece this year. Sorry, it's out of focus. But these are all things I've drawn and colored. Yes, I worked in the industry. My first gig was a colorist, and I've done coloring for a few different people. like Jamie Tyndall, I did a piece for him. Jason Metcalf. Who else?
Is this metal? Am I looking at metal? Because I'm seeing the shine. Oh, okay.
Yes, you are looking at metal.
Oh,
I got a couple of Don McTeague things. Ebass, I colored a piece under him. So like my trade is colorist if I needed a go-to trade, but I do the pencil stuff. I'll show you.
Pencils are great.
Thank you. It's hard to tell exactly what happens on the tone paper because there's so many layers. Like I'm more of a painter, so I'll take the white and I'll go in there and then I'll Copic it too, and then it'll really pop. So this is in the baby stages, but I will show you while I've got you my Vampirella, and then I'll pass it over to you guys so you can see my latest. Here you go. Share screen. Oh, am I sharing my screen right now?
No. You maybe. Let me get you. Yeah, you're already up. Boom.
Okay.
Hi.
That was weird.
So hello to us.
What's up, Todd? How you doing, bro?
Oh, I love that color tones and everything.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, is it all grayscale and she's the only the red's the only color that we see, or
pretty much it's colored to be a little flesh tony, a little to have that red pop for sure, yeah. But it's almost got like a purple undertone.
Oh yeah.
I was trying to find a piece of my
the guy that was hanging on the wall.
My pirate. He's around here somewhere.
Where?
I don't remember where.
I love that it's red and gold, and then the shine on that on the blood. So the blood is becoming her bathing suit, right?
Yes, that's kind of the blood costume idea.
Wow. Yeah. Man, that is so creative. I love that. I love to see other artists work and see their interpretation of characters, and this is awesome.
Oh, I found my pirate.
All right, yeah, we'll take a look at one more thing, Minnie, and then I'm gonna switch it over to the new sheriff in town.
Totally different medium, right? Oops, I popped my headphones out. And thank you for the compliment, by the way, on the vamp. That was a fun piece. But this is like where I will go with popping.
Ooh,
that's clean. That's very clean.
Oh, I like that. What was this commission or?
White. No, this is I drew all the characters from my book Karma way before I wrote the story. So this is just when I was experimenting with this character. He's obviously
more that guy Pops.
Huh?
Oh, you are not muted, brother.
I say, did you name that guy Pops?
Yeah, it looks like a young Pops.
No, but in contrast, Pops will have to.
He kind of looks like Pops now. I think about it. Yeah, for sure.
This is metal though, so I mean, I got different styles, but as you can see, none of it is heavy inked, right? So that's where it's really cool to see what you guys do, because I need to learn that. I'm definitely gonna have to check out your brush pack, probably buy it as soon as possible. So, yeah,
thank you, I appreciate that. Wow.
Well, guys, that was basically Artist Alley. It's still a streaming con, so we'll figure this thing out as we keep going, what we're going to do and how we're going to make it work perfectly. But I'm glad that even with all the technical difficulties, Armando was able to get on, Christian was able to get on at least a little bit. I could show some of his work. Mindy's stuff worked out really pretty well, I got to say, and that we were able to hang out with Jimmy and Dave. So that's a plus. I'm going to pass it over to the next part of CRoM Con, going in with Todd and Pops. But I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everybody who got on. I know it was a short hour. It's pretty quick. Hour goes by fast.
It really does. Next time we'll make sure we get you one long block instead of two short ones. We'll do one long block for you.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
That way you can bring other people in too. Just like you were doing. Because I can see this going for 2 hours easy.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was a good chat. I love that I have my system back up. So welcome back me to Comics Cast. That means I'm going to be around a little bit more. You guys will see my face, and I'll go bother Jimmy on his show and some other shows. So this will be fun, and I look forward to hanging out with everybody more. And CRoM Con's been a huge success. I know not everybody always throws it around, but it's the first weekend of every month. And this weekend so far, just to get an idea for people who are like, hey, what's the point of coming on the con or coming on these channels? This the first day alone, I think it reached over 15,000 people the first day. And it had pretty good, it was viewed about 3.5 thousand times already, live views. So it's been really good. So this is the whole reason this platform is here to make sure that indie creators can get an idea of who's out there. They can work with each other and they get their stuff sold. That's what the whole purpose of all this is. So that's why I created it. So far, Pops has just taken this whole CRoM thing and ran with it. He created it. It's his baby. I'm just here to get it out in the world and give it wings. So
we at Comic Related Madness and CRoM Con, we owe you the thank you because you gave a platform to take it to the next level. And that's where we're going, right?
Yep, that's where we're going, man. And we got guys like Jimmy here, who's a real statesman, and he knows his deal. So we'll see how it goes. I'll keep in contact with Jimmy for the next con, and Mindy, and we'll keep pushing the indie crowdfund work, and we'll keep highlighting creators. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep building. Thanks, Dave. I know you were only able to talk a little bit. When you did, you were like a satanic beast. You were like a Donald Duck.
Does it still sound weird?
No, you're good. That's amazing.
It sounds good now.
Quick, here we go. Armando said, hey, guys, I had a fun time. Thanks for having me. Great hearing you guys and seeing your work. So, Armando, your stuff was amazing. So thank you so much.
Yep.
We learned a lot of great things. Jimmy works digitally and traditionally, but currently he works traditionally. Mindy works with her hands, and Dave has a satanic voice. And Armando doesn't like talking to people that aren't at his level. So tune in next time, and we'll find out what happens on the next episode of CRoM Con with these gentlemen.
Thank
all right, guys.
Mindy, Dave, Joe, peace.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Mindy.
Hi.
Mr. Todd Mulrooney.
How you doing?
All right, guys. Peace.
Later, Joe.
Joe, you can hang out if you want, bro. It's a party. Yeah, how you doing, Todd?
I'm doing really good. Yourself?
You know me. I'm coming down, winding down the last couple hours. It's like, I'm having a blast.
Awesome.
That was the first time I really got to sit back and watch, though, from all the times I've been doing this. That was the first time I got to sit back and watch, and I could have sat back the whole hour. It was fun watching CRoM Con instead of being out there the whole time. That was kind of neat. Jarrell says thanks. Sweet. So I know you're having fun. You've got where are we at on Indiegogo now?
We're around, we're just over 32.
32?
Yeah. And obviously we're very, very happy and lucky and ecstatic to have made 32. Along the way, a lot of questions have been asked about things like, character sketch busts and digital copies and this, that, and the other thing. So we decided to put out a whole new campaign on Kickstarter in hopes to reach Kickstarter customers that maybe they don't like Indiegogo, whatever. We're not, we're not. It's not about politics. It's not about bias. It just worked out that way. So we have a whole new campaign, the same book, but it has a few extra tiers that the other one didn't. That's that, and that should be launching very soon. I don't know the exact date. I wish I did. I wish I came here with that information, but it's never been told to me. I'm just plugging away, drawing 12 hours a day and keep my nose down to the grindstone, really. So
do we need to chase Mike out here?
He was on here. So did he give it away? Did he say
Well,
when it launches? Because I don't.
It was such, he's always got so much going on in such a short amount of time. So, I mean, even if he had a chance to touch on it, it probably wasn't too much, Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, you can't. Mike, where you at?
Maybe if Chris ends up in the chat, he could tell us when the launch date is. I just don't happen to have.
I don't see either one of them active actually, because I mean they'd be right there on my list on the side. But geez, I don't know.
Thank you, Jim. Jim O'Reilly, prominent sketch card artist, and he's does some amazing sequentials, and he's done some things for. It's like a voodoo looking book. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it looks great. God, I forget the name of that. But anyway, thanks, Jim.
Let me do a little share screen action here. See if I can bring up the Indiegogo. I'm learning how to do this stuff, Todd. I really am.
I can do anything you want me to. I know how to do it. So if there's something you need me to do, just tell me.
Well, I mean, if you want to put it up and show exactly what you're talking about, you can do that. But I mean, I'm learning.
All right, I can do it. I'll actually make it easy on myself and put it over on a different monitor. We can play the video. You want to start with the video? I know you've played it once already, but
dude, I love the video. I play the video probably once a day just for my own entertainment. And I ain't lying, dude. Yeah. We're making funny books, y'all.
Go ahead and screen share me, and I'll start this baby up.
You gotta. We can't hear it though. Can't hear it, Todd.
They can.
When his gal Crystal gains notoriety as an infamous amateur wrestler, she quickly advances to the pro circuit where her greatest challenge is an angry Australian grappler. Follow Gary and Crystal on their extraordinary journey from rags to riches. To rags to riches to rags to riches. All while dealing with shady lawyers, toilet snakes, wild gators, cheating hearts, feral hogs, and problem shoppers. Back Florida Man today and reserve your very own copy of the Florida Man graphic novel. We're bringing back funny books, y'all.
I think they could. If they couldn't, we could always play it again. But now you're on mute.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to mute it so I wouldn't get no feedback, and then it didn't even. I couldn't hear it anyway.
So now, if you have any questions or need any arm twisting, if you don't have the book, I'm here to twist your arm. Obviously, Pop has the books. I know he's getting the book. I know he's in the book. But if you, the audience or the viewer, need your arms twisted to the point where you'll buy the book, I'm here to do that.
I'm telling you, Patrick, this is a book you want, dude. This is a book you want, and it's a never-ending. It's one of those never-ending books. The source material will go on forever.
Yeah, my personal plan is to go right into this, like, have him deliver me the script for the next one right as I'm finishing up the first one. I want to go right into it because then I don't want to be behind the ball campaigning. When we campaign, I want to be free to do marketing. I want to be free to do shows like this. I want to be free to do what I want to do. So I want to get ahead of the game in the second one. Then I may take a break and work with someone on something, and then come back to Florida Man.
Okay,
But there are other things that could happen. Trust me, there are things going on behind the scenes that could change all that, and we'll see. I mean,
you know my buddy Pete, right?
Yes,
You know
I
my
have
co-host
been on
Pete.
a show. I have been on a show with Pete before, and
What's
I've
going
seen
on?
him on.
He's gonna be
How's it
running the thing next month, so I've been letting him do a lot of interviewing and like running segments and stuff because I'm going. Travis getting married next month. So,
That's your boy?
Yeah.
He's
So I
getting
know-
married finally, or
Well, they've been together long enough. Yeah.
does he need advice? Because
Oh, no.
my advice would be
Wow.
no.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
It's good. I mean, they get along good. Kids are all good. Everybody's taken care of. So, gotta put that family unit together wherever you can nowadays.
Right.
Keep it strong.
Now, as far as I have shown it every single page that is drawn. I mean, you can see them all today. I made a post. I put the last 8 that I just did in one post, I put them on one piece.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you really need your arm twisted, go look at the art, look at the video. The video kind of sells it itself.
Video is what got me. I'm gonna be waiting until it's in my hand so I can giggle and look at the art at the same time. Because I know I'm gonna be giggling, man. I know. I mean, Mike's a good writer, and I know that everything that I have seen that you've drawn, where I know what is going on in the panel, has been dead on. So, I'm just waiting to get it in my hands, man. I want to read it all at once.
It's it's tricky. It's not easy. It's not superheroes. So nobody's up in the air. There's not a lot of action coming right at you through the page, kind of a thing. So it's really tricky to sort of block and move around and make every page the eye flow work perfectly, because you want to work in a Z sort of format. You read left to right, and you want that to sort of happen over the composition of the panels. Sometimes you use little tricks where a figure might be pointing to the next panel, just subliminally. They kind of work, and sometimes you can trickle dialogue along a panel that causes your eye to move on to the next panel. So there's a lot of little tricks when it comes to comics and how you kind of you make that sort of composition work. And it's not being people in spandex, even though I'm known for that, right? I'm not known for superheroes, but it's not people in spandex, and it is harder to draw people in regular clothes, to get the clothing right, the draping of the clothes on the body right. This stuff is not when it comes to comic books, it's not the easiest stuff in the world. Especially when you have a realistic style. I don't draw in an Archie style. I draw very, very realistic. I put a lot of emphasis on the faces. That I put a lot of emphasis on the face and the look the face is making.
I was about to say the expressions on what you put out is like right there. It doesn't need words to know what they're expressing. That's really cool.
I really pride myself on that. There's always been those guys, right? There's guys whose art you like, but there's always a reason why you like someone's art. And there's been many artists that I love their expressiveness, or I love their fluidity, or I love their dynamicism. But I've always been one of those people that, gravitates towards how realistic the characters look and the facial features and stuff. So I like guys like Dave Stevens, Mark Schultz. These guys are really, very different in the industry and really pull you into the book. I try to, being that it's almost reality TV, right? This is this book that's kind of like that, almost like Trailer Park Boys, set in Florida.
Jerry Springer Gator.
See, this is what I'm saying, and it's a never-ending source. There's never-ending source material. For every day of the year, there's 20 of these stories, man.
Right, and we lean into them, right? You know, Gary, in one of those pages I've shown you, you can see Gary swinging an alligator at a pawn shop broker, and you know, that kind of stuff happens. You know, it might have happened in a convenience store, or it might have happened in a gas station, but it happens. We just made it happen in a pawn shop.
It definitely has a foot in reality and a foot in fun fiction.
Definitely.
So,
and it's a fun book. It's
Todd, is there anything else you're dipping your toes in, or are you 100% on this right now?
Currently, this right now is it's 100% Florida Man.
Okay.
I do have a pinup that I have to do, but I've been waiting to prove, like, this is the actual first week during this production of this book where I actually finished 3 pages inside of 7 days. So it's 3 pages fully inked, and that's what I said I could do anywhere between 2 and 3, and I started to push myself to 3, and maybe start getting to the point where I can do 4. But this was actually the first time I hit 3, and it's not because it's really not about speed. It's not about my speed or my ability. It's really about the page and making the page work. Mike has written a 6-panel script. Mostly every page I've come across 6 panels. So what I have to do in my head, mostly when you do 6 panels, you kind of do a grid. But every once in a while, for instance, that alligator page, the swing of the alligator needed to be 60% of that page.
Right. Yep. Or else you're not going to tell. Yeah.
Right. Or because that's like the home run panel. You know, that's like, you want to give someone a money. That's the money, right? So that's a money shot. And so you kind of see what I did, including what I did is the little truck driving away in that the last panel. Obviously, it says Floyd and Gary get out of there before the cops come. So I think, how do I use all this other space? Because I really need this shot to take up this much space. And so that's what I did. That's what I decided on is to kind of make sure that it took up 60%, and everything else just kind of flows around it. And there was like only one panel that I kind of cut, and that was seeing the pawnbroker go back inside. And I decided, you know what, I'll cut that. I want to see him scoop up the alligator and look at the alligator and go, oh, I got an idea, kind of a thing. And you kind of see that he takes the alligator, because as he's going in, the kids are kind of playing with this alligator. You know, it's a small 3-foot to 5-foot alligator, and they're kind of kicking it around a little bit, poking at it, just having a little fun with it. He goes back out there. He's kicked out of the store. He grabs the alligator, brings it back in, and is swinging it. So now he's swinging it like a bat. So these pages are just so, you know, telling a great story is important to me, and making sure everything that Mike wants is there, and then giving it something that, you know, being that I'm the artist of this book, I'm part of Florida Man, you know, I needed to give it something that it needs to have that makes it look like it's not just any Joe Blow drawing it. So it's really a balancing act between the script and the art, you know, and I give everything I can, every single panel, to make this look great.
Well, Mike, I wanted to know, because I see. First off, you said you have a bit of photorealism, realistic to your style, and the way the way you're prolific with your panels and how you set up your panels. I got a lot of respect for that. First off, because that's like doing calculus as opposed to doing simple arithmetic, figuring out the panels. You know, like, and I think that's integral in the part of the storytelling where you become kind of part of the writer too, because you're trying to frame all the little pieces of art that you're making for the book. Where do you think that come from? Was that influenced by another artist, like a comic book artist from your youth, or Is that just something that you picked up and developed on your own as you developed your art style?
No, I gravitated towards storytellers. I was never about Flash. Like for instance, I don't put Flash first.
Right.
I'm not trying to outshine anything. The words are important. What needs to be there, what you need to see is important. So I'm not trying to outshine it. So storytellers were always pivotal to me.
Right.
And they told, for instance, Lee, very, very good. Go back to the beginning of Lee Weeks. Now, obviously he has a beautiful rendering style but he's not Flash first and then story second. It's story first. Even guys who had a little Flash, the Flash was kind of sort of just inherent in their work, but storytelling was key. Was like Rick Leonardi. Remember those Spider-Man 2999?
Yep.
Storytelling was first and Flash was second. So those are the guys like Mark Schultz, Xenozoic Tales, right? He could have made he was drawing double up when he got really good and had that Frazetta like brushwork line. He could have drawn amazing dinosaurs and blew them all up real big. Story was first. It isn't about making beautiful pictures. It's about telling a story. This is a visual medium of storytelling. So I've always been like that, because if you can prove you can do that, the other stuff, making a pretty pinup or a beautiful girl who's covering the whole page, it's easy.
Right. No, it is.
That's not where the hard mechanics of composition of a page come in. Really making all these things work, and comic books are linear. So that Mike talked about it when he was on forward momentum, and that's very key. So you're moving. You bring the person in, and one thing if I were to say I was remiss on anything, would be bigger long shots, a wider scope, to draw you first, and then keep you in, and that's kind of key. There's been a few books over the last couple of years, like there was a book called Sword Daughter by Mac Chatter, and he was dealing with a very different universe, because it was they were nomadic in the sense of they didn't live around like England where there was castles. Even though it was set in sort of medieval times, it was a very nomadic tribe of people he was dealing with. So he did all these long shots of huge landscape to bring you in first, so you understood right away. We're not in Arthur times. We're not going to show you 3 or 4 different castles with different kingdoms and stuff like that. So he really showed you a different idea of what that time could be for some people who lived on the outskirts of these type places. And it was trickier, but you do that with a long shot. Now my world is like your world. It's like we said, it's reality. So I don't have to do those panoramic shots of Florida. You understand going in, this is Florida. I show you enough palm trees and this and that and the other thing, and you're always there. As long as I keep you in and I don't lose you along the way with anything abrupt, because abrupt can stop that. Boom. All of a sudden you're gone, you're out of it. I try not to cheat. I don't ever do these panels where you just see the person's eyes and that reaction. I never do that. I never get that close, because that close is a cheat. This is, you know what I mean? To me, I'm talking about look, this is a comedic story that's situationally funny. The words aren't funny. These aren't puns. These are idioms. He does. So getting in here, and then that's all you see to see whatever emotion he might have in his eyes. I would never do that, because that's not this kind of book. Right. That might work in superheroes. You might see that on a Spawn page. Right. Why? I don't know. I'm not judging that person's art or what they do, but it just doesn't work. Always gonna show emotion on the face. Show me the whole face. Right. So I never go in closer than this, because that is a point of contention with me when it comes to how.
I think we just lost.
I think we might have lost time. I see what he's getting at. I'm going to give him a chance to come back. I know he only has a minute or 2 left.
He's going to go till 8:40. We had
cool. We had
Bias is caught in traffic. Tina's going to move up a little bit.
Perfect.
Do half hour and catch Tobias. you know how
Yeah,
school-
how it goes. Yep, exactly. So we'll give Todd a chance to come back, and we'll take the opportunity. We'll take two opportunities. First off, to thank everybody, Todd, Joe Tolliver over at Indie Comics Cast. If you're not already watching on the YouTube, go over there and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's amazing. You'll see so many other things. Plus, hey, CRoM Con. And we also want to talk about our buddy Corey really quick. I've been clicking on the GoFundMe. I think it's going to update tomorrow, but it looks like we're doing all right. Corey's a buddy of ours, but he's one of us. He and his mom are currently homeless because his business, which was also his home, burned down. And like Christy Shin said yesterday, this is not the time in our world's history for that to happen to anybody. So if we can take this opportunity to help Corey Ellis out as much as we can, we are going to. And we also realize that, if you can't, financially it's tough. We get it, but share it.
But I was just going to say, if you're creative, if you're an artist or something, and you don't have extra money, none of us do. If somebody wants to do a little drawing, maybe throw it up for auction and throw the money his way, or split the money and throw it his way, I'd appreciate that too. I mean,
yep. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not asking anything, shit, that's what I'd do if I could draw. I'd do a couple of drawings, I'd put them up, I'd say, send me.
You know what? Let's start it off. Let's start it off. To everybody who's watching right now or whatever, and I'll cover shipping. I'll cover shipping out of my pocket. But this Batman that I drew yesterday during the show, during that little lag we had in the show, this little Batman that I drew. Anybody who wants it, donate whatever you can. First person to shoot us a message here, say, hey, I'll give you X amount of dollars for that. You put that on the GoFundMe, give me your address, I'll send this to you.
There you go.
Done.
There you go.
Tell me what you do. I'll see you I'll see how much you post on the GoFundMe. The link is looking right there. Message me, tell me, give me your info. I'll get that out to you. Obviously, I'm going to send it out Tuesday because tomorrow, I was going to send Danny some stuff out tomorrow. Then I realized post office is closed tomorrow.
Speaking of who?
His ears ring. I'm telling you, his ears ring.
He just did something cool with Jonathan Hedrick. Cool. That's another person that we.
This isn't that kind of chat. This isn't that kind of chat, bro. Let's.
All right, Todd, you can come back, dude. I'll give you some more time, man. We're good.
Yeah, we definitely have more time for you, Todd. But I'm gonna be. I'll even take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Florida, man. I always looked at Kickstarters and I was trying to figure it out, and then we joked about it. I'm really glad that Todd and Mike Barron got hooked up because, again, Todd, I wouldn't have known Todd. I wouldn't have known Todd unless it was Florida Man. And again, like we joked about this, I think today, Pops, or even yesterday after he was on. If you have a comic book collection, Mike Barron's in it.
Yep.
You may not know it. You're going to have to look for it maybe, but Mike Barron's in it. If you read Old Green Lantern, if you read some of that old stuff, Mike Barron's in it. Mike Barron's in it.
All of it.
Yeah, he's in there. If you've read old, there he is.
Right.
I had the same thing happen to me Friday night, so don't feel bad.
Sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry.
Hiccup in the internet.
No, same. Look, same exact thing happened to me Friday night, so I totally get it. It's just a quick little, we get it. Mm-hmm. So don't worry. Pops and I are experts at this point at filling the time and stuff. And we talked about Mike.
I'll tell you what happened, Todd. What happened is the guy who's supposed to be after you is caught in traffic. So I took the person after him, switched them around, and asked her to come out just like 8:40, 8:45 in there, so you can get a little extra time because I know your time started late. And we got this down to a science.
Yeah, we got it down pretty good. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of wanted to let you keep going because you were on a good roll with the close-ups and the facial features and stuff. So, and that kind of stuff really
got 10 more minutes too. Yeah.
I don't cheat in that way. My art never look, I do things like if you need to speed up time or whatever, or if it reads right, if it reads right, like the very last page I did, Mike, in the last two panels, Mike says, Gary's driving along, he's smiling. And then Gary sees something that makes his eyes pop and he's in shock or surprise. And so I basically statted what I had drawn the inside of the truck, put it over there to the next panel, and all I did was change sort of this area of the figure, so you got two different faces. But so there's always ways to still use tricks and things to save time, but I don't ever really cheat with doing weird things, close-ups, or if there's an easy way to show what happens, like there's one part where Gary is peeing over the side of his deck house, right? He has a house up on stilts, and it has a deck around it, and he steps on a bottle. Well, there's, I show his feet, because he doesn't really have any dialogue in that area, so I can go to the feet, or even when the panel where he's peeing, I show that I showed his feet there too. His pants are down around his ankles, so I don't. You know what I mean? You can be creative, you could be a little quicker, but I try not to cheat, and I try to make it visually fun. And I, when you're on a page, whatever, you're thinking about how many times have I shown this face or this way, or a shock. How many times have I shown shock on Gary's face? I don't want to show it the same way, because there was another time where Gary was surprised because Floyd shot his tire of his truck. So Gary was like. He was like this. Oh my God! So I wanted to show shock again a different way, so I'm not kind of repeating myself, because there's 60 some odd pages going to be part of this book, and I want people to realize that, wow, he's I'm trying to entertain you, just like Mike said.
Yep.
Writer first, job entertain you. Same thing, artists entertain you.
I want to. That's awesome. I want to get into. I actually have two questions about, because we were just talking about, Mike, a second ago, how you made some people may not be able to. The name may sound familiar, but they don't know. But if you have a long box in your house, Mike Barron's in that long box. So the two questions I have, I'll start with the first one, the harder one, maybe the easier one. What was it like getting together with a guy who's a legend, Mike Barron, and doing a project like this?
It really didn't start out quite like that, right?
Okay.
I mean, it did start out like doing a project, but when I thought about Florida Man, and I'm going, this is a tough one. This is a tough sell, because what we did was I started with the people. I created Gary. Gary actually looked a little bit different. I created Floyd. Floyd looks the same, and Crystal's changed a little bit. But I think I got those people down pat. So I create the characters, and then he goes, draw a cover in 3 pages, and I do all that. Cover, he said what he wanted, and I thought, how do I do that, right? Because his words were, I want Gary on an alligator going across traffic. And I'm like, fuck me. How do you do that, So I came up with the idea of, let's pay homage to Slim Pickens riding the bomb in, in Dr. Strangelove. So I kind of went with that idea. Gary's got his hat off, and it's doing one of these things over traffic on an alligator.
It does have a little Wile E. Coyote in it too, though.
So that's where that all comes from. And the other thing is, doing those 3 pages, those 3 pages, man, I look back at them and I'm going, it didn't have what I'm doing today, because it didn't. Right. I'll be honest, I didn't believe in it. And it's not that I don't believe in that. It's not that I didn't believe in Mike Barron. I just didn't believe in this kind of story, this day and age, and everyone's selling superheroes and Game of Thrones and this, that, and the other thing. When I figured out my approach, how I needed to approach this, that's when sort of the magic starts to happen for me. And then there's a synergy between the words and the pictures, and that magic starts to happen again. But I would say in those first 3 pages of the original, the way they originally looked, I don't think it really quite was there. I do like the part where Gary slips on the bottle and goes ass over tea kettle. But other than that, I'm going to say that I really hadn't found how this book needs to be,
right? How
these characters need to move, how they need their gesture, I mean, Gary's face is now alive. It wasn't quite alive then.
So it took you a minute to get into you had a little funk with it in the beginning, a little funky, a little weird. But once you got your groove on with it, then it was all downhill from there at that point, right? You
Oh
still
yeah, it's kind of sliding along a lot easier.
Right. Okay.
Gary, I could draw Gary, with my left hand, or actually my right hand because I'm left-handed. I could probably draw him with my right hand and get him pretty good. So yeah, and because you're not dealing with iconic characters like Superman or Batman or
Right.
Bruce Wayne, whatever, who you can do in your sleep because you've seen them so many times.
Oh yeah.
And it's sort of an easy, not easy in that sense, but easier to do, to know that here's the iconic look of these characters. Here's what they look like. Everyone's kind of done that or a derivative of that, except for those people who have a very eclectic style that's very different. Sometimes you see someone like the guy who did Hero, Bear, and Kid. He did a Shazam book.
Right.
They allowed his style to be interpreted into that character. But most times when they pick us an artist on the very main book, it's somebody that they know that can carry that iconic look, right?
Right.
Because that's very important to them. There's a book out there called I think it's called the DC Strategy Guide by Garcia Lopez. Those were model sheets to say, here's the model, stay as close as you can. Here's what Superman looks like. Here's what he looks like in his Clark Kent suit. Here's what Lois Lane looks like. Here's what she looks like at work. And when you come to doing your own book and it's your own characters, I was given bios and descriptions, and I kind of took them into a place of my own and figured out what these characters need to look like. You have to get to that point where you've drawn them a lot, and then they start to come alive. It's just like a writer.
Becomes muscle memory at that point.
Yep. What was your second question?
Okay, we asked about getting with Mike Barron and stuff like that. Because it's you sound strong and adamant about your style and things like that, and I have the utmost respect for that. I love it, love it, love it, love it. What got you there? What was the thing that made you go click? No, I have to do this way because this is the way I want to express myself as an artist. Yeah, I asked tough stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, style is like a fingerprint, right?
Right. Yep.
And there was something that happened to me as I started collecting comics, right? I started to be able to separate these guys that were sort of transcend their work, transcend the medium. Barry Windsor Smith, Dave Stevens, Mark Schultz, Bernie Wrightson. So I started to gravitate towards these guys, and I went to these comics that, like, there was one out in Worcester that was really, really huge, and I could go back and I could get their work, and I got every Dave Stevens cover and every Zenzoic Tales and everything he ever did because I loved it. They did something in his figure work and his faces and his such and such. It was all kind of a derivative of that. Me knowing that these guys appealed to me in some way. Now, so now I'm looking for, I can't hit them. Who can I hit? And I'm going, I love Butch Geist. I love Steve Epting. I love Mac Chatter. I love Michael Lark. So I'm bringing my desire to be somebody like Dave Stevens and bringing it this way and going, I need to get closer because it'll take me a long time to reach that. There's a skill, there is a schooling, there's education all behind that guy, and I'm self-taught except for a few things where I've taken classes and stuff, and so when it comes to my figure work and my sequentials, self-taught, right?
Right.
So I gotta kind of reel that desire to be like Dave Stevens back some. And go, you know what? I love Butch Geist's work. I love Steve Epton's work. The stuff on the book called A Velvet, amazing. The quality of the illustrations and in that sort of 60-40 balance of black and white, absolutely brilliant. So I start to push myself there. Even though I love the Bernie Wrightsons, I can never draw like Bernie Wrightson. Nobody can.
I love having you for a guest. You know why?
What?
You're passionate. You're very passionate about what you're doing. But I can sit here and slam pizza while you're talking and not have to worry about saying the word, man. You got it.
So that's basically who I am. I'm a derivative of these guys who are my influences. You can see Butch Geist in my work. You can see a little bit of Steve Epton in my balance. I'm without saying I'll never be them. But you talk about style's a fingerprint. So I have these influences, right? I have these influences. You shake them all up, and that's who you are. I've tried to do less detail. I've tried to be a little bit more cartoony. I've tried a lot of different things, over exaggerated muscle, and it just doesn't work for me. It doesn't, you know what I mean? There's a disconnect. It got to be me, and for better or for worse, that's where I land. And you see some of those influences.
Yeah, that's for better. Now, speaking of being who you are, where else besides Florida, man? What Facebook, Instagram? Where can we find you? Because it's about that time, my friend.
Yeah, Instagram. I do have Instagram. It's Marooney Todd.
Okay.
Or whatever I don't know if they use an @ or whatever it is, @ Marooney Todd. It's Twitter. It's @ Marooney Todd.
All right.
But if you Google my name, Todd Marooney, you can pretty much find me anywhere. I have an art station. I do have a Deviant Art. I have my own YouTube channel where there's a few things there, but I'm really just digging in deep and drawing 12 hours a day.
That's it, man.
6 days a week.
Doing the work. Todd, thank you so much. Yeah, it's absolute pleasure.
Thank you. I appreciate being allowed to come and do this. You guys do an excellent job. This idea hopefully grows to be huge, because doing something like this every month, allowing me to gauge the people who watch and the fans and stuff, that's what it's really all about. The engagement. That's why we do crowdfunding comics. This is, without going into where the stores are headed or what's going on in comics, I want to engage my fans. I want to engage my audience.
Yep.
I want to create a base. I want them to become fans. Let's put it this way. I don't have any fans, but I want you to become one. And I'll twist your
fans, brother. Don't be saying I don't have any fans. You got fans. Okay. I always been trying to do this and bounce each other off each other as one goes out, one comes in. Todd, creative. Tina, creative.
How you doing?
Hi there.
Tina?
Nice to meet you, Todd.
I recognize Phil Leone's name. I know him. Know his, the work and stuff. So, but I'll let you guys get to it.
I was
How
a
you
little
doing,
bit late
Phil?
to the draw. I had to take care of a few things before I came back on. But hello, how are you doing, Todd? And
I'm doing great.
Tina.
It's
Yeah,
a pleasure meeting
I think
you
we
both.
may have talked a little bit before one of the last times you were on.
I think you did. And like I say, we're after Tina's segment, we're going open. Todd, if you want to come back out, we're going wide open. No, not after Tina. After Tina and Tobias. So an hour from now, we're going wide open for whoever wants to be out.
I gotta draw my little fanny off, so I'm gonna let you go, and you guys have fun. Enjoy. Everyone out there, go back, Florida man. At least take a look at the video. Come to my Facebook page. I have all 16 pages up in two pages so that you can see 8 on one and 8 on the other. You guys have a good day.
Thank
you, Todd.
Bye.
Take care. Thank you, Tina.
You're welcome.
I just got a message from Alan Johnson. I have screaming kids upstairs. I just got a message from Alan Johnson. We had him out last night. He said he's not sure how we plan to do any kind of fundraiser for Corey, but he's willing to donate some stuff to help raise money. So, Pete, you want to get with Alan on that later?
Alan, shoot me a message. My stuff is there on the side. I've been commenting throughout, so you can see my name there. Shoot with me on the side, and we'll get with you, and we'll talk about that. We're trying to help our buddy Corey out. So, I'll definitely get with me, and we'll definitely talk about that.
Larry, LP, what's up, brother? Oh. Okay, let me set this band. Oh, did you already set the banner? Pete.
Yeah, I got
it. Dude, you're on top of it, brother.
I got
Look at you. You're on top of it.
I wanted to get this segue smooth.
Thank you.
We're really getting better at this, guys.
It's a little
Oh, it's me.
It's almost professional in here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for jumping out and helping Tobias out. Tobias got caught in traffic. He will be out here when he gets home. Tina was cool. She said, I'll jump up a slot. So we moved Tobias back one, took Tina's up one. If you're here to watch Tobias, stay tuned. He will be here. Tobias, you can't call me now, man. StreamYard and the phone are on the computer. I can't do it, bro.
Yeah.
I can't answer the phone.
Facebook message, sir. Facebook message.
Yeah, just send me a message, dude. I cannot answer the phone. You see that? Everybody heard the phone ringing that whole time, brother.
At least we know you're popular, Pops.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He might be calling to say he's going to be later or whatever, but we're good, dude. Whenever you get home, come out. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we're out here open panel all night anyway, so you know, like, right, Pete? You're gonna have another pit tonight, aren't you?
It looks like we're gonna have to. Looks like we're gonna have to.
Larry, you want to come out after Tina's segment?
Oh, Larry definitely wants to. Forget about that.
Larry, come out to
You know,
play.
Larry and Danny will both be here. Let's not even pretend that they're not going to be. But we're taking up some of Tina's time. What's going on, Tina?
Hi there. I mean, you know, just creating overall. I've got a book that I'm working on called Starfish Lovers, and it's both paired as a written novel as well as a webtoons that you can find online. The webtoons is completely free, and the book itself, I'll be starting a Kickstarter in December or January, either December 2020 or January 2021. And I won't have the book done until about April of 2021. So the premise of the story overall is it's an LGBTQ friendly story about an individual of faith who is sort of struggling with his own internal ways of who he is. And it's kind of, I mean, the story is a little, I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm a little nervous about this. So,
keep it
overall,
PG and keep it honest, and that's all that matters.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. So the story itself is sort of set in open space as well as deep ocean, and it's a combination of those two different concepts to create an overscaping world. And originally, the idea, I mean, it all started with, weirdly enough, stickers. I started making stickers and I wanted to do space cats. And then a friend of mine was like sitting on the couch and she's just like, well, let's kind of like drum up some ideas. And we created essentially all of Palu, which is the name of the world itself. And through that, we created Pinky and Inky, which is the main two characters of the story. And the premise of it is that we have a guardsman who sort of watches over the sun, and it ends up getting stolen, and he ends up failing in his duty, and he has to essentially go across what is known as the seascape to kind of get it back. And that's the overarching premise.
Yeah, bit of a quest, bit of a oh my God, this happened, I have to go get this challenge kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's
precisely. And then like the undertone is him sort of dealing with, because the overscaping world of the area that he's in, which is known as Atenea, is very faithful.
Right.
So they're very like conservative, and they don't believe in certain things, or at least they know that they're there, but they believe them to be sin.
Now,
and so
are
he's
you,
kind of faced with that.
are you writing and drawing, or just like?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
writing and drawing.
So you're neck deep in the whole thing.
Yes.
Now, storytelling wise, we'll start writer wise, because that's what I know the least about. I'm an artist, so I can't even. What writers do just impresses the hell out of me. But what got you? What stoked the fire? What got you writing?
Oh, so it was originally I wanted to create this as a children's book, and
Okay.
it was driven through me being in senior design. So I'm actually a graphic designer in training, so I'm going through school for it. And one of my instructors suggested, well, since you love illustration so much, why don't you delve into a children's book? why don't you write one up and, and do that. And so I decided to kind of like do that. And then she kind of rejected it near the end and said like, no, this doesn't sound good. I don't want to do this. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. I'm passionate about it. I'm going to do it. So I just started writing more and creating more. And then eventually it turned into something more for teenagers and into an entire huge novel. And after, I think the main influence that I had was Tad Williams. Have you ever heard of Tad Williams?
In passing.
Yeah, he's his trilogy, which is the Dragonbone Chair, is what's really influenced me in writing and what has sort of sparked my inspiration and love for writing. And whenever I finished his first book, which was Dragonbone Chair, I got very excited about writing and I wanted to give my hand in it. And after all that stuff happened in senior design, I was just like, heck with it, I'm going to do it.
Good.
I'm going to try
That's
it
what I like
out.
to hear. Now, King Toad Comics wants to see a look at the art because it's hard to see back there. But don't worry about a thing there. I'm actually way ahead of you.
I got you. I got you.
Oh, you got it? You got it?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
up right now. There
you go. Phil's on it right now. He's got the screen on, showing us some of the artwork. This looks like it could be underwater, I guess.
Yeah, so it's both space. It's basically space, but like the creatures that live amongst it would be marine life.
Okay, all right.
Kind of like air whales or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, what that is a world.
There we go. There's an air whale.
Yeah.
More Doctor Who type love going out there a little bit.
And so, like,
the color work is intense. Wow.
I know. I like that.
Yeah, I really do.
Thank you. And yeah, most of the worlds, I think, if I remember correctly from what I've written in my notes, is that the land that they sort of dwell on is the remains of their homeworld. So their world was completely obliterated, and then afterwards they were technologically savvy enough to create life that was sustainable on the remains of their own planet.
Now, when you started drawing, did you start drawing and writing around the same time? What got you drawing?
So I honestly started drawing first. In fact, this poster here is the very first thing that I drew for Starfish Lovers.
Okay, that's awesome.
And so I was inspired by Ross Draws, who is an illustrator, and it's just that was what I first drew after watching sort of his tips and tutorials, and then from there it kept on going from drawing, and then the thing happened with senior design, and then I was like, I'm gonna try and write it, and that was basically what happened.
I love the point of view here. Oh,
I
wow.
like the background. I'm big into backgrounds, especially when they're like that. I love that.
Thank you.
I'm using my mouse as if I was the one scrolling up. Sorry. I'll stop
Hey, what's
doing
wrong?
that.
Who's controlling my hand here?
What's
You stop it.
going on? What's working? I had a momentary lapse there. I apologize. So were there any like mainstream books or comic books or anything that got you going, writing and art-wise, or was it just?
Yes, actually. Oh, absolutely. There's several graphic novels that sort of got me going. I know Rosemary. Oh goodness, I'm gonna botch her last name, but her first name's Rosemary, and she's done a book known as Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me, and that one is such a visually pleasing book. She's amazing. I love her style, and that's sort of like another book that got me going in regards to illustration. I have another book here that is a inspiration, which is called Bloom, and that was another one that got me going for style and such. And then overall, aside from that, like, I mean, I've been sort of using comics as visual reference since I was 6. So, I mean, comics in general, graphic novels and comics in general, I've been drawing for a long time, and it's always been something that I love and do.
And then, poof! I got to make something. I got to tell a story. Now,
Yes, and I mean, I think I was even telling stories when I was a kid. You know, like I would just babble while I was drawing stuff.
the best ones always do. Let's be honest. Now, what made you want to tell this story?
Honestly, it developed into. So I had my own personal experience with my own family, where I came out and it wasn't received well, and so I wanted to create something that would be a healing process for myself. And that's sort of Starfish Lovers. What that is it's a healing process for my own experience. And I know everyone wants to do the books that sort of try to normalize it, but I also feel it's important to focus on the growth in between that portion of coming out to someone that might not agree.
So you're telling a little bit of your own story.
Precisely, yeah.
Okay.
There are a lot of elements that are in this story that are from my own past and from my own experience.
So it not only from the heart and something that you knew firsthand, which is great for storytelling, but it was also kind of cathartic.
Yeah, basically it's kind of cathartic. It's very cathartic.
All right, cool. That gives a really it gives it a little bit of power, because you're not telling a story to tell a story. You're telling a story from inside of you, and that's really cool. That's good storytelling right there already. That you can and the fact that you're drawing it too makes it that much cooler. Now, are you self-publishing, or are you on a crowdfund, or?
I'm probably going to crowdfund. I want to self-publish too. I know right now I have a buddy who I used to work with at UPS, and she and I have been working on 2 other stories aside from this one.
Oh, so you're just super
yeah. So we're kind of creating like our own little self-publishing company. So self-publishing is one of those, and then I do want to do crowdfunding, and I think the crowdfunding is what I plan on doing in December.
All right, cool. Well, there's lots of options out for you. Of course, we'll start with our favorite, indiecrowdfund.com, because not only is indiecrowdfund.com done by good people, but it's also an opportunity to get retailers involved. And we when we talk about retailers, he's been in the chat all day long, but he's chomping at the bit. Danny from the Collective in Florida, he's all about getting indie books, and especially books like this, into the store. So that's something we could definitely get you some more info on.
Absolutely, yeah. I actually have been seeing everyone's posts for it, and it's one of the ones that I definitely want to try and do.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Look, I self-published, but my books are on hiatus right now because I have to restart everything and refigure out my whole life. But in regards to those, but if I'm not, it's okay. It's a good thing. It's for the better. But that's the way I would lean to if I was like ready to go right now. That's the way I would lean to, because of the mom and pop aspect to it, and the comics friendly thing. And again, you're telling a story that's not just a story, but it's something from inside of you, which is really cool. So I would love to see that in the hands of a lot of people.
Me too. I would, and I think I definitely want to do the indie crowdfund. I think it would be really fun, especially with the fact that you guys do like you talk with retailers. Like that is something that I haven't heard of before in crowdfunding, and I think that's amazing. Like not a lot of people get that opportunity.
The big one for me too is that it's just comics.
Mike, yes, you're gonna have to need to edit that last 15 seconds out. Add it to the video.
we did a nice little bit for it there, didn't we?
No,
we did.
You just had it perfect. That was perfect. Let me get that banner out of our face. That was perfect.
Hi, me.
That one out of the way.
I'm going to help out a little bit. I'm just going to step out for a quick second.
Okay.
I'll be right.
Put the other one back. There. Now I can see you.
There.
Okay.
Much better.
No, that was I couldn't have said it any better. That's why I said, Mike and Mindy, if you're watching, you need to go edit that little bit out that you just said and add it to our video, because it's from people like you and people like me. I'm in that video too, that are talking about what this could be for the industry, And what you just said is, I can't say it better. I'm can't say it better. It's like because
Well, take it out. You have my permission. Go ahead.
I'm not creative. I'm just like this guy, this CRoM Con guy. I don't write. I don't draw. I don't do none of that. So to me, that's like awesome that you said that. I didn't have to, like try to sell this to you. You just sold it to them for us. I'm so glad people are paying attention and looking to see what it can actually do. That was awesome.
You're welcome. Free advertising.
Danny just backed Jonathan's book on the retailer level on the Kickstarter. I'm not sure which one. Which one, John? Which one, Danny?
Oh, that's so cool. 32 copies. That's amazing.
I mean, I don't know which format he's working with. I don't know if that's a Kickstarter retailer or Indigo retailer, because they do have those there. They're just not. It's like retailers have to go there and try to find your books. And in our case, retailers are registering to look for your books purposely.
So basically like an online catalog.
Yeah, it's like they don't have to go to Indiegogo and search and try and find books their people might like. We're putting them all right. I'm trying to put them all right where they can find them.
Diamond who?
Start that all over again. Show night. It was in Kickstarter. Okay, so they have those retailer perks, you can set up a retailer tier in your Kickstarter, but that's really not quite the same as what we're trying. You found these guys because of Bob. That's not really what we're talking about, because what we're talking about gives the creator the control to change the discount per a quantity of books. Like if they get 20 books, you can give it to them for 20% off. If they get 50 books, you can drop that down to 30% off. And if you're talking 100 books, you can talk about 40% off, 50% off, whatever. You get to set the discount for the quantity.
Oh, that's nice.
It's not like setting up a bunch of tiers, and then you get to do a variant, like a 1 to 50 variant, and then a 1 to 100 variant, because that's what the stores like. They like that extra book they get to sell for that higher price. That's how they do it. That's how they've always done it. They get them variants. That's where they get that extra money. So, you throw in your variants when they buy a certain amount of money, you throw a variant at them. They get to charge a little more for that because there ain't that many of them. You know what I'm saying? This is all, we're just trying to make it all easy for everybody to do it in one place, and here goes Danny. We found those guys good pops. No, you found those guys because of the madness, bro. It's madness. It's not Pops. It's all of you. Pops wouldn't be here for all of you. It's serious.
It's a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cracking the whip. Y'all doing just fine. Keep putting out content. Keep trying to help each other sell your books. That's what I'm doing, And I know you got. Is this the only thing you got going on other than the one you say you had something with your friends? But have you done stuff in the past yet, or is this like?
Yeah, actually.
4. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for 1, 2, and 3. Can people get back issues? Can you get copies? Is it?
I know I have. In my portfolio, I have a couple of things, but I also have Hardway Mountain, which is an extensive book that I've worked on in the past, and I can put that in the private comments if you'd like.
Well, I was asking because I saw you that said episode 4, and I'm wondering where you get episodes 1, 2, and 3.
Oh yeah, they were just scrolling through all that prior.
Okay, because us collectors, when we jump in like on issue 4, we like to go back and get 1, 2, and 3.
Where were you?
Yeah. So on. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, where were you, Pops? We were reading the first few issues, man, on the screen.
Well, I've been doing messaging on people on that side. I just, as a matter of fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it now. At 9:45, Mike Wheeler's coming out with a retailer. 9:45, Mike. Okay.
So far, I'm actually answering Danny's question. So far, for the LGBTQ community, It's been well received. I have a group that I go on with, and I have like a writing critique group, and they're all LGBTQ, and we're all very like inclusive and such. And so I tried to add as many characters as I can. Actually, in fact, speaking of that, I'll get to that in a second. But so like I have like a couple transgender individuals. I have a few other individuals that are non-binary, bisexual, things along those lines. So they all have an array of inclusion for the LGBT community. And I think thus far from what I've heard from them, they feel that it is a good representation of sort of that coupling of the question of faith in the midst of being LGBTQ.
Right on.
I've never heard anybody approach it from that aspect before. Like, how do you deal with compromising your faith or your inner feelings or whatever? I mean, that's a new it's new for me. It's a new concept. So it'll give people a different way of looking at it. The first show this morning, 1.4 thousand views.
Wow.
We're gonna reach. That's what we're trying to do. And right now we got quite a few people watching, man. So what can I tell you? They must have seen last night and gone, man, it's getting late. It's almost panel time, guys.
They're all excited.
No, they knew Tina was coming on, man.
Well, we were on till 2 a.m. last night.
No, I was a dead body in the morning.
It was amazing though that people. I mean, if there wasn't nobody watching, Larry and I could have just went in the backstage and argued all night long.
But he's good for that.
We had like 8-10 viewers just on the YouTube channel, So it's like we had to be there, Okay, Danny says he loves the art. Wants to know if you have prints.
I do have some prints on my Etsy that you can purchase.
He's just saying they have a large community representation there where he lives, and it just makes sense for him to try to get your book on the store shelf where he works. Sorry,
that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm gonna keep doing that because he represents your store so well that you just automatically go Danny Store. Your store, bro, but it's Danny Store.
You're either getting Danny a raise or fired.
No, man, I'm going to make Brandon some money. That's what we're going to do.
You're going to further the rivalry between Danny and Steve, and I'm all in on that. I'm with that.
Drop the link to the Etsy, please.
Okay, wait a minute. You drew this.
That is a cool mashup.
Oh,
you drew two of my favorite things.
That's why I figured a lot of people would really like that one.
That was actually from my brother. He asked for that.
I need this. That's so cool. And I gotta lean in. I just went
to add some more stuff to my prints.
I just went from artist, interviewer to fanboy geeking out at Scott Con right now. That's awesome.
Yay!
Even killed it with the rims. It's perfect.
I like the highlight contrast on that there in the car, man. That's really cool.
It pops off on the rims and in the windshield.
Right.
And the toning with everything on Devastator is just I could sit there and talk about this drawing for a couple hours. So.
Oh, actually, if you want, on my YouTube, I have the speed painting for that.
Now I'm not sleeping tonight. Great.
And what do you I'm taking that you worked on it digitally then?
Yes. So I use Photoshop.
Okay, Photoshop. Cool. And just what, do you use basic layers, or do you like to use blending options, or
so for like the rims and such, like all the glow effects are usually like a color dodge or a screen, and then any of the deeper shadows are usually like a multiply, and then I use the basic layers. I don't really do a lot of masking.
Overlay, you use screen and that. Do you use overlay a little bit for some of your
absolutely. Actually, all of Starfish Lover has like a ton of overlay.
Tina,
I kind of thought that when I was looking through it.
Tina, you just made some fans. Well, you know that. Come out and spend a half hour with this. You got Pete and Phil, Danny. You made some fans right here. They're paying attention. I want you to know we got Tobias in the background.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are stickers, right? I didn't even see the word.
Yes, yeah. So those are my snatitude. That's my snats on Etsy.
Now, let me ask you, because this is the next logical question for what's going on, especially now that none of us are doing shows right now. Are shows a thing for you, or like when shows come back, are you headed on the convention trail with your book and your stuff? Okay.
I'm hoping to. Yeah, I really would like to.
Because I can already see you at KatsuCon. I can already see you at NMA NYC. I can already see you in. There's a Creators Alley. There's and not that I want to whatever. The Awesome Con right in DC actually. The Artist Alley is deep, but there's also an LGBTQ Artist Alley.
Oh, is there really?
Yeah, at Awesome Con. So I would really suggest checking that out because. Yeah, you'd probably be sold out really fast there.
I would be down. What con is that? Is that
Awesome Con in DC?
Oval Con?
Awesome.
Awesome Con. Oh,
Yeah,
that's nice. That's easy to
Talk
remember.
about this is another awesome piece.
Yeah, that's a great piece too.
That's
so
a
the print.
Balrog. That's a
Yes, that's
Balrog.
Balrog.
Gandalf. That's if you don't know the Balrog, that's the Balrog.
I like how you played in the little silhouettes back in there, man. That's really neat.
So for the print version of this, that ring that you see there, I have a cricket. So what I do is I actually put a gold leaf overlay on that. So when you actually get the print, it's a textured
Nice
piece.
Tina, I just followed you on Twitter because Pops is right. You made a fan. Hit me. It's the same exact name as I have here on my thing. Hit me up at some point during the week, and I'll send you links to those artist alleys and stuff.
Yeah,
I would love that.
Because with the pandemic and everything, they rolled my table over, but some people couldn't roll over, so they're definitely looking to fill spots. Most shows.
You need to share this stuff in the group more too. I'm just telling you.
100%.
Share this stuff in the
This
group
needs
more.
to be everywhere. Like I'm not just blowing you up because I love your stuff. I love your stuff, and I love everybody's stuff that I've seen this weekend. But
Tina did us a solid, okay? She came out a little early because Tobias was late. And, people like that, man, people that are willing to help us out in the show, it's like they just gain forever love from CRoM Con.
Look, she put Transformers and General Lee together. I'm in.
Now I have to get back on schedule, guys. I got to give Tobias his 30 and be ready for Mike Wheeler and the retailer to come out and talk indie crowdfund. So stay tuned for this guy, Tina. This guy coming up next puts together some awesome pieces. And when you see what I'm talking about, you'll be like, yeah. And you won't want him to cut up your comics, but you'll dig what he does.
I know exactly who this is. Okay, yeah.
Me too.
So thank you so much for coming out. We'll let you know when we set up the Google Doc for
that's going to be probably Tuesday or Wednesday.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Perfect.
And
thank you so much.
And Tina, please follow me on Twitter as soon as you get a chance, and we'll chit chat.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and do that now since you followed me.
Welcome to the madness. You're one of us now. You're one of us now.
Whether you want to be or not.
I want to be. You ain't getting rid of me.
Cool. See you next time.
See you next time. Bye.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nice meeting you. Some great work. I love it. As soon as I get done running behind the background here, I'll go find your stuff for sure.
Cool.
Thank you so much. You all have a good night. I'll be here.
All right, awesome.
Oh.
Hi.
Hey, it's Tobias.
I'm in.
But he's here, baby. No, we wasn't gonna leave you hanging, dude. No way.
Well, thank you. I thought everybody was supposed to be hiding because of COVID, but the highway this weekend, they're lying.
Labor Day, man. Labor Day. Tobias, really quick before we start, Tobias, if you look behind me, you see the name of my studio there. We met last year.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do a cover for me.
Right. We met last year. You you spoke a lot with my business partner Brendan.
Yeah,
I'm the other fat guy in Fat Guy Inc. I'm like, I know that name. Why do I know that name? Wait a minute, I know who this is.
Dr. Chopper. That's right.
Yeah,
we were at EternalCon together.
EternalCon.
And then you guys are also at the Long Island Comic Book Expo.
Right, I was there.
Yep, and I'm hoping that one's pulled off in November, but we'll see.
This coming November?
It's both November 1st. He still hasn't officially called it. You don't think so?
I love showing this dude stuff off.
Okay, cool. You guys got that.
So guys, a little later, we'll chat onto the side, and we'll chat about the cover.
Yeah, I'd love to.
He's got your Facebook, and I got your .com. Look at that.
You guys are just on the ball. I'll just sit here and fangirl out over his stuff.
Well, that's actually my personal one, so you got a lot of goofy stuff on there too. But
this is the real deal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the personal one I try and keep clean because we don't want to make enemies on Facebook. That's real easy, right, Pops?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing about it. You know what I do know, though? This one right here, this Wolverine.
Yep.
That is one of my favorite books, and I actually have the designer box with the claw cut in it. It's right down there. Right down there. Right there.
Nice.
That's one of my favorite covers, man.
That one is hanging up at my friend Chris Fanion's house right now. He's also a huge Wolverine fan, and that one I made about a week before a show that he went to, and at the show he came in and said, "Take it off your rack. It's mine."
So if anybody has one, they want me to like look. I mean,
I actually just did a popped version of that cover and had Sam De La Rosa sign it.
Ooh.
He loved it. He actually has. I made him a little 8x10 of that, and he has that in his office. That Batgirl, that was a great cover. I'm glad I didn't cut the cover of that Batgirl because that's a very expensive book now.
Yeah.
That one had the full book in it, and somebody down in Texas purchased that from me on my Etsy shop.
Cool.
I love Josh Middleton's covers. I think they're so pretty.
Look at that. That's nice.
Deathlock, yep. That one's an earlier one because the earlier ones I'm only using one color. Really, I'm not really. I've kind of grown now to where I'm using multiple colors. I have to change some. Now you're going through my website. I realize I got to update my website.
That's how that happens, bro.
I know. It's actually, I'm looking, every single one of those pieces is gone.
Then yeah, you need to update the website, dude, for sure.
I'm liking this all-star squadron one that I'm looking at, man.
Here, I'm going to paste in. That's my Etsy page, and my Etsy page right now has my current, my current what I actually have, my current inventory.
Let's see. This one, and dropped it. Let me.
You got it, Pops?
Oh, yeah. I put it in the private chat.
I got it.
You got it?
Got it. I got it. Got it.
Everybody's got it.
This is one I just recently did. We got Sergeant Rock. It's what I call a Kodachrome kaleidoscope, where I put multiple comic covers. And for some reason, there was that full frame Sergeant Rock. I said, I got to keep that.
Oh, you got people liking it. You got people liking it, for sure.
I definitely do. I actually, that Conan, man. Look at that Barry Smith.
Man, that's nice. I had to stop on that one for a minute.
That one is just, I love that. I love that Barry Smith cover. And it's interesting because that's actually a reprint. It was actually came out in, I forget the name of it. Something like Savage Tales, I think, originally.
So for those of you watching, please tune in to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button, please. trying to build the YouTube channel. We're real strong everywhere else, but we need that support on the YouTube channel for Indie Comics Cast.
Like, subscribe, and follow.
114 subscribers. I think, didn't we start with 96 Friday night?
I think 94.
Oh, well, look at that.
So,
look at what the Madness and CRoM Con did. Yeah, buddy. I'm going to pat myself on the pat you on the back. I'm going to pat everybody on the back for that one. But I actually have a question for Tobias. It was,
yes, sir.
Because we've shared a few con floors, and I remember I know we talked a lot and we chatted and we chit-chatted about this, that thing. So it was really cool, the normal con chit-chat, this, that thing. But I did notice one thing that some people were chit-chatting about as they passed by and looked at your stuff, and you had a great answer for it. And that's why I'm going to bring it up again. Yeah, and I know you hear this all the time, I'm sure. It's like, oh my God, he cut up all those books. And I'm sitting there, I thought about it too, but
me and him had that talk a long time ago.
There's reprints and stuff, and there's this and this color copying and whatever. But Tobias, you have a really good answer to that.
Was it the I just made your book that much more valuable?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Or I'm trying to think, because I'm a student of Groucho Marx, so I always try and come up with great witty comebacks. Another one is that, well, you would have passed by where I found it at the comic shop anyway.
Because I know I was talking with the buddy, we had seen a YouTube video about going to the comic shop, going into the 10-cent bin, grabbing a bunch of random stuff and making a coffee table like that, and then the urethane and everything like this. And that's fun for the man cave or something. But what you got going on here is definitely on the scale of art. You've created a different art form with an existing art form, which is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. I think that takes some creativity to not only, because you're not just making your own thing with your own vision, but you're still paying homage and respect to the original.
Very much so. I mean, I just like all of us, I grew up loving this artwork, loving the covers, loving the interiors, the stories. And when my wife told me I had to decorate my office, the first thing that I thought of was it would be really cool to see some of this interior work along with just the covers. But then when you go, they have the metal signs that are just the covers or just things. And so I kind of started, I took a Marvel Team Up number 50 with Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, and I did a whole piece with it. It was definitely nowhere. I was using much different materials, and I was, it was my first time, but I had a friend come over and say, "Man, that's awesome. Make me one." And then after the third or fourth friend came over and said, "Man, that's awesome. Make me one." I was like, wait a minute here.
You're onto something there.
So, and then the fellow who bought that Wolverine piece actually was the fellow who said to me, I don't like that you're cutting up comics, but I like what you're doing. But he says, I have a comic that I would love, but I wouldn't want it cut.
Tobias, and then, how far, where are you at, regionally?
I'm in Connecticut.
Dang, if you're closer, I'd give you a whole long box of coverless old stuff, dude.
Well, where are you at, Pops?
Michigan.
I'll be out there.
All right. I've got, like I said, I got a whole crap load of coverless books, older stuff.
Oh, I love that, because the coverless books are how I make this Harley, which is what I call a legacy. So that's what he said. He said, I'd love it that you wouldn't cut up the whole book. So I ended up putting the books in a 2mm Mylar sleeve and then putting them on a nice backing board. So you have the collectability of the book.
Yep.
And, as well as then you have some of the story in the interior. And those coverless books are exactly what I always look for, but a lot of times, I'm in dollar bins and, you come up with a nice 20-cent Thor, and you sit there and you say, oh, wow, that's really great. And then there happens to be 2 in that same dollar box.
Oh, hold on. Stay there. Don't move.
So I ended up...
Wait a minute. What number is that? I can't see it. It's a little blurry.
Number 217.
217. I got to make sure I got that or not.
And so now one of these is going to be the donor, and the other one's going to be put in. I'm going to look at it, see which one looks better, and figure that out. But even I like this one, Sweet Christmas. You know, and
That's
this is
phenomenal.
It's a nice old one, but you know, if you look up on the top here, it's roached.
Right? Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so a collector's going to look at that and say, oh, I don't want that in my collection. It's roached. It's beat. But I love it. It's still great artwork. And, so this will make a really cool piece.
I'm going to infuriate a couple people and do a little mini commercial for you really fast. I would prefer to have a piece like you have with the two Thors or the Harley Quinn, the book, and then the donor book having the cutouts. I would prefer to have a piece like that over something that's CGC graded.
Well, thank you. I'm going to put that on my website.
Yeah, do that. You can quote me on that. That's my own personal opinion as the type of collector that I am, or I like to display the stuff I have. Like if I had a cool issue of a book that I have two of, and one's a reader and one's a keeper. Yeah, you know what? Put the keeper behind glass and then cut up the reader so that we can, show it off a little bit like that in a really dynamic way like this. I'm not a huge CGC person. I know I'm in the minority on that one, but there's two of us. Yes, thank you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris is one of my biggest fans too. He sends many lambs to the slaughter. But
I gotta be a CBCS fan because they're partnered up. They're one of our fulfillment.
No, I said CGC.
CrowdFund.com. So CBCS.
I said CGC.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
Comics grading.
Since we're talking about grading companies, I got to throw a plug for the one we're from Philly.
CBD?
Yeah, no, CBD is a whole different. CBD is a whole different company. That's a whole different show.
Hey,
okay, all right.
But the other thing too is in my legacy collages, I never seal it up. But you could actually, in turn, open it up, unflap the Mylar, take the book out, get it signed, put it back in again. Or read it. Whereas in a slab, sometimes, if you crack the slab, you're done. So that's another nice way to kind of keep it. And the other thing is I usually put them so that they're pressed against the glass. Right. So in a way, it's almost like if you have them in there for a year or two, you're getting a nice, long, low pressure pressing. Somebody said they liked the Superman Shazam piece here.
Yes, Patrick Lord. Patrick Lord likes the Superman Shazam.
You know what this is from? This is from the Treasury edition. Remember the Superman versus Shazam, the big one?
The big one?
This is the centerfold.
Nice.
So I did a piece with it. I think I showed her off last time I was on.
Yeah.
And then, so this is, this was part of the cutting room floor, so to speak. And I made a piece just with this. It's just so awesome. There's pieces of comics that, I make what are called Mighty Minis.
Yep.
So these guys here. And I'm able to kind of, just little bits of dialogue, little funny things that I see. I just kind of I don't want to lose them, Also, when I make the Kodachrome kaleidoscopes, like that Sergeant Rock there, with the Marvels, you get the awesome corner boxes. And I do these little pieces with the corner boxes, too, because that's fun. Chris has the Chris who commented before, he's got me working hard on one. He's got, he wants Thor, Throg, and Beta Ray Bill corner boxes.
There you go.
I know that's right up your alley there, Pops.
Yeah, I have all those corner boxes represented in my collection, with no doubt.
Hey, we lost Pete.
Pete? That's okay. He's probably got dogs let out or something. As a matter of fact, I got one standing up there by my door barking. Bill, take this for a second. You got this, Bill?
Okay, sure.
Let me show you this guy. So these guys are not on my website because I can't safely send them. So, but this is what I call this the Treasury edition size collage. And this one I love because this is kind of the Supermobile, and then you got the commercial on the bottom, which is kind of a lot of fun.
Nice. Well, Pops gets back, we'll have to look at that one again so we can put that full screen on there.
Oh, for sure. That's right. You don't have that power.
I can only share the screen that I've got on right now. I can't do that one.
I got to say, I like I just know you through your emoticon, but you look like something I would have seen at a Black Crowes concert about 15 years ago.
And that was probably me.
Hey, did you read the book by Steve Gorman, by the way?
No, I did not. How was it?
I know it's not comic related, it's music related, but man, he deals it dirty about the Black Crowes, and it's amazing. If you're a Black Crowes fan, I cannot give it more than 2 thumbs up. I mean, it's an amazing read into that band.
A lot to do with the brothers and all those issues.
Oh my gosh, you think the Gallagher brothers are crazy, man? You read about the Robinson brothers, they're nuts.
Yeah, I've heard some of it, man.
Yeah. That's cool. And you know what? Speaking of music, I actually have some rock and roll comics I'm going to start doing these with.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I dig that.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool looking at you going through here.
In another life, I was a musician for a while.
Really?
Before I got into doing comics, I was gigging.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you play?
I do vocals, and I had to pick up a little bit of keys and synth because the guys they're like, you can pull this off, and we need to fill in some things, and I ended up doing that too for a while.
Nice. So when you played the Rush covers, you would come in handy for the little parts.
The simpler stuff though. Like I said, I am not a keyboard player or a synth player, but I can fill in stuff and I know notes. But you're not gonna get a Tedeschi out of me or something like that.
I always say that I'm a professional yodeler, and I'm only called in whenever somebody covers Hocus Pocus by Focus.
Oh yeah, Hocus. Nice pull, man.
Man, where did Pops have to go to let that dog out?
Oh, I don't know.
I think did he go to the neighbor's house? Pops, did you go to the neighbor's house to let that dog out?
No, I had to go chase him back in too. Look, you got 2 huskies and you let them out. You live out in the boonies and you got 2 huskies and you let them out. They don't come back in on the
No, I'm sure. And,
okay, now
and you're in Michigan, so you can throw them on a sled and take them for a ride.
Now,
that's our boy Mike Wheeler. He wants Uncanny X-Men Volume 1, number 541, Cyclops quote.
Definitely, I'm going to definitely message you, Mike. We'll get that going for you.
Hey, Pops, can you full screen? We were since I couldn't do it. We want to see this piece that he's got right here.
So, I am showing off this piece here. This is what I call a Treasury Edition 3D comic collage. So these are 20 by 20, so I cannot send them through the mail with them getting to anybody in one piece.
Right.
So these are only available either by picking them up for me or having me, meeting me at a show. But this is one I did with the Supermobile. Because everybody knows Superman needs a machine to fly around in.
Yeah.
Oh, when he's fired.
Pretty much.
And then what I did is I added in the Corgi ad to it to show the reason why they did that. But
see,
one
now,
of my
I used to have a lot of Corgi collectible die-cast cars, so that's kind of cool. I like that.
It is great. I mean, I know there's folks that do collect both, and I know that this would be a fun little crossover. What I really love right here is, which leads me to deduce it is constructed of supermanium. That's right. There is an element called supermanium. Supermanium? Yes, the strongest metal ever created. So strong, in fact, only Superman's heat vision can soften the substance.
Fantastic. Now, Tobias, along those lines, I have 2 questions. First one is, your average piece, on average, how long does it take from Genesis to final product? How long does it usually take on average?
If the comic is, okay, let's say one of these sizes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
If it's an original one with just the cover mounted and then the interior, and the comic's good, about an hour and a half.
Oh wow!
The comic's not good, about 45 minutes. Something like this with the pop cover, like this beautiful Terry Dodson Black Cat. So it involves doing a lot more cutting and stuff. That takes me about 2 to 3 hours, again, depending on how good the comic is.
Right. Okay. Now the other question for me now, because I would like. I'll put it to the question is this: we could do if let's say I'm the anime guy in the room. So let's say I wanted to do a manga or like a Pokemon comic book or something like that. Totally possible. Yes or no?
Of course. I just did a manga. Actually, I just sent out, and the person's birthday is tomorrow. So I'm not going to say what it is in case somebody's watching.
Fair.
But it was a Japanese manga book, and though the cover and everything was smaller, I put it into one of these size frames and was able to kind of put in, because of course the stories also are much more involved in a manga. So they picked out a part of the story they really liked that I was able to put in there. So
and you work from right to left on those, right?
Oh God, I cannot tell you how many times I was kind of flipping because I knew that in my head, but I'm still naturally going left to right, and then I'd be like, oh crap, the story goes this way.
Yeah, we may definitely need to have a conversation about that thing because that sounds like a good gift idea for somebody I know.
I'd love to do it. I mean, I actually, when I send them out, I send them all boxed. I send them all boxed, ready to go with a message and everything. So I mean, I definitely can wrap them up.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Once travel restrictions are over, I'm on Long Island, so I have no problem jumping on the ferry.
That's a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah,
for
taking a quick ferry ride over, grabbing some hot dogs, and picking it up personally.
Yeah, well, where do you go for your hot dogs? Say Super Duper.
Read my mind. You read
best hot dog in the country, my friend.
Absolutely is. It is fantastic.
I actually worked with Gary on the truck for a summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to in another life. I was a radio DJ.
Okay, there you go. All right.
I met him through WPLR. I used to work on the morning show with Smith and Barber. It was called.
If you're north enough on Long Island, you can catch that.
Yes, not anymore because they haven't been on for years. But yeah, and so I met him on that. They actually sent me and him to a singles weekend in the Poconos as a goof, and we're the only two non-Jewish guys at a Jewish singles weekend in the Poconos. And so you can say we got to do a lot of bonding because nobody wanted to bother with us.
This is all fair.
And ended up getting myself a job for a summer, and he taught me how to cook on the grill, and he puts his heart and soul into everything.
Yeah, you can tell too. It's fantastic stuff. It's always a good reason to get out to Connecticut. I wish we try to map our way when we're going to Boston or Canada. Like, let's go through Connecticut and get some hot dogs.
We'll go over to Fairfield, then come back up to New York Highway.
Can you GPS some of those over to me?
Well, I will tell you, anytime you're coming through, I'd love to meet you for a dog.
Yeah, there you go.
And that might not be too long from now. I've been coerced into coming out east again because I work with a couple companies out that way. One in Staten Island and another one over in Connecticut.
We don't count Staten Island as New York.
Well, okay. Oh. All right. Well, in the area.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. That's fine. No, but okay. I want because I've been asking this, and I know we're getting close on time, but really quickly, Tobias. I know I talked to you about this at the con, but I haven't talked about it with all these guys. Where did it come from? Why did you decide? Yeah, screw it. I'm cutting up comic books.
Well, as I said before, it was my wife told me I had to decorate my office. I'm a videographer by trade. So I have clients coming in, and it's just empty white walls. And this was back in 2015. Okay. And she said, and so I wanted to do some comic book stuff. And I went to Hobby Lobby, and the metal signs and what was there did not appeal to me. and I wanted to see interiors. I wanted to see dialogue, like wonderful classic lines like Supermanium. I mean, it's and then I started working with materials that were like Mod Podge yellows.
I love that stuff.
Yeah,
it's great, but it's somebody's going to drop some money down to and then it yellows in 6 months. They're going to come back and say you sold me a lemon. So I actually sat with a preservationist, and she kind of helped me to guide to find the right adhesives and things to use so that these things have some longevity.
That's fantastic.
And I always tell folks too. I said if something happens, please let me know because I won't know unless you tell me. And then now that some of these are now, getting on 4 or 5 years old, I tell them, bring it to me. I will definitely try and fix it. If not, I'll make it right. You know what I mean? I want to know in case something happens. I want to know so I can figure out what I need to do.
Customer service.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's important.
Absolutely.
Unlike some comic companies where you order from them and then you don't get your books for 6 months and then they ghost you.
It happens. They happen.
On that note of customer service, it's time for us to take a trip into the area of serving the indie community. And Tobias, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you for flip flopping me. Sorry I was late. I'm glad we were able to do this.
Look, tell Tina thank you. She's still watching.
Yes, Tina, thank you so much.
She was more than happy to move up in your spot, give you time to get home, dude. That's what we do, man. We all pick each other up, right?
Well, thank you. I just want to let everybody know CRoM Comic Shop, CODAKHROME. You always see me in the madness. I'm posting my stuff. You're blessed me with being able to share it in the madness. I thank you very much for that, Pops. Anytime. And once these shows start getting rolling again, Pete, I look forward to seeing you.
I'm going to toss you a message in a little bit about the cover and whatever else it is we got to take care of, okay? I'll do that on Instagram. I'll do that on Instagram.
Yeah, that sounds great. And Phil, I hope to see you at a concert sometime soon, man.
I'm always there. It's always great talking with you, man. I love seeing your work. And yeah, let me know when you get those when you start working on those the rock and roll covers that you're talking about.
I definitely will. I got a Guns N' Roses and a Metallica that are first up. So.
Oh, a Metallica.
Yeah, remember the old rock and roll comics?
Yeah.
I'll be doing some stuff with those. You can definitely, if you follow my Instagram, my Facebook, I'm always posting what I'm doing. So
awesome.
And there you
Thank you guys.
Mike Wheeler, Tobias CRoM. Mike said he wants to talk to you about getting one. So there you go, guy. I like to make sure my people meet, man.
Definitely, Mike. I'll hook you up, man.
Yeah, man, that's really cool what you do, man. I really like your stuff. I'm pretty sure I have seen you at a couple of Comic Cons too that you've done this at. I'm pretty sure.
I've been to Louisville is like the farthest I've been.
Right.
Usually mostly in the New York area and New England area. I was supposed to do Heroes Con this year, but that got moved.
Didn't you do Big Apple one year?
I did, yes.
Yeah, that's where I met you. Is at Big Apple?
$1,000 postage stamp.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was a great show though. But my gosh, if it was happening in the times of COVID now, I'd probably come in a hazmat suit.
Right.
Because we were so packed in there.
Yeah, it's a very small venue.
Phil, if you want to share screen to indiecrowdfund.com and get that ready for when we're ready to pull that up, I'd appreciate it.
Awesome. I look forward to doing a piece with you, man. I definitely love to. Every time I do an X-Men piece, it usually doesn't hang around long. So
I love that Cyclops quote, man, where he said, "Plan B, there is no Plan B." That implies I only have 26.
Nice. We can definitely do a piece revolving right around that quote for sure.
I like the one where Thor knocks Superman down and knocks Clark Kent down, and then he helps him back up.
From Thor 341?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, if I was going to do one, that's the one I'd do.
I have that in my shop right now. I have that one, Pops. You can buy it.
That's the one, bro, right there.
I got it. I'll send you a link so you can see it.
We're not buying anything till after the wedding, bro. That's
all right.
I gotta be, gotta be frugal right now.
I understand. It's a hard time for many of us at this time.
Oh, it's not a hard time. It's just, my son's getting married. He's gonna be short if we spend money right now.
Well, the beautiful part is looking is free. So I'll send you the link and you can just look at it for free.
After the next con, then back to business, buddy.
So one quick question, Pop, before I go.
All right.
Being a Michigan guy, what's the con I should be looking at for Michigan when they all start again?
Well, I'm sure Detroit's the big one, but Grand Rapids is the one you're most likely to meet Pops.
Grand Rapids? I've heard lots of good things about Grand Rapids.
We've been to it once, my son and I, and now that I know all the Indie Bowl people and everything, they've all said really good things about the people that put that one together. So that's kind of like what I consider our home con right now, and probably the first place I'd do a CRoM Con from the floor of.
Nice.
Motor City is a good show, but you're going to make more money at Grand Rapids.
There you go.
I like that. See, that's the hardest part. And I mean, you guys we all know this as comic people that, when you're putting in your travel, your hotel, the booth, everything else. Like somebody asked me, why don't you do New York Comic Con? I said, because I don't want to pay them to do a con.
It's all about the ratio. See, I'm really a little heartbroken about losing New York Comic Con this year because it definitely is my Super Bowl. But I think it's different. It's just different for everybody. Whatever fits your ratio better. Because for you, a hotel, blah blah blah. New York Comic Con, I actually get to sleep at home.
Well, I could probably sleep at home too. My problem is that I don't have a group of Chinese in my basement here helping me make these.
Right.
So I can only make so many.
New York City Comic Con is a great show as long as you're not in Artist Alley, because that walk will kill you.
I'm always on the vendor floor.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to do it is get a vendor booth, because you do not want to be in the garage.
The first year we did it, we were in small press for a little while, and then last year we moved to a 10x10 because they changed small press, and I couldn't. I mean, obviously we're rolled over for next year, but I couldn't not be. For most shows, I prefer to be on the vendors floor.
Yeah,
that's where I met Code. It's where I met Tobias.
I actually really one show that I've done that I really enjoy is Terrificon at the Mohegan Sun.
Yep, I've heard great things about that.
And it's very comic centered, which I love.
Yeah, the Indiana Comic Con is actually really good too. There's a lot of money there. The biggest money show we ever did was San Francisco. I mean, there was more money at that show than I've ever seen in my life.
I was supposed to do Indiana this year, and then it got nixed from COVID, so I'm hoping to do that one again. There's a lot of great shows I was going to do this year. This was going to be my year to kind of break out in New England and New York. And
I hear you, man. I hear you on that one.
It was like, bah!
Wait, which one in Indiana were you guys talking about?
The Indiana Comic Con. It's in Indianapolis.
Oh, the Indianapolis one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm in that area. I'm about
to San Francisco.
I'm about 2.5 hours away from Indy, so yeah, they have that, and they have PopCon there, Indy PopCon, and yeah, they have a lot of good shows there actually.
I'm looking forward to hopefully getting back in for Indiana for this time, when they do it again. I was going to do Youngstown, which I've heard great things about. It's a smaller show.
Youngstown is a good show from what I've been told.
Yeah, and it's
Fort Wayne Fantasticon, man, is a pretty good mid-sized one. You'll have to check out.
Fantasticon, okay.
That's the one that I've tabled out there. That was one of my first tabling.
Bless you.
Areas that I went to. It was pretty.
I tried to hit the mute button, didn't make it.
It happens. It happens, man.
Awesome. Well, that's awesome. I know the Heroes Con I was really excited about doing as well. I heard that's a great show down in the Carolinas.
When I shoot you a message later, Tobias, I'll because I had a list of shows from this year too. We were supposed to do at least 40 this year, local and some bigger ones. We do a lot of small stuff just because it's small stuff really works for us. But again, apples and oranges, But I'll send you a couple links too.
Well, it's funny because even small shows, I do this show in Concord, New Hampshire, the Little Giant Comics, old school comic show. But he curates such a great list.
Yep.
You got we had people in COVID traveling from Pennsylvania and Delaware to come to the show.
Yep.
You know, so I mean,
there's a lot of small shows that are just, you wouldn't think it, but they're absolutely phenomenal. They're like even out here, we do a lot of the libraries do shows.
Yeah,
and they're phenomenal. So
I do much better at the smaller ones and have a lot more fun. It seems a lot of times.
There's a really good small show in Vegas ran by friends of mine, Chandler and Sharon. They own Desert Wind. They're a grading fulfillment company. They work with CBCS and CGC, but it's called the Great American Con. If you guys get a chance, I mean, Chandler and Sharon, they're really, really, really big on creators and very heavily focused in the indie community. You'd love them.
Awesome. Well, I know. Is that a one-day show or?
No, it's 3 days now. It started out as a one day.
That sounds good because you know what? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and to do a con out there.
Yep.
That's I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Send me a message about this so I can check that out too.
Sure.
I'm in.
Awesome. All right. I don't want to take any more time. It's great meeting you, Mike, Pops, Pete, and
Thanks,
Phil.
sir.
Guys, thank
Good
you
to
so
see you
much.
again.
Thanks for coming out, Tobias.
All right, guys.
Take it easy.
See you later.
Right.
Cool.
And now
So yeah, the plan was I was gonna have one of our retailers come on and talk to you guys a little bit, but I'm not sure he's gonna be able to make it. Sent him a message and he said he's gonna try. So pay attention, see if he shows up. He's got one other person in his store right now, so they got 12 people in there shopping, and he's the only one besides his employee.
No problem. I just threw it out in the chat. If anybody has any questions, they can fire away, right? You know?
Right. You know, and my goal today is kind of trying to remove hesitation from people's minds, and kind of dispel that, because there shouldn't be any hesitation in regards to using the platform, because I mean it's a community project, and that's how we grow this, is by standing up and joining forces and saying this is the future.
Mike, what I want to ask, does it cost them anything to set up a campaign?
No.
Doesn't cost you anything unless you're selling books, right?
Right. And even then it doesn't cost you anything because people are buying your books.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is there's no risk to this.
No, zero.
Nobody holds your money. If you don't sell nothing, you don't sell nothing. It takes the time to set up a campaign.
Right.
If you sell books, you're making money. And if you don't, it didn't cost you nothing to try. Help us get some books up here for the retailers to look at. Make a campaign. It doesn't even matter, right? If it doesn't cost you anything to set up a campaign, where is the negative?
Yeah, I mean, it's more exposure. It's putting more eyes on your product, on your IP. Doesn't everybody want that?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, just go set up a little campaign with a couple of retailer tiers. Let them see what you're offering.
Hey, I've already been starting to talk to a couple of the companies I work with and sending them your way. We'll see how that goes. But
I mean, it's just common sense. And I would understand if Mike was saying, okay, you got to pay me this much to set up on my platform. Then I'd understand you guys sitting back going, I don't know about that. I'm going to pay money and not get nothing.
Yeah.
You're not paying nothing to not get nothing if you don't get nothing. You see what I'm saying? It don't cost you nothing, but how long does it take to set up a campaign? I sit this chair all day for you guys. You can set up a campaign. You see what I'm saying? You could take the 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever, and set up a campaign. I sit in this chair all day to promote for you guys. Show me that what I'm doing means something to you. Set up a little campaign on this site. Let's get it launched. It's for you guys. Come on.
If I had a book, I'd do it right now. I just don't have a book right now.
I'm just saying.
Right.
I've even been trying to think of ways we can use make it so that comic-related things can still be sold anyway. Not even just comics. As there's a way to crowdfund something somebody wants to produce, if it's something you want to produce and people are willing to get behind it. And
actually, I'll throw the first question up at Mike. because and this is what and I'm going to ask you as a creator. I do have 2 titles that I actually had a long conversation with Pops and Raj about this like 3 or 4 CRoM Cons ago about how I took my book, I self-published first a couple years ago, then I hit some really tough spots with it, so I took everything back and I want to redo the art and blah blah blah. Those are with those books. However, eventually, and it's not going to happen in 2020. 2021 for sure, though. I want to put out an art book, just basically a pinup book. But I want to put out an art book, and then speaking with some guys and things like that, it's definitely going to be a hardcover and some other things and some collected stuff. But it's going to be an art book. I'm going to be completely honest with you, and I'll ask you if it's a fit. Indie crowdfund sounds like the place where I want it to go, because it's not just because Kickstarter does, if I had, a fart machine, I could sell it on Kickstarter. I'm like, I kind of don't want to be there. Indiegogo, okay, cool. I'm not even going to get into any of that. But this, first off, and then I said this before to someone because I talked to you and Mindy. I'm like, first off, it's mom and pop. I can talk to the guy who's in charge of it, right? I can message him and be like, hey, let me ask you a question, first off. And secondly, it's comics. So I'm doing something comic, like Pop said, comic related, but maybe not exactly an indie comic book, but it's still something like that I could do. Like
okay, so hold up. We have to dispel one thing. It's not like you're going to get a list of retailers and you can get a hold of them.
Well, that's Danny's question. That's separate from what I was just asking right now. I was asking.
Let me finish.
Danny's asking a different question from what I'm asking right now.
I know. I just answered what you. I'm just dispelling that whole myth right now.
Okay.
That
I'm not talking about a myth.
That book is fine to put up on.
Pete, go ahead with your question, please.
Would my book? I'm asking Mike. Would my book fit? Would something like that, an artist who wanted to put out an art book, fit on indiecrowdfund.com? That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Of course. It's no different than saying, hey, can I put up a portfolio of my work? I'm turning it into a book, but it's all comic art and it's all comic related. I mean, of course you can.
Why I jumped in, Pete, is because you said, hey, I want to message the guy and say, yo, and I'm saying you can't do that with the retailers on this site. You can't message.
No, I think you get confused, Pops. That's not what you were saying at all.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying if I had a question, I can either go to the Facebook group or I could message Mike. Hey, Mike, what am I doing?
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why we made the creator support group, was so that everybody can do this. That's kind of why we're having this right here, so that everybody understands their input is valuable, and we want to know any questions they have, any suggestions they have, make it better. But art, comic art, and art, Pete, that's what we're doing. I mean, that's what we're doing all the way through. The whole thing. It's about you guys and your art. And even if you're not doing a comic book, if you're building some kind of a crowdfunding book that you want to sell to people, that's exactly what we're doing here. Now,
did you have any other questions, Pete? I mean, I'm here. I'm more than happy to answer any of them.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted, Pete.
I'm still making the art right now, so no. But I'm sure 1 or 2 will pop up, and I'll shoot you a message.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll take it like that. Because right now I'm not even. I'm still basically at formula right now because I'm dealing with. I got really slowed down with my dad being sick and then me getting sick, so I'm in a holding pattern right now.
Right.
But yeah, I'll definitely hit you up, and that's either way. Whether it's going to be my comic book or my art book, this is the way I would go because it's just got more for me as a creator.
Well, that's the whole thing, Pete. We're going to push what you're doing too.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
You have your own. You have a huge format for that. Now,
real quick, I'm going to message Mike and see if he's going to be able to make it.
Now, Danny's question. This is a simple one, Danny. It's like the retailer is going to go look at the creator, and the creator's offering whatever they're offering. Okay. The discount will be different for different creators for different quantities because everybody's going to try and set up what works for them. But I need them to also remember that you got to set that up for retailers in a way where they're going to be able to make a buck too. Now, if you think your book is worth $8 going off the shelf and it costs $4 for you to have it printed, you got to split that extra $4 with the other guy, or you guys need to split the shipping and the profit. You see what I'm saying? It's like you guys need to work that stuff out.
But still, I mean, I think people are focusing on too much of this is the new way of doing things, and they're forgetting the fact that they can still do things the old way too.
Yes.
There is no difference between using our platform and using one of the other two. Absolutely zero difference. You can still crowdfund traditionally.
The only difference is that they have this huge crowd of people that know where to go.
People are zeroing in, I think, on the fact that we're saying, guess what? For the retailers, you're going to have to lower your prices. And they get so fixated on that they can't find their nose from their face.
And they don't
they're
realize
like, oh, well, I'm going to lose money. I'm going to lose money. Or I'm going to be without money. And they're not realizing the fact that they have a fan base that's going to follow them wherever they go.
Yes.
That's just a fact. Because Kickstarter's not promoting your stuff. Indiegogo's not promoting your stuff. You don't pay them to do that. They're not getting paid to do that. What it is you came out with one Kickstarter, you were relatively successful, and then all these people told their friends, and now you get on your second Kickstarter more people because they're going to Kickstarter's website and they're typing in your name, and then they're backing your project. But if you tell all of your backers, hey, look, I'm using this platform now,
that's where they're going to go.
That's where they're going to go.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to go. I got you, Niobe. I'm getting it. Hold on. Trying to find you, dude. I talked to so many people during the day that you get like buried. I haven't talked to you since last night. You got buried in the feed. There you are, like 30 people down. That's how many people I talked to today since I talked to Larry last night. There you go, bro. He wants to come out and get in another spitting match. I ain't gonna do it tonight though.
Oh no.
Get out the way. Watch this. See, I sit back here and not say nothing. See?
What?
Come on. What are we going to do? You want me to show this? What?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Here we go. What do you want to look at, Mike? What do you want to look at?
Well, I mean, just...
Where'd it go?
The boobs campaign. I mean, come on.
You want to look at what? The boobs campaign. Oh, John.
Yeah, I mean, it's everyone's sitting back, waiting for proof. They're like, give me some kind of substantiation. Well, there it is.
Look at Joe's question right here. Do creators need to reach out to retailers? No. The site is bringing the retailers to see the books the creators put on the site.
Right. What we do is we partnered up with ComicsCast, which is owned by Joe. He should know this. And they're supposed to be doing previews. Joe, you're supposed to be doing previews.
Joe, previews. It's not Joe. It's
and
not Joe.
These previews are going to be email blasted out to the retailers.
Up here, Phil. Campaigns.
What? Yeah.
Up there where it says campaigns, I think. Is that where the previews are?
Yes, it's I put it under Getting Started, I believe.
It's under which?
Getting Started.
Okay.
Previews by ComicsCast. But it doesn't go to anywhere because Joe hasn't done it.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're waiting on that to happen. I've introduced Joe today to a nice gentleman called Brian, and Brian's going to be using ComicsCast to kind of put this stuff together for Joe and kind of make this stuff go full circle here. But I mean, if the retailers are going to see anything, they're going to need a previews guide. I mean, it's just common sense, right? How are they going to know what's on the site if no one tells them?
Hey, I know that book. No, I was finishing up some colors for one of his covers.
Yeah, and you can see all the campaigns if you go to campaigns, new releases. And we also spoke with another creator today. So, I mean, things are looking up. We just need a couple of people who have some really cool projects to put their foot in the water and take the jump. That's really what it's going to take. It's going to take a couple of guys with a nice set of balls to stand up and say, "This is what we're doing."
Yeah, and look, it's just like Mike said. Your fans are going to go where you're at.
That's it.
Your fans are going to go wherever you're at. That's just the bottom line. And when they get there, and you got fulfillment partners that are going to make it smooth, man.
And it's cheaper. It's cheaper than Indiegogo. It's cheaper than Kickstarter.
And you can set up them high-tier multi tchotchke things and make all that giant money that you have to pay everybody to get all the tchotchkes sent to you and mail them all out and all that. Or you can set up a bare bones, retailer campaign and just see what your book can do in their eyes. You have options and options and options. Options. Where else do you have these kind of options, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and it's open-ended. You can create your campaign for however long you want it. You can set it to be on demand, so it acts like a store. If anyone could point out a downside, I would be very intrigued to hear what it would be.
The only downside to it is that we don't have 1 million people that know about it. Help us out. Help us out.
And then they're like, but I don't want to use it until everybody knows about it. But I don't want to help make everybody know about it.
Yeah, help us out. Bring your fans. Put your book up there. Bring your fans, and they will know.
Yeah, it's a team effort, and it's not going to get done by itself.
I don't even want to sound stupid because you just probably got most of your money back or some of your money back or whatever. But Mike put money out of pocket to build this for you guys. Nobody gave him any money to build this for you guys. He and Wendy went out of pocket to build this for you guys. It's like give them a little, throw them a little bone, help them out here because they built it for you, and it's going to be better for you, all of you.
And it's better for Mindy. That's another reason I built it. And if I've got my wife using it, you can tell how much I've got invested in it. I believe in it that much.
They put their money in it, and then they brought somebody like me on board. I don't know what you're thinking, Mike. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, you have your brilliant moments too.
I do my best, man, and I do it in the service. I do it in the service of the comic community.
And that's what counts.
This CRoM Con and all this, dudes. I do all this for you. I sure as hell wouldn't be getting behind this indie crowdfund if I didn't think it was going to work for you. Look at how much time I put in for you guys every day. Every day. I do all this for you, and now it's become something where if your book is up on our site, we're going to talk about you. As a matter of fact, I do have somebody whose book is up on the site right now who'd be more than willing to come out and talk about it. I guarantee it.
Who is that?
Alan Johnson. If you're going to play it, you got to turn it up, bro.
Oh, I was just having it in the background while you guys were talking. I was just keep. Do you guys want me to go ahead and play this? You want to hear the?
We can wait a little while. I noticed we got
just getting some visual up there for you guys is all while you were talking about it.
Well, we got a crowd of people now. Pull that out to wait for a minute because this we also just brought in Alan Johnson, who actually has a book on the platform.
They're like, give me some kind of.
Someone's got their stream on though. They got to shut it down.
Somebody got the stream on. Kill the stream.
Creators need to reach out to retailers.
I would imagine that's probably the new guy.
Site is bringing the
Alan, kill your other stream, dude.
The creators put on the site.
Right. What we do is partnered up with Comics Cast, which is owned by Joe.
How old is that?
And you're supposed to be doing.
That's not me. I'm not doing it.
Joe.
You should message that guy privately and tell him to stop.
You got it?
Yeah.
Turn it off? Okay.
There we go.
So Alan has a book on Mike's site right now.
Yes.
And Mindy says, "Hi, Alan."
Hi, Mindy.
And Mike, I want you and Alan to go ahead and tell everybody the steps you went through to get his book up there. And Alan, I want you to tell everybody what you hope to accomplish by putting your book on our site. Okay?
Yeah.
So, you know.
So I had seen your post about contacting Mike about Indie Crowdfund, and I contacted Mike, and he told me about the thing that they were building, Indie Crowdfund, and we kind of talked about what it was, and I realized the potential it had. So, I mean, I was fully on board, and they were kind of going through the testing of things, so they needed somebody that would put up something, and we just released issue 2 of my comic book. So it just made sense to try to do it because we're trying to do issue 3. We have issues 1 through 8 pretty much written out, almost picture ready, and there's a plan for the first installment to have 20 issues. So, you know, just trying to continue is going to be something that is a challenge. And if you press play right here on this video, it's a motion comic based off of issue 1.
Oh, do we want to go ahead?
Is this that 9-minute video?
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have time for 9 minutes.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave the visual
We'll
run.
play that a little bit later, but you know.
I'll just leave the visual
Hey,
run
Alan,
while
I
you
want to
guys
ask
talk.
you something, man. Do you have a second job?
Not currently. This is what I do.
So you do this full time, 100%?
Yeah, I mean, I clean T-shirt screens for a buddy of mine that actually did the Kajar and Kajaria shirts, and I just clean the screens that they print on. But that's just like a side thing that takes a couple hours.
Right, and see that, and then you also your goal is to do this full time, right? You want to be a comic book creator, right?
Yes.
I mean, I can't think of anyone else who we would rather have on our platform. I mean, that's what we want. We want creators that do this.
Pop threw me on at the wrong time. What you doing to me, Pop? What you doing to me, Pop?
Hey,
What's up, guys?
It's me like that all the time, bro.
And I appreciate that, Mike, by the way.
Yeah, definitely, man.
So there it is, guys. There's somebody who jumped in. He's like, "Oh, I like this. There's nobody on this site, but these guys need somebody to help us test it. I'm gonna throw my book up there." That's cojones, y'all. It's like
Also,
you know,
I'm pretty sure the site says Indie Crowdfund says retailer count 29. I apologize. Totally my fault. It will be 30. I just sent in the application. So,
there you go.
We can roll that over real quick.
Hey, hell yeah, Danny. I appreciate that, man. We'll get you.
That's my bad. That's my bad for forgetting. You know, I mean, Pop was on top of it, but you guys, I've been busy.
I appreciate you getting back to me today, Danny.
Yeah, no problem. And Alan, too. Yeah, man. It was good talking to you and looking at your book, too.
Look, this is what we're trying to accomplish, y'all. This is what we're trying
and I mean, right now, it's just Mindy and I calling comic shops one at a time. And, you know, we've done offered some help to do that. So, I mean, hopefully that process picks up and we can get a hold of some more and some more and some more. We can get more retailers signed up. And it's just going to be a snowball, man. That's
I
what
got
it's
plenty
going
of
to be.
time if you guys need help.
I was going to say, as soon as word of mouth starts, I think, you know, it's going to happen. And I said this I said this last night really late, and I know everybody needed sleep. And I said this in the comments, so now I get to actually have a voice and yell it at you guys. So, with retailers, yes. Will it maybe only be one retailer that's initially interested? Yes, right?
Yes.
Competition is real. And I can speak, I'm not going to throw any names out there. But I can speak from experience. Nobody in the surrounding 30-mile square radius is really doing independent books besides one store, and that's because it's owned by a guy who does an independent book, so that makes sense for him. We started doing our initiative, and within 1 month, another store down the street that barely even carries independent books, like Image and Aftershock and stuff like that, all of a sudden carrying self-published books.
You goddamn
So
right.
it's a snowball effect, and I'm not even mad about it because that means more money for creators. You know,
Hey,
like
Danny.
it's a snowball effect.
Danny, when I opened up my shop in Phoenix, I was the only one in the entire area, in the entire Phoenix Metroplex, that had a graded book in their store. In fact, I had an entire graded section. By the time I stopped and I closed my shop because Mindy was pregnant and, you know, we wanted to focus on the family other than the retail shop, every single store in Phoenix was carrying graded books. It's a real thing, dude.
Yeah, man.
And if your competition comes in and they look at your store, which they always do, all these store owners, they all know each other. They all know each other. They all hang out with each other. They see each other at shows. We know who the flippers are. The retailer community is stronger than you could ever imagine. And if we see a retailer making money off of a book, guess what we're buying tomorrow?
Oh, sorry. Sorry,
and
Phil.
you know what I would tell you, and this was just like thinking out loud type of situation. But what I really think is the next step, besides having retailers on board to get these indie books on the map for people, a great place to reach out, and granted, some of us hate it because it does do things to the comic collecting hobby that suck. But like a thing like Key Collector app should be putting these independent books on there because what are the print runs on some of these books? Look at Richard Rivera's original print run on Stabby Bunny, and now it's republished by Scout. But if you have an original copy from when Richard Rivera self-published that is a pricey book. So I think that is, you know, I think that is something that we're gonna see. So I just wanted to point that out too. Like that's the thing that happens very much in the industry. People just don't talk about the self-published side of it. They just talk about, oh well, he made it to Scout or he made it to IDW. But a lot of these guys,
it's like it's like the very first print runs of Devil's Own. You know, when they were first coming out with the Tim Seeley stuff.
Danny, how much you selling these for, Danny?
We are selling those for $6.99.
$6.99 signed.
Signed with the little print on the back, the little castle print on the back.
Cool.
And everybody, it's as advertised, signed, double signed with the print in the back. We had no issues at $6.99.
$6.99, y'all.
And we were with 47 Furious Sales, as you can see with that bag and board. If you still have it, show it, Pop. 47 Furious Sales is a little bit smaller than a normal comic. So I was super worried about ordering 10 copies of this. I'm like, oh my God, are my customers going to react to this? And that book is what told me it's really about the content of the book. And even if your book's going to be a little bit smaller, it's about the feel of the book. And that's why I think people are talking more about the stock of the paper and the weight of the paper. The feel of the book and the feel of that cover can help sell a book. And I'm not even kidding. Like, it can really help sell a book.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's a very nice book. So there you go. Okay. I'm not going to ask what William's getting, what you're getting. I mean, that's not our business. I'm just saying, it's like that's proof right there that Danny's willing to work with the creator to get it on the shelf for a price where you're both going to make some money. Right?
That's super appreciated.
You know?
And these guys, I mean, they're used to doing stuff like variants and, you know, pumping out $12,000 for a DC variant, pumping out $13,000 for a Marvel variant, you know, an exclusive store cover. You know, these guys are used to doing that. So, I mean, if you give them the opportunity to do that with your books as well, just like on boobs, I gave the retailer we're working with the opportunity to do an exclusive store cover. It's a touchy-feely variant where both of the boobs are embossed.
Woo-hoo!
Now in Vegas, is there any doubt in your mind, Danny, that he can't sell those books for 60, 70 bucks a piece?
Yeah, exactly. And that's again my point with Key Collector app. Those books should be on Key Collector app because what is going to be the print run on that? They're over here talking about this, this.
They're
Devil's
150 each.
Exactly, 150. That is a very limited print run. And no BS, I'm not just saying this to stroke Pops' ego. We've had 6 CRoM Cons now. The odds that somebody from one of Pops' CRoM Cons blows up and I'm not going to say becomes the next Johnny Case, but gets published by IDW, Image, has a big book, are highly likely. And if you really, really think about it, that guy's original books are going to be valuable one day. And, the only people that are going to know about them are comics-related madness. So.
There you go.
It's like a little inside group. Yeah.
Yeah, look.
I'm telling you, man, you guys, I just wish you could be in the mind of a retailer like Danny and I just for a few minutes. Just for a few minutes, man.
Check it out. Now, this book right here, this book had like 85 backers, and there was a few different covers. This is a John R. Smith cover, and it's the first cameo of me. Okay, so 80 backers. You figure there's not a whole lot of these, right? There's not. So somewhere down the road, one of you guys bucks with Pops in it, blows up. And the first cameo of Pops becomes something. And I'm going to sign. This is going to be the first one ever signed. First book I ever signed is going to be this one right here. And I'm giving it away tomorrow night on Monday Madness to somebody who backed Mojo. But what you're talking about right now, Danny, because somebody else like Michael Oden used my likeness, or Florida Man, they threw me in their book. I'm in a whole bunch of books coming up now. And one of them books could blow up, and that guy could be the next thing. But because I'm in that book, that could make this worth a whole bunch too. And I'm going to give this away tomorrow night. And that's the kind of stuff that what you're talking about, where a book there's not a whole lot of. I don't know how many Atari covers they did. There's probably not a lot of that covered. It's
funny you say that, Pops, and I'm in a small shameless plug here. We do our store. We're doing our store exclusive. We're literally premiering it this upcoming Saturday. So we're doing that this upcoming Saturday. And one of the really cool things we thought, because so all of our books in our collective initiative, almost, I'm going to say 99% of them are signed. And that's the way, everybody's like, and we're going to do a certificate of authenticity because we know they're all signed. We get them directly from the creators. So everything's signed. So for the signing itself, everyone's like, well, since they're being signed here in store, you guys going to have CGC? And we're like, well, the wheels start turning. We're going to have CGC people at CGC witnesses and everything at our event. So our cover that features the whole store, it's the first cover appearance of the collective, the first cover appearance of me and Steven and, all of us in the store. Plus, it's Travis and Luke blow up. It's, their book. We're going to get it CGC, yellow label. We're going to probably send 2 or 3, hopefully get one 9.8. And, it's going to be signed. We're going to sign one of it by all of us. Lord knows what happens years from now. And one of us, is the next Kevin Smith or this or that. So it's just, I think that's really cool. I mean, I'm going to sign my own and send it off to CGC along with Luke and Travis. So it says, signed by Travis Gibbs, Luke Stone, and Danny Morales. Who the hell is that Danny Morales guy?
Exactly.
I'm officially on the CGC label,
Now you know what I'm saying, Danny. These guys turned me into this. I wasn't this, right? These guys turned me into this. Now I'm sitting here watching this happen to you, and I'm digging the hell out of it.
Well, and so I will, since we have Mike here, I do want to, and I asked the question a little bit, but I want to ask as a retailer straight to you. So when we're looking at different people's, crowd funds, and we see, so are we going to see a different discount on the retailer level for every single person, and we're just going to kind of be able to make that decision whether that works with us or not? Or are we going to, is it all going to be front of house kind of?
What you can do is, as the creator, you can set your desired discount. And you can also set a minimum order quantity so it makes it worth it for you. whatever that minimum order quantity is, whether it's 50, whether it's 100, whether it's 1,000. You get to choose, man. It's all 100% on you to decide how to run your business, and I think that gives the creator the freedom that they've been looking for.
Yeah, yeah. And then what I like, what I kind of like about that is that I can see, that why I said kind of front of house is because I like to be able to see, hey, what are the margins here? Because as a retailer, and I'll give you guys a little peek behind the curtain, the margins that we get are decent, like pretty good, and granted we have to deal with Diamond not shipping us books and damaging the pricey books. We have to deal with a lot of headaches, but the discount is pretty nice. So we don't necessarily expect all self-published books to meet that standard of the discount that DC and the Marvel can throw out because, they're printing hundreds of thousands of books probably. So it's nice to be able to see what discounts we have so we can see what we can work with beforehand rather than being like, holy crap, this book is amazing. It's out of our price range though. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm never about...
Also, what we've done is made the transaction private. So the creator can select show to retailers, and that will only show to comic shop accounts.
Okay, Mike, can we set up a liaison to keep the two parties private, where if a retailer sees something he really wants, but he just can't quite go there, maybe a counter offer or something?
There already is something in place for that. The retailers are encouraged to reach out to the site, and then we will in turn reach out to the...
So see, go again. If you need to negotiate,
like if you need a store variant or something, and that's not a listed perk, you contact the support on the site. The support reaches out to the creator, and then the creator lists it for you. That kind of thing.
So see, you also, there is a retailer right there. You can also just go to Mike and say, "Yo, man, can you go to Shelby and say, yo, dude, let's work something out where we're both making about the same amount of money and we'll split the shit." What I mean?
Danny, you're talking about, all you guys signing your books, at your comic shop, and it's a thing. It's a real thing. The guys who are retailers in this industry, they're real proud. And I mean, if they get a store variant with them on it or anything to do with them, they really want it shown. I'm going to show you a couple examples here.
Oh, that's what Mike looks like.
You didn't know?
What's up? Let me see if I can flip my camera. I got to figure out how to do that.
As much as I hate to say it, the store exclusive is kind of the wave of the future. But what I hate it when it's with mainstream books. I hate it when it's with Marvel and DC.
Here we go.
But I do love it when it's with an indie book.
Now, this is from a good friend of mine. His name's John Delamaya. You might know him as the System of the Down guy, the drummer. He has a store in Vegas called Torpedo Comics. The very first signing he had done, he had Jim Lee at. And he went ahead and signed the back of it, too. Because, he's a proud store owner.
Heck yeah, man.
And this was our first store exclusive, Comic Outlaws. It's a Marat Michaels foil cover. And went ahead and had Neil Adams sign it because it was a homage to him.
Oh, yeah, the card. That's awesome.
So, I mean, shop owners, man, we're real proud of our stuff.
Yeah, and the way we looked at it is when you do a store exclusive cover, especially when, most of us are not Midtown Comics or, these big, huge, even Mile High, which is just one of the stores, they're huge in comparison to us. We're a small business. When people just see our logo on a comic, they want to support us, And then that's why we also decided to implement the store a little bit. Like literally the cover itself has all of our employees, past and present, that have left a mark on the store. So our first manager when we opened the store, up to me being the newest. Actually, we hired Megan right after me. So me and Megan made it on the cover because we think we have great customer service. That's what separates us at the store. But anyways, we also have our new This Week at the Collective, we sent them a picture of that section of store. It's the first thing you see when you walk into the store. We sent Luke Stone a picture of that, and he drew that into his cover. And so customers are just going to be like, wow, this is something I see every day, and now it's something I can hold in my hand. And some of them are even going to say, wow, this is something I see every day. I'm going to send this off to CGC and hopefully get a 9.8 of this awesome piece. Because it's unique. It's unique. And the thing about self-published books as a whole is they're unique.
That's right.
Not everybody is Brian Pulido. While everybody does want to get to that level of selling numbers, some people are just printing 500 to 600 to 700. But
blow that out of the water.
Exactly.
And
that's what we want to get to. But we have to. It's going to be, it has to work like that. But I think a lot of retailers are willing to.
Hold up, Danny. I don't want anybody to misunderstand. You might not make $350,000 because you're not setting up all these huge high roller campaigns that are getting $1,000, $1,500 from one person. We're not talking about that. We're talking about putting 1,000 books in Midtown, 1,000 books in Uptown, 1,000 books at Mile High, 1,000 books in the big stores in Vegas, 1,000 books at the big stores in New York. When you're doing a 10,000 print run, you're going to get a good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everybody knows the more you get. I mean, that's why.
Big ones, okay, we're not even talking about all the small shops all over the country. And everybody's like, oh, they're closing. Yeah, because they don't have you guys. Because you guys are what us fan wants, right? What the fans want right now. We're tired of the crap. We're tired.
How did each and every one of you find out about comics?
Found a comic.
Did you go to a comic shop and pick one up?
Spin
I went
around.
on the internet. The internet.
You went on the internet.
But that's because I was a late bloomer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, most everyone found this industry because they went into a comic shop.
They didn't even have comic shops.
Walking into the comic shop is what made me fall in love with the industry. I've never. I haven't had a chance to share this story in Madness, but my entry into comics is wild. It's as coincidental as it can be. I loved comic characters growing up. I'm a 90s baby. So I watched Batman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond. I loved those characters, but I come from a Hispanic household, so I never read a comic book. I love Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, so I love Spider-Man. But I'm sitting here in my cubicle job in my mid-20s. I'm 24, and I'm like, man, I need a new hobby. I need something to read. Coincidentally, it is a Wednesday. I had no idea how the significance that would have in this industry. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, I need a new hobby. I'm going to type in DC Comics. DC Comics Rebirth launches today on sale in comic shops. I'm like, oh, wow, where's my nearest comic shop? Walked in. I've been collecting, look at it.
Okay, well, Pete and I probably have a different story.
I've been collecting ever since, though. Definitely a different story.
What story?
Pete and I probably have a different story. Spinner rack at the end of the supermarket or Walgreens checkout.
Yeah. Oh, the drugstore. Yep, absolutely. That's where I saw comics. See,
these spinner racks are myths or
no. Spinner racks haven't. They definitely existed. They were definitely in the supermarket and in the drugstores. Pops is absolutely right. I
was introduced to comics.
Yeah, that's how I was introduced. I got lucky. I got introduced two ways because my mom was into comic books. I'm Puerto Rican in Colombia, so in Colombia they had a lot of comic books, and my mom had comic books. So, but they had the spinner racks too. And then when I was younger, yeah, definitely spinner racks. But at the same time, I remember when I was young, really young, like 3 or 4, right around the time Star Wars came out, I had to go. My pediatrician was, I don't know what the story exactly was, but there was one by the town, and there was a comic book shop, like in the same area, like 10 feet walking distance to where the pediatrician was. So I went there afterwards after I saw the doctor. Oh, don't be bad at the doctor. You can go get a comic book. Okay, cool. And it worked out, and it was cool. Yeah, and it turned out that's been my local comic book shop since 1970 something. It was funny. Fourth, and I have no problem giving them a plug. It's Fourth World Comics in Smithtown, Long Island, New York. I've been going there pretty much my entire life. Funny story. The owner, Glenn, who's semi-retired, his son Terrence is running things. But Glenn, we were talking about it one day. He's like, "How long have you been coming here?" And I told him the same story. And he turned around and said, "Wow, that was before I owned this." Yeah, it was before he bought the store like 2 years after I started going there, and they've been going.
You New York guys kill me, man. Like, you guys are the only people on the planet that can say, I've just never left the borough.
Well, first of all, remember, I'm lucky. I'm yes and no for me because I'm out east on Long Island. So, but it still holds true because I hate leaving, and I'm east. I'm an hour west of Manhattan. I'm an hour east of Manhattan. I'm probably a half hour east of Nassau County. So I'm east. And there's still another hour before Montauk. But anyway, but anything east of Montauk is London. So, but anyway, I don't like leaving Suffolk County, to be honest with you.
So I got a question for Larry because he has not said anything. This is Larry from Niobe Comics.
I love Larry. And Rebel Comics.
Larry.
And he's been really quiet. Usually that's not Larry. So what's up, Larry?
Maybe he didn't get his stimmies today.
No, I'm just at work. I'm calculating receipts because that's what I do, and I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. I didn't know he was at work, bro. I didn't know.
No. I mean, I just didn't really have anything to throw in there. I'm just listening to Mike explain it all out to you guys, and let everyone ask their questions.
Cool. That's where you go. And if you have any, throw them out here. Just saying. Because that's why we're here, really. I mean, since this turned into an open panel, and then it is a good way for us to talk about it. I mean, if everybody wants to just take a second and share the feed out everywhere, to every group that you know about, man. So while we're talking about it, more people are going to know about it.
And also, don't forget, we're still on the Indies Comics Cast YouTube. So if you're not there, go to the YouTube, subscribe, check it out.
Ooh, we're still PG-13, right? We're still PG-13.
Yeah.
You guys have done a good job getting subscribers for the channel, though, man. I've seen it jump.
Well, that's what we're trying to do, But I mean, I'm also, like I said, it's like right now while we have this going on, if we all share it out to 2 places right now, we'll just have that many more people looking at it, at what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying about what we're talking about. And the more, we need to get it out there and get people talking about it, right? So I'm going to take a minute.
Hey, Danny, right now as a retailer, what would you say that your biggest challenges are? I mean, in regards to finding books to put on your shelf and, what your customers kind of look for? I mean, do they go in there and specifically go to one section or what?
All right, so it's a mixture of things. I think our store, so we're a comics and game store with a really big D&D community and Magic the Gathering community. The D&D community and Magic the Gathering community do that part of the store dips at selling comics more times than you would think they wouldn't, but they don't buy a lot of books, right? So the cool thing about the self-published books is I've been able to find a ton of books, and honestly, Allen's is an example of one of them. I've been able to find a ton of books, and Eric Dominguez, and honestly, same thing with Williamson Quinn with 47 for Your Skills. I see that book, and I say, I can sell this to the D&D guys, or I can sell this to a specific clientele, right? But the biggest hurdle is finding the margins that work with us. Because, and to Larry's credit, what he was mentioning last night, because I want to make sure it didn't fall on deaf ears, the biggest challenge is making sure, so there probably is a threshold where we probably can't sell it for a certain amount, depending on how many pages it is, but there's always a balance to be found. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't sell a 32-page or 40, less than a trade paperback quality comic for $20, unless it's super exclusive and signed, and everything like that. Most of what our customers, and I actually explained this to Alan, what most of our customers expect is a $4.99, so a $5 book, to a $9.99 $10 book, with the exception being some ash cans, some exclusive virgin covers, things like that. So the biggest thing is just in finding those margins, because my intention is never for a creator to lose money. So I want to have that conversation with the creator every time, because I don't want them to give me a deal just because, and I do understand people want to get this stuff in store. And if they give me a good deal, I'll make sure, to pay it forward some way or another. But I don't want people going out and completely losing money to get their book in store, because that doesn't, it helps us, I guess, but we're not that type of store. We're not in this. I literally explained that to Jonathan Hedrick when I just ordered his retailers here. We're not in this for the novelty of having self-published comics on the shelf. It's not so that, Bleeding Cool writes an article about it. It's because we truly believe in this movement, and we really think that that's something that comic book fans want.
Okay.
But not all of them are on the internet to go to Kickstarter or Indiegogo or even Indie Crowdfund, which is why I think the retailers here help, because we have some older customers that love the indie book, but they can't wrap their mind around the crowdfund,
Cool. Question. My second question will be, how easy is it to move an 80-page trade paperback in your store? How often do they sell compared to like a regular floppy?
At the beginning of the pandemic, it felt like trade paperbacks were flying like hotcakes. Like I was International House of Trade Paperbacks. But as everything has settled down a little bit, I think we sell single issues probably 65%, in comparison, in terms of just our comic sales. It's a little bit easier to sell a single issue, especially with the self-published stuff, because people are willing to give it that try, rather than, and I have only one example in the store with this about C2. We have David Byrne's book, The Couch. He released it in 5 issues and then did a trade paperback. I purchased for the store his MegaCon exclusive, which featured a mouse that looks very much like a famous mouse here in Orlando, and a couple of his trade paperbacks. We are almost sold out of the single issue, which is at $9.99 because it's exclusive cover. Only 100 were printed. But we have all of the $14.99 trades still sitting on the wall. So that kind of tells you a little bit about buying habits.
Cool. My third question: before tonight, have we ever talked?
I do not believe so. No. I know.
Danny just said everything I've been telling you for the last 2 months.
It's true. It's freaking true.
Okay. All right.
My biggest hurdle.
Are we paying attention yet? Are we paying attention yet?
Other than the margins, has literally been, and I've told Pops this, I've told Pete this, I've told any of the creators that I've already had in store. Holy crap! Did I not realize how much time it was? And I'm sorry, I think I'm allowed to say that. I didn't realize how much time it takes to talk to not just talk to all these creators. That's kind of easy. Well, they send you a comic, right? You got to read that comic and you got to analyze it, and like, it's not like you don't read it just for fun. You read it to analyze it, to see which in your mind starts running, which customers would buy this, who could I drop this for, in the retailer, think about cross-pulling. So
Danny, perfect example earlier. You had Tina Terranova out here talking about a book that fits perfectly into your community, and you have a large population of those kind of people in your community, and it was like, you were like, yeah, that works right here. Okay, that's a perfect example of it. Danny went, oh yeah, we need that one for sure. That one fits in exactly right here with my customers. He didn't even have to read it, and he knew that one was one that's going to sell.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times I've been going through a diamond order list, ordering for my shop, and I've checked off boxes on the diamond order form for stuff that I knew customers would buy. I didn't even have to call them and ask them. I'm just like, yep, he's gonna want that in his pool box. Oh, Cave Woman, yeah, he likes that shit.
And the thing is, with so many indie projects across the whole stratosphere of the internet, there's something for everybody.
Right.
Pops literally had, and granted, I told Pete this, I sound like a broken record, but Pops had Dr. Bell on earlier this morning, what feels like this morning, might have been this afternoon. And Dr. Bell was like, oh, I'm going to publish my book in Spanish. Well, like I said, I come from a family that doesn't read comic books because they speak Spanish. The fact that I can go and read Dr. Bell's comics, then go and buy the Spanish copy and give it to my grandpa it's worth way more than dollar bills that I can give to that. And honestly, I think with the way the internet works now, we can have so many different projects out there, and there's something for everybody.
So
and that's, I think, the beauty of this. There is something for everybody, and that's. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to hog up all the time. I'll sit back and be quiet.
That's why we are here.
You're not hogging up the time, Danny. It's important that people hear this from the retailer side, because I mean, otherwise you're just letting a publishing company do all of this for you when you could be the one getting the information straight from the retailer and running your own business. You know what I mean? And putting that money that you're going to give a publisher in your pocket.
In your own
So
pocket.
I mean, it's very important that they hear from a retailer who has a legitimate business how this industry works, because apparently some of these people don't get it.
It goes by what the fans want to buy, yo.
Let me say one more thing, and I feel like the guy from Jackie Chan Adventures. One more thing. But anyways, I have one more thing. One thing that I really think creators need to realize in trying to get their books in store, if that's what they want to do. I'm not saying every creator wants to do that, but if you want to get your books in store, there's a few little things you can do that are going to help immensely that will cost you little to nothing. One of it, which is, and it's the least, it's the one that's going to cost you the most amount of your time, which is worth money, but cold calling, or just sending out stuff. We have 2 books in our shelves that we ordered because a guy called us. One, because somebody called us, and a second one because somebody sent us an advanced reader copy in the mail, just dropped it in. So that helps. Secondly, if we choose to pick up your book, or if we're thinking about it, right? If you can go post on your social media, because everybody has a social media, whether it's your personal account, for your persona, or for your book. If you go post in that account that the book can be found at our store, boom, we're so happy. Like, that helps, whether it's for online or foot traffic, now they know where the book can be found, and everybody has an online presence now. So that helps. A third thing that costs you a little bit of money, but goes a really long way, print out a poster that has your art on it for your cover or whatever. Go on Photoshop real quick, drop a little overlay that says available at this comic shop. Or if you want to go that small extra mile, have it say available at the collective or whatever shop you're dropping it off at, and shoot that in a poster tube for $6 or $7, and maybe that costs you $15. Those 3 things can help you get in a store and help the store relationship grow and help the book sell, to be honest. And it'll cost you so little besides your time, really.
That's actually going to be in our recommendations after the campaign completes. I'm building out those emails right now. And which you just mentioned, the last thing about including a poster for the store to advertise on all retailer purchases, that was going to be in there. And we were actually going to flip the bill and fulfill that for them ourselves.
Yeah, no, I think that's genius. I mean, we had, and what really got my mind running on that, so we had one creator that literally walked in. They heard about us, I think, in the group, and they were from right down the road, and they walked into our store with a suitcase, they looked like they were ready for a convention, and they go on with their suitcase, and they have their book and their pitch and their synopsis and their solicitation, These guys were prepared. I will admit, their book was a little rough around the edges, but Lord, were these guys prepared. So that already has me thinking, all right, this is at least semi-sellable because these guys are about it. So, we take 5, which is kind of what we start at for the most part. Well, those guys then come back 2 days later and pop in on our show, just saying hello, really, because they're in the store shopping. We sell all 5 copies while they're just sitting there talking. We sell all 5 copies. Since they're there, we ordered 5 more, right? We order 5 more, put them on the shelf, sign them all, they're there. This guy comes back 2 days later with a poster, 11 by 17 poster. I'm not going to say the name of the book. Says the name of the book and available at comic shop, this comic shop. Holy crap. That blows us away, and that says, all right, you understand how this relationship works. And like I said, that might have cost them a few, and especially if they're in a few shops and they're able to print more than just one, that's going to be a pretty nice investment. I will say.
Right.
So there you go. You send a nice print. You send a nice print to the shop, so they got something to put on the wall, represents them and you, kind of like I do, but representing you and the madness on the banners.
Oh, yes. And another thing, what Mindy says actually has me thinking, if you guys could totally, because so the term shelf talker, I'm sure, Mike, you're probably familiar with it from having a store.
Yep.
The little things that hang off of the shelf and will say something about the book.
Right.
We create them in store because we have a graphics guy in Steven Spivak. Not every store has a graphics guy. If creators can create a shelf talker, and really all it is a piece of paper folded up 2 different ways, and then you put your text on the bottom. If stores can provide shelf talkers, that would go far and beyond. That would really go a really long way, because people do ask, oh, what's this book about? And we do pride ourselves in being knowledgeable about the book and being able to sell it because we read it and everything, and we interview these creators. That's why we do these shows. But if they have a shelf talker, it definitely helps attract the eye to the shelf. So I think that's another thing you guys can think about, letting your retailers know, or letting your creators know. Just create a shelf talker. Get a bunch of them printed off, and with every retailer that buys one, just send it off in the package. It definitely won't add to shipping because it's a small piece of paper, so it's really just the printing cost.
You know those old cardboard things that Image used to send out to the top stores that you could put all the Image books on?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, for the top performing campaigns, what we were going to do is, if there's enough money to do it and we could figure out the logistics, is for each one that did really well, the top 5 stores that backed the project or whatever, creating one of these cardboard cutouts, these freestanding cardboard cutouts where we just send it to the store for free and they could put all the books on it.
Yeah. I mean, that would definitely help because, and granted, we're doing our whole own section of the store, but I know not everybody can do, like I said, while the competition is going to start carrying books, they're not going to be able to remodel their store. We're remodeling our next move based around this. But I know not every store is going to do that. So if you guys can provide some sort of little pop-up stand or something that they can put on the side of their register, that's going to be genius because so many other stores are going to be able to participate, especially a lot of mom and pop stores.
Look, I'm going to tell you as a consumer who goes to local comic book shops, point of sale stuff is great. Walking in and seeing, like Mike said, the big thing that had all the Image books. I was like, oh, wow, check that out. Or a big cutout in the window or outside the store or on the door. Hey, check this book out, blah, blah, blah. Huge, like, oh, wow, what's that? Even if I know nothing about it, it's going to gravitate you. And that's
Hold up. Can you already see it? Can you guys see it? A great big cardboard cutout of Pops with a little bubble above it says Pop approved.
Yeah, and Pop.
Do it.
I don't want to derail the conversation. I don't want to derail the conversation. But do any of you guys remember in the mid 2000s, early 2000s, Six Flags had the mascot, the old guy,
The dancing guy?
So, yeah, the dancing guy. So that would be Pops. Let's have Pop. He doesn't have to dance, but Pops would be the official mascot of Indie Crowdfund.com.
Do me a favor. First off, do me a favor. Don't make the early 2000s sound like it was a long time ago. Don't do that.
It was a long time ago.
No, it wasn't. Bruh, 1977
was a long
1977 was a long time ago. And probably like 4 of us in this room know about that. So let's calm down.
I think my dog wants to say hi. Kayla, come on. Want to say hi?
Your dog definitely doesn't want to say hi. Your dog's like, I want a treat and I want to pee.
She does. She probably does want me to feed her. So give me a second. I'm going to go feed her real quick.
You're good. And there's the collective. There's the collective logo. For those of you wondering what he was talking about, it goes on the cover of that book. And what he was saying would be cool on an 11x17 in his store. You know, you got your book with a collective logo on there. My neighborhood, my LCS, which is like an hour away, so it's not really local, but it's the closest good one. And
local-ish.
It's the best close one. And buymetoys.com in Mishawaka, Indiana. And I'm waiting to pitch them on this when I go talk to them in person, because I don't want to be like, oh, come check out the, I want to be able to look them in the eye and say, look, I'm part of this. This is what we're trying to do. I noticed you got some holes on your shelves. Let's fix that. I mean,
it's a beautiful thing.
It's like we'll pitch all of them. Right?
Come on, man.
Well,
you don't think that shit would go to the comic shop and sell?
Come on, mine out right now. No, see, I've said this why I bought it and why I bought it and why I lost my mind over it right away. The first time I saw the character, before I even met Larry or knew anything about it, I was like, what is that? I want that. Right away.
Come on, man.
Just the way the covers, the color, I just was like, I need that now. And
that ain't gonna move. That ain't gonna move for $10 on a comic shop shelf.
I'm gonna tell you, by itself it'll move. But if you add in like a little poster along with it, get an Niobe here, forget it.
Come on, man.
Look,
your books are
I'm back. $10 for a self-published book. Like I said, not every comic store in the country can do it. But it's not crazy.
No.
It's not
what
crazy.
I'm saying
it's
is
not
selling
crazy.
it. Not buying it.
That's what I'm saying. No. That's what I'm saying. Not every comic shop in the country can sell a $10 independent book. But enough can that we can have print runs of 100,000, 200,000. Like I'm
going to tell you guys this, and Pete and I had this conversation earlier. When you walk down the aisle and you see a book you like and you snatch it, you get up to the counter. If they say it's $9.99, how often do you go put it back?
You ain't gonna put it back.
No, you're not. It's instead. That's the
5%.
Once you have it in your hands, you've already committed.
Once it's comic book day and you got a $9.90 book that you didn't know was $9.99, okay, you know what? I'm not having lunch at Applebee's. I'm gonna go through the drive-thru and pick up lunch because I want to pick up this book instead.
Man, that's right there. And look,
there is a limit. Like there's the sweet spot. There's the no question asked. And then there's
once you've made that call, you took it off the shelf and you went, yeah, I want this one. It don't matter.
And that's why I say the feel of the book and that cover and the page. That's why it goes so far, because you can sell it for $10, even $12. We've done books at $11.99, as long as they know this is a professional book. You know what I'm saying? They don't, and that's why newsprint books now are cheaper, to make and to buy, because they feel a little bit.
I'm not going to say we don't get to the counter and they go $10.99 and we go, ah.
Oh yeah, it hurts a little bit.
Okay, but we still dig, Larry. We still dig. We're fans, dude. If we carry it, there's very rare occasion we're going to make the guy go put it away. Okay.
So, I was going to mention this on my show on Tuesday, but I'll mention it here now. We don't officially, the collective initiative is from the ground up, like Pete said, we started at formula. So we don't officially have a way to keep track of people that want to subscribe to the book. Because when we created it, we were like, wow, are people going to want to subscribe to this book? And so now people do, right? Because we don't have a way to keep track of this, what they do is they put a sticky note with who the person is and what book is, and they put it on my clipboard because we have a clipboard system. As unorganized as it is, I do love it when there's a new sticky note on my clipboard, and it's starting to happen once, twice, three times a week.
I'm gonna tell you how you fix this right now. You
Get a paper plate.
You start an emailing list in your shop there for people that buy books that are like that aren't a subscription. You start email list and you give each book a code number for the subject matter, for the subject field.
Steven, Steven and Pete knows. Steven's a pain in my butt sometimes and pain in Brendan's butt, but Steven has ideas. Steven's an idea man. And Steven thankfully has come up with barcodes for all of our, any of the books that don't have barcodes, because some Kickstarter books don't have barcodes. So we went ahead and just created them for it, which allows us to keep them in the system. So we can be like, wow, this is everybody who bought 47 Furious Tales #1. Let's order this many of #2 plus 5 for the wall. You know, and that allows us.
Having the barcode on the books doesn't make it easier for you as a retailer.
When I had my shop, I had stickers that had QR codes printed on them, and that's what I used to tape the bag and board together. So when they brought the book up, I just scanned the QR code.
There you go.
Yep. So we have this, like, it's for labels to print, like shipping labels. So it's like a sticker. So Steven actually uses those for the barcode, and he just puts it on the backing board, just like kind of like you said, but it'll be under the bag. Right. The one kicker to that is people do still want to look through the book, so we have to keep one copy. We do keep one copy out of a bag and a board because, you know, especially if a self-published book is something they've never heard of, they want to flip through it real quick. So that is one thing to keep in mind. That's why the barcode on the book does help a little bit, because we can keep the bag. We don't have to pre-bag and board it. If your book is a premium cover, something like that, we will always bag them. If we're selling the book for, you know, $9.99, $15.99, something crazy like that, we're gonna bag and board it. We have My Light. I'm not sure how familiar people are with this. This isn't an ad. These are just really good for putting anything that may, like for me personally, my rule of thumb, if it's worth more than $20, it's going in one of these. So if you have exclusive books on a shelf, having a store, if you have a My Light, the books look so much better on a shelf. So we do that with some of the pricier variants. We put them in a My Light. Oh, is Pete drawing? Pete's drawing Nightwing?
Pete's drawing. You want to see what Pete's drawing? We'll show you what Pete's drawing.
Pete? So like
where?
I paid Pete $25 to do that sketch of Steven as Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I kind of did it to spite Steven because I wanted Steven to look like yeah. So, and I still get a good giggle out of it, but am I mad that Pete is such a damn good artist that sketch came out great, you know? And I'm kind of mad that Pete is that good because
thank you. I also said I'm going to put this out to everybody on the YouTube and on everywhere. I remember we were talking about not changing the subject, but changing the subject a little bit. I know we were talking about our buddy Corey. I drew this yesterday during my interview with Meredith at the beginning of the day. I finished it last night. I said, this is what we want to do. I want to draw something, and I want to use my talent or whatever I have in my hands to help Corey, our buddy, out with the GoFundMe and stuff. I already donated myself, but I know some people can't or whatever. So you see this Batman drawing right here? If you're into it, I want to see you and show me that you went on his GoFundMe and you donated whatever amount you got to donate something, and then message it to me with the thing, and I'll mail this out to you. Shipping's on me.
To add to that, because is this
I decided to get the ball rolling with that.
Is the Alan that we have in the group the Alan that messaged that said he also had some stuff potentially to do to help out Corey? So that got me thinking, And if we figure out a way to do this to make sure that it definitely helps Corey and everything, we'd be willing to donate a Voodoo Nation store
That's why.
exclusive.
That's why I said let's have
to help
him.
out.
I want to see you. I want you to donate to his GoFundMe, and then just scrolling right down there, donate to his GoFundMe, and then I'll see it, or you message it to me, take a screenshot, say, hey, my name is Bob Peterson. I donated this to Corey's GoFundMe. I'd like the Batman drawing. Cool. I see that you did it. It's in the chat. Awesome. I'll mail it out to you, Bob. Thanks a lot. So that's the receipt I'm using for it.
I'm thinking we need to go a little bit bigger than this, because if we're going to get multiple people that want to do it, we need to get it all like on one post, one little event type thing.
That's why I was mentioning it. Yeah, if you guys want to get something going, once we
look,
I can donate a book for whatever, an option or whatever.
I'm not trying to do a package or anything. Whatever anybody wants to do is fine. I know I was doing on my own. I said, hey, I drew this. I'm not trying to make any money off it anyway. But if somebody wants it and is willing to pay for it, and we can get that money to go to Corey, then I'm all in.
Yeah, we'll offer a Kajar and Kajaria issue 2, Kajar and Kajaria issue 1, and a hoodie or a shirt.
Ooh, nice shirt, swag.
Go donate something decent to get those.
Yeah, don't donate $1. All right.
No $5 donation.
I think we all know what we're talking about here.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say it. The first person that puts up $20 can get Batman.
There you go.
The person that puts up 35 can get a shirt and 2 books. Danny, what do you got?
We got the Voodoo Nation's store exclusive cover for collected.
What do you want to put on that?
You do a $25 donation, we'll give you that for free.
There you go. Now you're getting.
We'll get you a couple free comic books in there too.
Fuck it, I'll do it too. $20 and you can have a copy of Boobs.
$20 boobs. Now look, anybody that's interested in any of these things, hit one of these guys up. Show them that you donated to Corey's GoFundMe. It's on the ticker right there.
And it's pinned in the Comic Related Madness.
And
it's
yeah,
pinned in the
let us know, man. And each one of these guys is throwing something up there, man. So come on, y'all. Let's help out my boy.
This is what it's all about, man. We're here.
This guy was so generous, dude. This guy's so generous. He was giving people shirts for giving him input on his project. You know, he was sending people shirts and sending.
And he's living with his what is a 78-year-old mother. You know, I mean,
yeah,
you got to be thinking. You know I'm thinking about my grandparents at this time, so
like
I definitely wanted to help.
Like Christy Shin, and happy birthday, Christy. Like she said, no one should be homeless right now.
No.
Yeah.
So hey, you know,
whatever we can do to help, and if it doesn't happen during the stream, I'm sure we can get a post going in Comic Book Madness.
Yeah,
and we'll get it sorted. We'll make sure that those donations happen, and we'll get some prizes out to people.
Yeah, we'll get one post that's got a picture of all the stuff that's available, and Ernest is also saying he'll do an art commission, you know, and donate the money he gets from that. Y'all seen Ernest art all weekend long. I've been showing off Ernest art, you know. So come on, y'all, let's help Corey out for real. If you know, this community, he's one of us, man. You know, little ugly. You gotta love yourself. You gotta love each other too.
Yeah.
Also want to mention, and I want to thank Danny for being the guinea pig. We tested and it worked. So in the next, I'm going to get with Pops after we get done tomorrow, and we get some sleep. I know Pops has got to wake up early anyway for the kids, but at some point we'll talk tomorrow. And the sign-up sheet, the Google document, will be up this week for the next CRoM Con. I already have the spreadsheet all done and everything. So if you want in on the next CRoM Con, no paper plate this time, kids.
Where's the sign-up sheet gonna be?
We're gonna pin it in the Comics Related Madness.
Okay.
We're gonna pin it there. It's gonna ask. But all the questions are pretty cut and dry. It's pretty simple. I'll get all the results and then be able to put them into a spreadsheet. I have another spreadsheet so that we don't double book anybody or something like that, and we'll keep it pushing like that.
Sweet.
Nice and sweet. Yep. That'll be up within the next day or two. We want to make the next comic related the next CRoM Con smooth as melted butter because I want Pops to be at that wedding, enjoying the wedding, not worrying about what's going on with CRoM Con. I mean, let's be all honest. He's still going to check in, but he's still going to check in. But that's too bright.
Hey, I did send you over that form too, Pete. Man.
Okay, good.
I
haven't looked at it, so that's why.
I thought it was just a test, so I didn't do all legitimate stuff on this.
No, it didn't need to be legitimate. It could have been all hokey.
It was me clowning a little bit.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's all I needed. I just needed to see if the functionality worked. I didn't need real answers. In fact, it's better that you did that, because when I get the spreadsheet, the silly answers will be separate, and it'll be off of the real answers. So perfect. Actually.
All right. Cool.
So you did me a solid, brah.
All right.
And we actually got someone working on another cover for Boobs right now. We're going to offer it as a stretch goal.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, we have a tight headshot now.
Do what?
No, I noticed that the camera is kind of changed. So
different.
So since we have Alan here, give me a second. And this is Comics Related Madness on Comics Cast. Tell me about your book, man.
So
I've had a chance to look at it, but tell me about it.
So Kajar and Kajaria started. I first came up with the idea in 2011, and I wanted it to be a video game. So the idea I had was going to be the character gets this power, and he is able to bond with animals that would be on like a scroll menu. That each animal he bonds with, he'd have that ability, and he'd call upon it to use to stop the poachers that are trying to take over this island, Kajaria, because it's part of their world organization plans to basically end poor and poverty by eliminating them, by allowing the rich to hunt them. And basically, from there, Kajar has to use his power to stop this organization where he is conflicted because of his past, because his parents are killed by the poachers, and he's raised by these animals that he's been able to talk to and communicate with. And then in issue 2 that we just released, we get a pickup on Kajar actually using his powers to stop the poachers.
I you know what? That's a really unique. I like that.
Thank you.
Because I wasn't in on your original. I had to step out, but that's a nifty idea.
Thank you.
Alan, so I see behind you, you have this like really awesome setup. Is that like your con setup, or is that just something you had made out of just like spare time and stuff like that?
So basically, when I got issue 2 published, I was like, I need a way to sell this. And so my idea was to create like a comic book stand, but I also am like involved with like the film community here in Portland and a bunch of like musicians and artists here. So my idea is basically to create a stand that we can funnel like all independent artist works into, and the artists be able to collect the revenue from their merchandise. And basically we build up a support system around each artist, because people are coming into the stand because we were able to lock down a location outside of an independent movie theater, the Clinton Street Theater. And basically from there, we're just going to be out there selling to people that are walking by, and we're going to be on social media, like being like, hey, come check this out. We actually, through Comic Related Madness, connected with somebody, Blaine Coleman, who creates his own comic book called Croc Boy, and he writes and draws everything himself and goes out to the docks on his hometown like beachfront and sells them himself. And that drive just relished with me so much that I wanted to try to offer some sort of way to help with that. So I reached out to his parents, and we're going to get a couple copies into the stand, and we open September 15th.
That's dope.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Portland.
I'll tell you what, man. The drive of some creators like you and another guy that's been in the group, and I'll make sure he gets signed up for the next CRoM Con. Jared LaJuan, who did Dryfoot for Mad Cave. He's the one that just literally sent us a free book. not only did he send us the advanced reader preview, that actually, I was just going through my book. Give me 1 second. I know you guys don't want to see my double chin.
Of course we do.
Not really.
In the back. She was back in the green room by herself, guys. What was she doing back there?
We ordered, and then he sent us, and then he called us at the store to ask if we read it. Then he came on and did an interview on our show, then followed up to ask if we were going to order it. Needless to say, we ordered 15 copies. That's pretty good for an independent number one, you know? So I'm just saying, that effort goes a long way.
Appreciate that.
I think Mindy's about to take over. Y'all.
I got an exclusive here in a second.
Uh-oh. Niobe has an exclusive.
Yeah.
Coming up.
You guys like that inside knowledge, sort of sneak peek?
Dude, you know that's what CRoM Con's all about, man.
Okay.
We have exclusives every month. Stuff that nobody's seen before that gets shown on.
You know, I'll tell you this. You know, I got my hands full in many pops. Like right now, like I'm in the middle of like multitasking like 5 things, right? So I'm putting together a Kickstarter while I'm talking with my colorist, while we're trying to correct the artist because he's messed up a couple of things on some pages we had to correct, while, you know, like promoting and doing streams, you know. So man, if like I'm up to my neck in Niobe #2 shit right now. You know what I mean? But
that's what I want to hear, though. That's what I want to hear. There's progress being made.
With that being said, the wheels are always turning, and I just get a message from Mr. Dan Olvera, who is the colorist for Niobe. Okay, and he's like, "Hey, I got something to show you. It's a work in progress. What do you think?" And so whenever that happens, it always makes my day. So I'm going to show you a whip, right? So this isn't like fully done. It isn't fully colored or anything like that.
Work in
But this is going to be a look at some of the color and some of the stuff for our newest cover by Mr. Randy Green of Witchblade, okay? Now, I don't know if you see that or not.
Oh, it's on that one. Okay, hold on. Let me get that one out of there and pop that one up there.
Damn, that was a lot of typing, man. Man.
There's a drum roll, bud.
So you're kind of seeing half a cover here. These are just kind of like, you know, like I said, this is a work in progress. But this is like part of the cover that Randy Green has done for us. And so anything that's going to be pink is going to be like almost like a neon glowing pink. And there's going to be some pink streaks in her hair. And it's gonna look cool when it's done.
It looks very nice, dude.
That is phenomenal.
Wow.
I see where he's going and where the overlays and stuff are going to go and what kind of effects he's got going on. Yeah, that's.
Now, see, but I seen this the other day when it was just black and white. Just
right. And this is even like a fully rendered color. This is like almost like flats in a way.
Yeah, it's it's semi-flat. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying though is this was a sweet piece. This when I seen it the first time without the color.
Right.
It's a really nice piece.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty simple. Like Randy had drawn her on like some staircases and some buildings. You know, it was, you know, Dan's touch to kind of put it at nighttime. You know what I mean? So like we got the night sky and the stars in the background, and the staircases are kind of like silhouettes, and the real focus will be on her. You know.
Very nice. Very nice.
And so this is like our last, like once this cover is done, right? I'm launching my Kickstarter.
Awesome.
So that could be in like a few days. You know what I mean?
Cool.
That's definitely close too. It looks close.
You know, and it won't even like I said. Wait till this is finished, man, and it's gonna be eye popping. You know, and just to have someone like, you know, a classic Witchblade artist from back in the day on our book, you know, is like the final cherry on the cake for our Kickstarter, because hardly anyone has seen this yet, right? But when we launch the Kickstarter, everyone's going to see it. And they're going to see all the other great covers from Steph Wilson, Paul Green, you know, CB Zane, and the crew. Man, it's all going to be there. So yeah, there's a sneak peek.
Cool.
That's awesome, man.
That's a really great cut. That's gonna be a great cover.
Can't wait. And my colorist, he's listening to us now. So Dan, you the man.
Yeah,
Dan the man.
Dan's
I like
the
to call
man.
him
He does
Dan the
awesome
man Overa. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Why do I know?
Like he the hardest working person in Niobe. Probably.
So,
Yeah,
Larry,
well,
let me ask
you know,
you still got copies of issue 1?
Birthright issue 1. Yeah, I got a handful. They're up on my Gumroad store right now.
Can you drop that link, dude? Can you drop that link for me?
Yeah,
Just
but I
want-
mean they're not retailer price, Danny. Like me and you we could do something if that's what you want. But I mean.
Yeah, definitely. But can you drop the link just because I want to check it out? Because I've been hearing you talk about this new Niobe for a while, so I definitely want to at least like take a quick pop at it.
Previous Niobes we were in color and we had a or previous Niobes we were in black and white and we had a different artist. Now we have a brand new
okay.
team and we're in full color now, right?
So is this going to be the first one, the one that you're doing on Kickstarter? Is that going to be the first one that you guys are doing in color?
No, this is the second one now.
So Birthright's the first one.
Right. Well, Birthright 1 and this is Birthright 2. It's a 2-part miniseries.
Yeah. So what Danny wants is he wants a link to see Birthright 1.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh, yeah.
Is Birthright 1 the one that you were going to put on indie crowdfund that you have that campaign for? Okay.
Yeah, it's still kind of half built, but yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Yeah. But maybe I should just wait till they're both done. Like I don't know now.
No, there's no reason not to put number 1 up there and keep it rolling.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna throw it in the YouTube link here first.
Yeah, Danny wants to look at them. I mean, if you want to get some sales, the quickest way to do that is to put them up. I know Niobe would sell, Larry. I've been telling you that for a long time. Even before we thought of indie crowdfunds, like your books are, they're the quality's there.
Did you guys get your package yet?
Yes. Did he not show you? It was earlier this stream. He was showing them off. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was Mike showing them off. Like,
yeah,
it came in good shape.
Yeah.
Because you guys were talking about earlier, like paper quality and cover quality. I think that my printer did a pretty good job with like paper and cover quality. You know what I mean, as far as like the materials used and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sure.
I forget whose interview that was where we were talking about. He was talking about I think it was a 130-pound cup. Yeah, it was 130 pounds.
That was William.
It was a 130-pound weight for the cover, and then an 80-pound weight, both glossy for the interior pages, which is a hefty paperweight for a book.
Yeah, I think Comics Wellspring did a great job putting Niobe together. Everything pops. It feels good. Like the cover's like a nice sort of almost like a cardboard like stock. It's not like a flimsy paper. Which might be the reason why it cost me a little extra than maybe say if I went through someone else. But the quality is so good that I don't know if I would want to switch. You know what I mean? But
Well, 80 pounds, 70 to 80 pound is pretty standard across the board for any printer. The cover you can change, but I mean generally they're all kind of the same, to be honest. And I mean,
that's the cover we got through Blurb.
That looks nice. Yeah, your books look nice. I mean, if you look at his books, look at Niobe's books. From looking at them online, I couldn't tell you the difference in the paper stock. It really is pretty standard. They all order from the same paper plants. I've delivered the paper as a truck driver from the same paper plants to the same people. It's all the same paper. Sometimes there are different brands of paper that can make a slight difference. That's true. But for the most part, if you pick a professional printer, they're already like past that point. It's like an amateur phase where you have to deal with print setting into the right kind of paper. These guys with these big equipment, like Ready Comics is a huge warehouse in Arizona. They're one of our partners. Comic Wellspring, Kablam, all these guys, Maxim, I guarantee you, they
adore Kablam.
Yeah, they're ducks in a row. They have the right paper. It's all going to be pretty much the same. But it does go a long way when you have a printer that you trust. That's for sure. So if you like the people that you work with, by all means, keep working with them. But the paper quality isn't going to vary that much between printers.
Yeah, after you and Mike showed me Kablam, I was completely sold.
I love them. I absolutely love them.
That's awesome.
They are so amazing and so nice, and their customer service is top notch. Adore them.
That's good. We try to pick people who are good at what they do.
I'll stand up for them at any time, anywhere. Absolutely, they're fantastic.
That's awesome. And they're the East Coast guys. Ready Comics are out on the West. So, and that makes a difference because your shipping costs are dramatically different from the West East Coast. So we specifically tried to choose people on different quadrants of the map. Comic Wellspring is the Northeast. Kablam is the Southeast. Ready Comics is the West. And Mixam, I think, is on the East around there too. Mike dealt with them, not me. I don't know them. But we very strategically
blown up.
You know what? That's my Facebook. That's Dan O'Bara. Want me to ask you guys questions?
I know
Get in the chat where we can see it.
the paperweight thing for me.
Me too. Somebody was commenting on my motion comic.
the paperweight thing for me as an artist, for prints, not just because books. You know, you're absolutely right. Kablam, they handle it. I don't have to worry about it. But for prints and stuff, I like a heavier print, just because I'm charging this. And I want you to have some quality, especially since I'm not putting it in a plastic top loader because those are kind of expensive. I'm putting it, in a nice Mylar plastic to protect it and stuff. But I'd like the print to be a little heavier, so it's
Yeah, prints are totally different. Prints are very preference related, but books are pretty much the same. Yeah, prints are and you have matte and you have gloss and you have UV finish and all that. That's
You
very
guys want to see something?
I'm starting to do holographics too. So
really, you should tell me who you're going through. I've been trying to find a holographic.
I have to chat with a buddy of mine.
Okay.
And
hi, Mike. What are you doing? Hey, handsome. That's our art printer. We print our art prints ourselves.
I'm about when I travel to a big con, because most of us are the guys we all camp out together 6 to a hotel room or something like that. I'll bring a printer. I'm going to start bringing a printer. That was one of the goals for 2020 is bringing a printer to cons. So just in case you can, get stuff out or whatever.
Sometimes, because I have prints of mine that I kept in the paper boxes from the original printer, but sometimes they shift around too, and so over time they'll scratch. So
We have so much printing equipment, you would have no fucking idea.
So Dan O'Bara, he says, Larry, ask them what they think about the image I sent you that looks Street Fighter-ish, which is this image here. He's ask if they like the. He says, ask if they like the animation style or a more comic style or more realistic. He wants to know what you guys think of this.
About your book, like changing the style of it? No,
no. This has like a potential. No. Guys, this has a potential cover.
Ask Danny, he's the retailer.
That'd be great.
Oh yeah, that's covered.
So I don't think it needs to be more realistic. I'll eliminate that one. I was literally, before you said a word, I was gonna literally ask, hey, whose art is this? Is this Naomi? Because I think this is awesome. There is hold on, give me 1 second.
That looks like a 1 to 100 store variant to me.
Some people purposefully make different retailer variants.
Here's the thing. I didn't even know this cover was being done. Dan had hired a guy to draw it on his own, and then when it was drawn, Dan decided to color it on his own, and then it was presented to me, and I said, well, I really like it. Can I buy it from you, so I can own it, basically? So we made a deal where I was able to buy it. Now I got to decide what I want to do with it.
I think it's really good. I'm a big fan of colors. I think colors help sell covers. Besides speculation and all this stuff, color and good art help sell covers. One of my favorite artists right now, that she's not independent. She gets work from Marvel and DC. But her name's Rand Gonzalez. She has really colorful. She paints everything herself. And I can't keep these on the shelf because even though this will be a C cover or a D cover or whatever, people will pass over the A cover, the B cover, the C cover, and go to that cover. So I love covers like this because I think that color pops.
What do you think about sexy covers in your shop? Does anyone ever give you grief you're sexualizing women and stuff like that?
No,
because that's what Niobe does, No, not sexualize women, but we do sexy covers, right?
So nobody speaks ill of it. So Dynamite with books like Vampirella, Red Sonja, stuff like that. they tend to do, first of all, they do like 6 covers every 2 weeks when they ship.
Oh yeah.
But one or two of them will be like the risque covers. Another one that does them is Action Lab. They do the cover that is A cover is closed, and then the B cover or whatever is a risque cover where her shirt is ripped. So then nobody says anything bad about them, but we do notice that so that cover that you just showed, I would personally say there's nothing sexualized about that cover. Like, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. I'd say that there's nothing that I would assume a woman, and Mindy's here, she can speak, I don't want to speak for them, but I don't think anything about that cover said to me, oh, a woman, that's sexist. Like, or anything
Mindy
like that.
draws boobs.
Like, I don't think it crosses that line. Now, is there a certain line that, like, I think the sales kind of drop and it becomes more of a niche thing? Yeah, but I think that's more when you're, like, showing niche and, like, you're actually showing, like a book like Sex Criminals or something like that. That has that's where the market changes a little bit, because that book is actually showing interest and things like that. It's a little more physical.
I'll speak to that as a fan. Whether you like it or not, everybody has their own taste. So I really, to each their own on whatever you like it or don't like it. That's cool. I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me. So whatever. However, as a fan or as a customer in the shop, I remember, and then this is going to go to the older guys too. I remember when you would walk into the old Five and Dimes, or you would walk into the old, like, you'd go in to buy something at the deli or something, and then you'd see the newspaper rack. You'd grab the newspaper, or you'd grab a Sports Illustrated, and then you looked over, and then there was the holders for the magazines, and they were all covered, because that's where Hustler and Playboy was and stuff like that. I've seen comic book shops do that with the more risque covers. They'll keep them in a bag, and then it'll be covered, so you'll only see the title, so you'll know what that is. And there'll be a sign,
or the rack is just like it's
the rack will just cover it.
Yeah.
And there might be a sign that says, adults only or something like that. I got to tell you something. As a kid, whatever, okay, but even as a grown man, I see that. Yeah, I kind of want to go see what that is. Okay, I want to go see that. And for me, it's 50-50 if I'm going to buy it. But like, okay, perfect example. I see this cover. Let's say I saw this cover covered, so I only saw it from the head up or where it said Niobe. I'd walk over and be like, oh, cool, yeah, I'm buying that. It's the forbidden fruit.
You started speaking about color. I wanted to show and send a shout out to the illustrator. Like, colors on this is just.
I love that color, especially at those beginning panels. Those greens. I really think colors.
I like the way it goes gold and then purple and then the little background splashes there.
Yep. And that can help sell a book so much. Colorists don't get enough love. I will say that.
Yeah.
Colorists don't get
Thank you.
Phil sucks.
We finally heard something from Phil. He said, "Thank you."
I'm sitting here in Photoshop just listening to you guys while I'm working on some colors, man.
He's not asleep.
I'm not asleep yet.
Maybe we'll get Phil to color the next collective store exclusive, because we struggled a little bit to find the colorist to get it done in time. So maybe now that we know that Phil is here, get that done.
Hey, yeah, just hit me up, man.
Phil's just loving CRoM Con this time, boy.
People actually know I'm a colorist.
Like sitting there and getting work.
I'm a colorist too.
Yes.
Oh,
and a shout out to Mindy, man. Look at her boobs, man.
I'll tell you who doesn't get love is the letterers.
Now, I will tell you.
Yeah.
I will say this. Just the same way that a book like 47 Furious Tales and stuff like that can be like, oh, there's like 5 or 6 D&D players that would like really love that book, right? I can look at boobs and be like, man, there's 5 or 6 Dynamite subscribers that would really like that book. Like, it's no BS. Like,
Yeah, it is.
We have experience. It's a little bit of an advantage that we have, but because we own our own retail store, we totally know. And boobs is supposed to be like totally funny, over the top, ridiculous funny. So, and we're using the profits, by the way, to better the site. But we totally
Yeah,
knew
it's already
it was.
you guys definitely need to advertise that. Just because, like, I think that will help people just want to support to help the site too. Like I say, people. I've learned that while even in a pandemic, there are fans that are willing to that maybe have a little extra income that are willing to put money towards good causes. You know, whether it is a creator and their book or a website like Indie Crowdfund. So definitely advertise that, guys, because I definitely
Yeah.
think people will appreciate that.
We should put that in the description. You know, okay, so besides a book that's going to sell, that we knew was going to sell, that's supposed to be really funny and make people laugh and support the site, I have another book coming out. I'm going to show you.
Yes, she does.
Bring it into the cam. I got my pages up.
Oh, man, I can't find it. Oh, there's good. Pull her all the way out. No, put her up there.
So, on a more serious note, like,
Pops.
We both said it at the same time.
there we go. That's a bit better. Like, this is a character. I won't say a page, although he could be a page of it for just character reference, but from my book Karma. So it's very Halloween oriented. There's witches on the cover. It's a book that will sell really well in Halloween time. And it has to do with the afterlife and limbo and the seven sins and a witch. But these are like some pages from the inside.
Oh, there's more.
That first,
hold on.
First thing
Hold on,
looked very
there's more.
Dorian Gray inspired.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't read Dorian Gray, but I know about it, and I could see that.
Is that marker, or do you use like charcoal, or what's your technique on those? Because it looks very cool.
Thank you. Copics and chalk and pencil, and sometimes maybe a little bit of pen. But the white is super fun to bring out with. I use a chalk pencil on that, and so this is like from a sequence where this.
Hey, but if you can show them that cover, that one with the witches, it's sick.
Well, I'd have to track it down, but I'll work on tracking it down.
I've seen that eye roll as somebody that lives with their significant other. I've seen that eye roll many times.
I'll track it down.
Complete side note. A friend of both me and my significant other was visiting, and I said something that gave my girlfriend, that made her give me that look that Mindy just gave. And my buddy said, "Oh my God, the daggers that she just looked. If she could shoot daggers out of her eyes, you would be dead right now." So it's officially a look called the dagger look.
She's just embarrassed.
Oh, but I've seen the look.
We work together on everything, but I'll find it for you in just. I'm almost there. It was just an old graphic, but yeah, I'm going to be launching it. I was going to launch it this week, but then this week got crazy. But Karma's coming soon, and that's something that I've been working on for like 5 or 6 years. So I've put a lot of love into it.
He heard that eye roll. Exactly. That's like how big it was.
You heard it. Okay, let's see what I got here. You guys aren't staring at my computer yet, so see, this is like, okay, these are promo graphics from a long time ago, 2 years ago, in fact, wasn't it? That I was going to launch on Indiegogo in 2019 before Indie Crowdfunds. But those are my witches. So, very Halloween. That will be on the cover, too.
We can't see it. You got to show your
Yeah.
screen. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Thanks. Very Halloweeny, right? So that's
it almost reminds me of the three witches from Hercules.
Yeah, it's the same kind of premise. So if you read back in mythology, there's the three muses, and they are the three muses, not the three witches, even though they look like witches.
The Stygian witches.
I call them witches, but
like looks like a mixture of a witch and like almost like a demon spirit, because like you didn't do the eye coloring in, and it looks awesome. Like
Yeah, that front one's got a like Dementor vibe.
Yeah. Yes, and how it has the rat in its hand or the mouse, whatever we want to say. But yes, that
But yeah,
is
this book is going to be huge.
She's the silly, dumb comic relief of the three of them. The one on the
Well,
left.
I got a question. Are we going to change this graphic to say indie crowdfund?
Yes,
Yep.
I wouldn't dream of putting it on Indiegogo anymore.
In
But that was 2 years ago.
In 2020?
Yeah,
Indie crowdfund in 2020. We can make that adjustments. We can start using this promo, please.
I'm going to. I'm going to launch it like next week.
Okay, because I could be posting this all over if it said the right stuff.
I'll get it to you. Next week. I'm going to launch, so I'll have like the interior sample and all of that. It's like I said, I want it in people's hands by Halloween because it's just perfect, right? So
yes,
look for it next week.
Cool.
I'm excited. So one of the cool things about having a girlfriend that likes comic books and working in retail is that I have another perspective. Yes, like, are there some books that she reads that I read? Yeah.
Nope. You muted yourself.
Oh, you muted.
My bad. There's so many books that she has that I would never read,
can hear you
and
so much better
that
now.
helps me know what people like. Like Mindy's book right there, my girlfriend would love it, and I probably would love it too, but my girlfriend would love it. So it's just awesome to see something like that.
It's cool to see I have a different range of skills besides boobs, right? So I have to at this point. I have to make something.
It took so long to learn how to properly draw the female anatomy. So having that in your skill set right away is actually a good thing.
That's
Ladies
true
and
in
gentlemen,
comics.
she can draw something other than tits.
That's great. That's even better.
But thank you, Danny. Yes, that's cool. I think it's like got a Jim Henson Disney vibe, which is a big inspiration for me when I grew up. So
Colors are everywhere now.
yeah, look at
Everywhere. Chris, welcome to the madness, bro. Look, the madness blew up this week too. We got like 50 new members this week. It's like we're pushing
Rock on.
16. We're like pushing 1,600 already, Pete. It's crazy.
YouTube, the Indie Comics Cast YouTube is at 114 subscribers now.
Okay, so we popped 20 on there, 20 on there. Not bad.
I can't wait to see the numbers from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Combined?
Well, not combined. I'd like combined and each day. I'd like to see what's going on.
I mean, Joe come out earlier and said during the Artist Alley, he said we had like 3,500 live views.
I didn't know if that was from today or if that was from Friday or if that was from Saturday.
I think that was yesterday.
Okay.
I think that was yesterday.
I'm such a sports guy that I need to see every little
You like the
stat.
stats.
Yeah, I need to analyze all that stuff.
Joe, send me the stats.
Yeah.
I don't care about that much because I just figure that all you guys keep coming back to CRoM Con. And that means you're having a good time. I look up, I see there's like, a double-digit count of people watching the whole time.
Yeah.
They're having a good time. I'm gonna keep doing it. It does, to me, the numbers haven't meant that much. It's great when Joe comes out and says 10,000 people got reached this weekend so far. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't even count all the other groups that we're all individually sharing out into either.
Right, our personal pages and stuff.
That doesn't count any of that. That's just what's happening on the Comics Cast platform. That's not counting all the shares on Twitter, all the retweets that I get. Come on, I went over 100 followers on Twitter today.
Yay!
Woohoo!
I mean, so it's happening there too.
I haven't checked since
Twitter
the broadcast, but we got 150 views on our motion comic within like 13 hours.
And I think you got another one of us here. I think Chris is another one of us. Let's try and help indie creators, our fellow creators, keep comic talent coming. And
Rock on, Chris. I'm with that.
And he just joined the group, so it's like we're bringing in new people as we speak right now. I mean, that's what it's about, man.
We just got new likes on Indie Crowdfund too, so It works. This whole thing is awesome. This community is
happen.
Yeah, it's really
We're
good.
gonna make it happen. We're gonna cram it down people's throats. We're gonna make it happen.
I'll let you go, Pops, though, because I hear my toddler bugging my husband in the background, so I'll go help her out.
Yeah, well, he ain't saying nothing anyway. Let him be dad. You're the one talking, showing us stuff.
He's only quiet now because I said, I'm getting on the stream. You take care of the kids, kind of, and the kids went to him. They were with me, so we traded, but I'll trade it back to him because I know she's sleepy. It's time to go to bed, so I'm the mom. It's my job.
Hold on. William said
She's actually standing on top of her bunk bed right now playing.
Really? I hear her.
Now look, this is why William says we have people watching.
Can you imagine if it blows up and in 10 years people are trying to get a copy of boobs?
Just wait till you guys see the over-the-top variant cover that I have coming.
Hold on. Right here, this group right here, Pete, me, Mike, Alan, who was one of the first campaigns, right?
Yeah. Congrats to Alan.
Larry, who's been our biggest supporter and biggest critic. Phil, co-host. Pete, co-host. Mindy, Mike. Look, we're going to get together 10 years from now on the 6th of September, and we're going to party like there ain't no tomorrow.
I'm with it.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the 6th of September.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Good pull.
I'm telling you, man. Just think, if this thing takes off and gives us 1/4 of what I think it's possible of, you guys are all going to be damn glad you're involved.
Oh, I'm already glad. It's been great. I think I came in a month ago.
Danny. Yes, you too, Danny. You're in, bro.
But no, yeah.
You're the next contestant on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think before Mindy leaves, while we still have both of the Wheelers in here, I think what you guys are doing with Indie Crowdfund is amazing. And
thanks, Danny.
Yeah, thank you.
I very much can appreciate something that has to be started more or less from the ground up. I mean, are there other crowdfunding things out there? Yeah, but I know you guys are trying to separate yourselves. So I know what that's like, and I know there's going to be ups and downs, and I know that some things are going to work and some things aren't. But I just want you to know that you have our support, at least us at the collective, and hopefully all the people here in Comics Related Madness. So keep kicking butt, and we're all behind you on this.
Heck yeah.
Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, that's really good to hear.
Just picked up another fan. Look at that.
Danny, you're welcome to contact us anytime too. You have suggestions or feedback. We've really tried to stress that this is a community effort, and being a retailer, your opinion is very valuable. Anything you can think of, and I want to hook you up with a pop-up stand when that comes, when that's around.
I want
it
to have pop. We'll pay extra if it can have pops, even if it's just like a headshot, like a bust shot or something.
Yeah, I've been waiting till more creators get on the site and then asking their permission. But how Marvel and DC have that superhero shot, right?
Yeah,
it would be awesome to have all of the indie characters.
Yeah,
boom! Just at the top of the thing.
If we got everybody's permission, it'd be simple to do in Photoshop.
Oh yeah. And we could have cool ads. I've already talked with a small example of something that I've tried to do with a publisher that can totally be done with the whole indie crowdfund platform as a whole, every creator on it. So AWA is a kind of new independent creator coming out. They have 5 or 6 books. So there's only 5 or 6, 7 creative teams. I straight up pitched to them the idea, we can do a AWA con. I can do a whole day just like CRoM Con right now. And so same thing for Indie Crowdfund. We have Indie Crowdfund Con, the whole day is just every campaign that is on Indie Crowdfund, and we just hit it all day, and that's free. It's
we already have an Indie Crowdfund Con. It's CRoM Con.
You're going on,
I know.
You're on right now,
so here we go. An Indie CRoM or an Indie Crowdfund Con day as part of CRoM Con. A whole day that's just the campaigns that are on the site.
Which day of the week?
Hold up.
You want a prime day? You want Friday or Saturday? I think.
Whoa!
Hold up. You guys are talking about something we already are moving towards. People who have their campaigns on indiecrowdfund.com or retailers that want to use a time slot on indiecrowdfund.com during CRoM Con are going to get preference.
I told you it was coming for my job. I told you.
No, preference for their slots, dude. They're going to get preference for their time slots. We're already.
And another thing that might work. One of the things I liked about Pete's idea, so not coming for his job, is telling him I like his idea and that they're great ideas. Is what I'm telling him.
It's like
but
this.
It'd be great to have some of the indie crowdfund guys back to back, so that way somebody like me that's watching can be like, ooh, and then the next creator on indie crowdfund, awesome, I'm gonna stay. That would be really cool to try to schedule them in pods.
If we can get them in blocks, that'll be awesome.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is they're going to get their preference for the time slot that most works for their schedule.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's
So if you're on the indie crowdfund, you're basically guaranteed a spot and a preference spot in the con.
Yeah.
That's where we're going. Look, Comics Cast is the media arm of indie crowdfund. I am the executive vice president of marketing for CRoM Con, so Comic Related Madness is another media arm of indie crowdfund. Okay, it all ties together, bro. How stupid would I be not to promote the thing that I'm trying to make happen?
Yeah.
So yeah, and everybody involved would definitely be getting preferential treatment, preferential coverage, preferential promotion, all of it.
And same thing goes, and that's another thing I try to tell comics. The relationship goes both ways. So yes, us carrying the book give us promotion by the creator saying the book is in the store. Yes, but we also now go like, hey, that book's in our store, and you can. Even though you might be a creator in Oregon, like Alan or somewhere else like that, you share it, and it's like, holy cow, those guys are in a store in wherever. A store is a store. You have a Diamond account, you're legit. So that helps. That's notoriety.
And then
So
that's
that
spread throughout the other comic shops because you always want to have what people want. And I stress this to people that you guys know your fans. You just like you said earlier, when you see the boobs book, you automatically know the 5 people that come in your shop that are going to buy that. You know every single fan that comes in there, and going into a comic shop is an experience. It's not just about buying the books; it's about talking to you, it's about having a good time. Yeah, we love comic shops. Oh, and
different.
Man, I have seen people walk into a comic shop, and because their favorite person who runs the counter isn't at the counter, they turn around and walk right back the fuck out.
Yeah. There was one guy that used to talk to me all the time. He was one of our regulars, and he loved to talk about all my stuff, which was great. But I remember he loved it so much, I had to close the door on his face. I was literally like, we're closing, we really gotta close, and I stayed 15 minutes, 20 minutes late. I was like, goodbye, and I was still talking to him as the door was closing. People love their shop.
To get them out of your store. You're like, hey guys, we closed an hour ago. Why are you still here?
It's so funny because it's pretty much 12 o'clock, so I'll give somebody else a peek behind the curtain. What's cool in retail as a whole, if you work at Tijuana Flats or whatever, Hot Topic, you probably have what they call high maintenance customers. And high maintenance customer just means you have to do a little bit more legwork or whatever, not. And your stereotypical teenager that might work at the mall or this hates high maintenance customers, hates them. But we have this awesome saying at the store that's like, if all of our customers were like those guys, we'd never go out of business. Because people that are high maintenance, people that ask a lot of questions or things like that, for the most part, are very interested. They love either comics or they love the creator or they love the story. Are there a few time wasters? Yeah. But and the way we view it, you got to view it as a positive. If somebody comes in the store and asks me 6 questions about a comic and leaves without buying a comic, it wasn't a wasted time, because hopefully at least that person had a good experience in a comic book store and goes and tells friends about it and wants to go back to a comic store. It's the long game. It's the long game. It's not as simple as come in, buy stuff, and pay me now.
Yeah,
Hey, they might be asking for somebody else entirely. They might have somebody at home that's a quad or something that's sitting in a bed and sent them to the comic store to find out what's there. And that's why dude was asking you all the questions. Now he's going to go home and he's going to tell his friend, yo, he said they got this and this and this and this and this. Because Danny was cool enough to sit there and talk to him.
I'm going to tell you.
And that's where Danny and people like
I'm giving you my
that's why
trigger
people
warning.
like Danny are so valuable, because if you guys have if Danny invests in your books, he's going to want to sell them because he doesn't want to be out of money. But at the same time, he has the opportunity to see those fans that come in every week and say, have you heard of this awesome new book? And then the fans go, what are you talking about? And then they have a whole conversation. Oh, I know the creator. They're doing this. And look at this book. And it becomes a gem.
Now, Danny's like, yeah, I know the dude that did that book. Yeah, I know the dude that did bad book.
Well,
I know the dude that did bad book.
The only time where that doesn't work was in my line of work. I did restaurants for over 25 years, bartending and serving. Yeah, don't come in 5 minutes before we close. I'm not talking to you about the special. I'm trying to clean up so I can get out of here because I've been on my feet for 12 hours a day. Get out.
That's it. I can't say this enough. I came from a cubicle job. Okay. I had this conversation. I don't know if it was with Pops or with Pete the other day, but I gave up a job that had paid me a little bit better, gave me 401k, paid for my health insurance. What people would say is a pretty good gig. But I hated working in a cubicle. I hated it. 5 o'clock came, I was out the door. 5:01, you think I'm gonna help you? No. Like, I was gone at my car. Thankfully, I was given the opportunity to work at a store that sold comics. And the first place I landed at didn't work out, but thankfully I landed here at the Collective with Brendan. And that relationship totally worked because he gave me the leeway to do this. But that leads me to say that my passion for comics, I now find myself, even if I'm at my 40 hours and I know Brendan's not, we figure it out. But you get it. Brendan's not super excited for me to be over 40 hours, but he knows that if it was because a customer came to the door at 8:05 while I was counting the drawer and I let them in, and they made, it honestly, it doesn't matter if it was a $16 purchase or a $116 purchase. It's fine because we were able to cycle in another customer. At the end of the day, as part of all the numbers that we run, one of the numbers we run is customer count, because that matters. Every transaction is an experience.
Backer count, customer count,
yes.
Backer count, customer count. Couldn't stress it enough.
Like, every purchase is an experience. You know what I'm saying? So I find I come from that millennial generation, so I find it kind of intrusive that we sometimes have to ask for numbers when we do subscriptions and stuff. But I've actually found that it's helped us so many times when people have left their card and we have their number because they're on subscription, and I can call them and be like, yo, you left your card here, man. I got it at the register. Come on. You know how awesome of an experience. Like, so it's just little things like that, man. That's what's keeping. I do understand that comic stores are going out of business all the time, but there's little things in terms of customer service and just things that you can control in a business that you really can't control anything, that can really separate stores. And I think that's what's going to help everybody.
Okay.
Hey, Danny, you know what comic book stores are going out of business?
The ones that
don't do graded, the ones that don't do signed stuff, the ones that rely heavily on Marvel and DC to pay their bills, because you can't sell a $2 profit margin book and pay your bills. It's impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you guys want indies, and I mean, this is just, it's funny. I called like 137 or something like that recently, shops, and I had maybe 2 that weren't interested or 2 that were a negative experience. All the rest were super cool. And both of those 2 said they only carry Marvel and DC. And they were so mad at the industry. They were bitter. One guy was seriously like having a fit on the phone. He was so mad at comics. He's like, why would I put another $1 into comics? And I was like, well, what do you carry? And he's like, only Marvel and DC. I'm like, okay, well, you know, I'm just gonna get off the
now we
phone.
know
But
why you're failing.
Yeah, that's probably why you're mad. But you know,
Yeah.
and I will play devil's advocate for a second because I do like to look on both sides. I think one of the things that has put I don't want to say negative look on it because there is no negative. It's not overly looked at as negative to be on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. But one thing that I think to some customers, especially older ones, that kind of seems like a negative about Kickstarter and stuff like that. And I think it's mainly Floridians because this person has, and I'm not going to say their name, has ties to Florida. When you look up their name on Google, one of the first things you'll see is that they're banned from Kickstarter for unfulfilling like six books that were funded, but he never fulfilled them, and then created another account under another name and did that for like another 2 or 3 books. So there are bad experiences, right? There are bad apples. But I think you guys being able to start from the ground up, it's going to be real awesome to see, if you guys can make sure. And I think all the creators that you guys have right now are legit, and they're going to be of their word. But I think it's going to be awesome to see you guys complete that. Because, if you guys can have 5-star rating all the way through, you guys are money, like that speaks volumes.
Thanks, Danny. And hey, we have a trust badge too. Like we're implementing that if they don't
That's
fulfill a
what I saw.
campaign, yeah, they're gone because you guys can't bet your livelihood and your small business on someone not fulfilling. That's a jerk move on them, and we don't support that. So we appreciate that, Danny.
Yeah, Christy.
Everybody, happy birthday, Christy.
Oh, happy birthday, Christy.
Happy birthday.
Hello, thank you. Lots of great news in the world today. I got to relearn Footloose.
Yeah, I saw that. That was hilarious.
Oh, it was retweeted.
You got what?
It got
You got to
retweeted.
relive Footloose. There was a guy, one of the protesters. He set himself on fire. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because
George.
I think he read this little book called The Anarchist Cookbook, but did not understand the true fiery nature of nail palm. Spilled all over his shoes, so he started running around like a goon. And then a cop came in and said, "Here, let me just take care of that," and just put a fire extinguisher on his feet after he was falling everywhere. But it was great. And
I'm
then
gonna
I
run out.
discovered
It's really late for the kids. But Christy,
Oh,
that
bye,
sucks. I'm
Mindy.
leaving right as you come on. You're awesome. So talk to my husband. Bye, guys. We gotta put the kids to bed.
Bye. I'll send you something funny too, Mindy. Don't worry. Yeah, Mindy should share this with you.
So yeah, I keep going looking in the group, and it's like people keep posting stuff, and just this feed is like so far down in the group now that I have to keep going and sharing it back to the group so it stays up at the top. Y'all quit pushing my feed down. We're
You
trying to
can
have
pin
fun
it.
here.
You can. Why don't you pin it temporarily?
Because then
it
it'd
on
be
the
in the
page.
announcements.
It'll hold
As
it
long
right
as-
on the top of the very
All right,
top.
I'm going to take off too, guys. I'm going to spend some time with the kids before they go to bed.
All right, brother.
Talk to you later, Mike.
Mike,
All right, take care, guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
Peace.
peace, bro.
Or not pin it. I think if you put it on highlighted, it'll put it as the top option or the top post
Okay.
on the page.
I just share it back up there. Boom.
Hey,
It
Pops.
was hot as hell on my birthday. That should tell me something.
Speaking of sharing things, Pops, you should share my screen.
Let's see. What do we got?
There we go. So I just want to give Dan O'Bara another shout out. He's still in the chat. He's still watching. He's trying to talk to you guys on YouTube. But I don't know if you guys are checking the comments there.
I don't see nothing, dude. It's not coming into the last thing I seen. Was that one. Way
Yeah,
back
there you
there.
go.
That's
Yeah,
a
I
long
don't think
time.
he's allowed. I don't think he's allowed StreamYard to post his chats. You got to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook.
Well, I
That's
mean, that would show
you guys were talking about color work earlier, and I meant to show this to you a while ago. I mean, that's just an example of some great color work, and that's what my book looks like on the inside now. If anyone hasn't checked out Niobe for a while, that's sort of the art style and the vibe that we're going with. That's what you get, inside the pages.
That looks awesome. That looks awesome, Larry. Yeah. I have a buddy. Pops knows him. Brian Camilli. He loves himself some motorcycles. If Brian Camilli sees that, he's grabbing that book. That's for sure.
I think Camille's probably already bought that one because I know he saw the Steph cover that I have.
Yeah, I do think I actually think that's the first time I heard about Niobe was Camilli opening up Niobe Birthright 1.
Now, this is like the low-res version of it, so if I blow it up, it looks a little, you know what I mean, pixelated, but it gives you the idea.
Where all them are old ones. Oh, there we go. Christy, happy birthday to you.
Oh, Pops. Well, actually, I guess technically Pete. But when you guys promote, and granted, I'm sure we're gonna fill all the slots for CRoM Con 7 in 7 minutes. But
I hope not, because that's gonna be a lot of work for me. So I hope not.
No,
but it's definitely worth mentioning to your guests. I mean, I don't know what the percentage was. And
Here he comes trying to take my job again.
No. I don't want this job. I don't want to live in New York.
Dude, there ain't no money in his job.
But,
no shit.
Yeah.
So 20-25%, and that's only because I was at work and I couldn't watch all day yesterday. But 20-25% of the guests on the show or on your CRoM Con over the 2-3 days are either about to be or in a month are going to be in our store. So I'm just saying, there's an unofficial relationship there that's worth mentioning.
Brother.
Yeah, we super appreciate that, by the way, Danny.
Hey, no problem, guys. I mean,
Pete, what did I say about Danny?
We're doing what the people want, man. Like I say, not everybody has heard of Kickstarter just yet. There's a demographic of our customers that don't know about it and will not probably ever in their lifetime. So we're kind of bridging that gap. That's the way we look at it. Okay, your Kickstarter ended or your Kickstarter has a retailer tier right now. We're going to go ahead and get you some money. And that's why a lot of stores, and probably before Kickstarter, this is the main way it was happening, will do the consignment setup, right?
Right.
Which means you don't get paid until you come back a month or two later and find out how much you sell. Consignment's great because that kind of it is a win for everybody. As a retailer, it's great to not have money invested into it until it sells.
Right.
But we also understand that as a creator, you need funds
to make one book.
Potentially either for the debt towards what it costs you to get that or towards the next book. Either way, it doesn't matter which one it is. We know you guys need money. So that's why we tried to start figuring. And we're willing to do consignment. And we could probably carry a lot more books in the store if we just did consignment with everybody. But I think it helps build that relationship very positively to just pay you guys up front for your copies. So that way, when it sells out, it's just us going back and making another purchase. I think that's a positive.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. All right, kids, I apologize, but I'm going to head out in a second. I just want to remind everyone about 3 things. If you want to watch replays of this, obviously it'll be on CRoM. It'll be in the Comics Related Madness, but you should definitely come over and subscribe to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube because it's a good place to see everything that we do. Also, don't forget the GoFundMe that's scrolling across the bottom. We're trying to help our buddy Corey out. Lost his home and his business. He and his mom are now homeless, and that's not cool. And she's here now. Christy said it yesterday. Now is not a time for anyone to be homeless or having that happen to them. It's just not cool. And if we can do anything to help, cool. If you can donate, awesome. If you can share it, really should. And also, we've already started here tonight, and I'll put up a post tomorrow for it, and then I'll post my pictures, and then all the other creators can start posting their pictures. I'm putting this little Batman drawing that I did yesterday during CRoM Con. Somebody, what did we say, Pops? 20?
Let me make it easy. Everybody who wants to donate something, send me a picture.
I'm going to send it. Who do I send it to?
Danny, let him finish talking.
Send me a picture of it. Send me a picture of it and what the donation has to be for the person to claim it. And I'll put it all on one post.
Yep.
This one for this money, this one for this money, this one for this money. And we'll make a post, try and get Corey some money.
And then they got to send us a screenshot of the post, and then we'll send it out to them, and it'll be great. And the two last things, one is CRoM Con, one is me, and then I'll say my goodbyes and my thank yous. First off, the sign-up sheet, the form should be up. I'm going to talk to Pops tomorrow because we're going to need some rest, and he's got to get up early to take care of the kids anyway. But I'll talk to you during the day tomorrow. We'll put up this at some point this week. The form for the next show will be put up. Okay, and now thanks to Phil and Danny for helping me out with the beta test on it. It works perfectly. So we're going to be fun. It's going to be all the information we wanted to make it easier for us is on it. Done.
Sweet.
Done. Last things before I say my goodbyes is please, if you haven't gotten a chance to yet, check out my Twitch TV / Pete11717 because the Pit will air Wednesdays at 9 on my Twitch and on the Facebook, and I'm going to share it to the madness too because I want all you guys to have fun and watch everything. Okay, so come by, check it out. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So come by, check that stuff out, guys. Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you for everything. Phil, thank you for everything. We're going to talk more because we got co-hosting duties next month. Alan, it was fantastic meeting you. We definitely have to want to talk to you more. Christy, as always, it's an absolute pleasure. Larry, I love you to death, brother. Pops, thank you so much for having us part of this ride. I really appreciate it. We're going to talk more. We're going to do some more world building with this, and it's going to be great. If Joe Tolliver's out there, thank you, Joe. Remember, I like stats. Send me some stats. And thank you all so damn much. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night, guys.
Thank
I love you, Pete. I love you, brother. I couldn't have picked a better set of backup, dude. I couldn't.
Thank
you guys
you,
are awesome.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm throwing horns, man. I'm throwing horns. I know you can't see it.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you guys later.
Have a good one, Pete.
All right.
And now
then.
We went from the Brady Bunch to just 6, man. The two they went off to college, the other two.
I mean, it's kind of late for us East Coast people. I don't expect anybody to stay out here just to keep it alive, But for me, we were out here till damn near 2 a.m. last night, huh, Larry?
Oh yeah, brother.
I was here till like 1:30 with you guys, 1:15, and I just had to go to bed.
Look. I was here till 7 a.m. I'm stuck at work, so I got nothing but time.
Are you East Coast or West Coast of Canada?
I'm so east that it's almost west.
Yeah. Larry, do you got any of your people walk or anybody paying attention? Send them the link, man, if they want to come in. Hell.
Oh God, I have no idea what anyone's doing. Like I said, I'm just at
There
work.
is no.
I just get messages on Facebook from people while I work. Like the only guy I know that's around right now that's watching this is Dan, and I don't know if Dan does any shows. You know what I mean?
No, we're done with the scheduling, William. We finished that out a long time ago. This is how we end every night at CRoM.
All right. Here. Let's since this is the after show, and Pops has been around for most of the show. I know he had to go feed the kids. He had to go walk the dog. I know he's had a couple of, but Pops was here most of the week. Let's give out like some unofficial awards, right? Like, who was your most interesting interview? Who had their most awesome? Who do you think had the coolest background story of how they got into comics that you remember from this weekend?
Okay, well, which one do you want first? Most interesting interview? Because that one's easy.
The most interesting interview. Who was that?
Oh, that was Dr. Bell.
Right. He was awesome.
I mean, dude, as soon as he started talking, I was like, I know who that dude is, because I watched that whole video about setting up crowdfunding and all that. I watched the whole video about promotion and everything, dude. Come on. You guys seen some of what I've been doing, obviously stuff I've learned from paying attention to him. So I realized that's who I was talking to. I was like, oh, he's the smart guy in the room. I was like, hey.
That was 30 minutes of gold, Pops. That was probably one of the best segments. And the way he talked about people putting, because like I mentioned to Pete, it sucks that Pete was gone. On Friday during his pit, I came on and we had a cool panel. we talked about diversity in comics, and not in a terrible way where it's like just go ahead and make Batman Hispanic. I don't want a Hispanic Batman. You know what I'm saying? I want an original Hispanic character. You know, so
Yeah,
that's
can
what I
we
want.
get off the remakes?
Yeah. So when he talked about that, and he's like, "Don't make it happen naturally. Don't inject." I'm like, "Wow, this guy." Like,
Jim.
Exactly.
Jim, I sent you the leg. It's in your. It's in
Jim
your-
O'Reilly, I love Jim's art. Is
It's
amazing,
right
too.
here, Jim. It's in your inbox, bro. I sent
Get
it
it,
10 minutes
Jim.
ago.
Can I screen share real quick?
Sure.
Share with the class.
Bueller.
Bueller.
Anyone.
Jim O'Reilly. The link is in your Facebook inbox.
Get it, Jim.
See this?
Click the link, hit the like and subscribe button.
Yes, Indie Comics Cast, Indie Comics Cast on YouTube. And if you're not a member of Comics Cast on Facebook or the Comic Related Madness on Facebook,
So, you know, I'm gonna say it just because we're waiting for Alan to set up his screen share. There we go. Okay.
Community window.
I love the colors on your trade dress, on the nameplate for the book.
Thank you. Yeah, the artist Maddie. I don't want to butcher the last name, but Maddie. She's pretty amazing. Like, she lives in Venezuela and her electricity goes out, but the amount of work she's able to complete and the quality of it, just like totally skyrocketed our project.
Oh, electricity going out. She's got to save often then. I've lost a few things with storms.
Yeah, I got to do a whole new backup here soon.
Yeah. Me also.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Alan.
Thank you. Okay, now how do I stop sharing? Okay.
Okay, I'll share with the class if you want. Since I
Yes,
was quiet,
no,
you were wondering what's the... Huh?
Please
What's up?
share. Do it.
Well, that's up to Pops. Here's something I'm working on right now. This is actually a Sophizo. This is a Shiloh piece, man.
Shiloh.
That's awesome.
We've got some stuff brewing. Let's see
That
what
is
else we
great.
got. Here is from the last book that just came out that I was working on with Divided Districts.
So you're doing the colors on that stuff?
Yeah, well, I was editing on this one also and a little bit of art direction through the process. Here's one I'm doing just because I like the guy's work.
That's awesome. I like that.
And okay, just for a second, because this is Comics Cast, but everybody said boobs, so here is something that Rich Parada sent me. Rich Parada sent me over to mess with.
Trying to get me in trouble.
Oh God, Rich Parada, I know him.
Rich is my boy over there in the UK.
That's one of his pieces. Let's see what else we got real quick. Oh,
Oh,
yes,
nice.
I also do line work, but I'm mostly colors. But I started out.
Are you going to be coloring that, Phil?
Yeah, probably.
I'm intrigued.
probably-
To see let me see that when you finish coloring it. That looks like it's going to be sick.
Can you hear me
Cool.
as not duplicate?
Now
Okay.
I'll probably even do little bits of ink on it too,
There you
well,
go.
digitally.
Nice.
Back to that. Let's see, was there anything else in here? Oh, another Shiloh thing. I'm trying to get all the colors to blend across the pages right now.
Huh? Oh, did you put in your 2 week?
Is that Jim?
That's
Is
Jim.
that Batman?
What's up, everybody?
Jim,
Is that Bruce Wayne?
It might
all
be.
right. You can pull me down there, Pops. I shared.
What's up, Jim?
Not much.
You must
The
be at
mask
work.
is the mask is for your protection.
Oh, yeah.
You at work?
Am I at work? No, I'm not at work.
I'm not.
I'm just
I'm
being
not
silly.
from my computer, so I appreciate it, Jim.
Just making sure everybody's socially distancing and all that jazz.
You know, it's funny that Jim comes in here with a mask because I was gonna say, before anybody like says anything tomorrow, I look like kind of like an idiot because I got these like mutton chops, but I did it because it would be funny. So I work in a retail store. I have to wear a mask anytime there's a customer in the store. So when I wear a mask, it looks like I have a beard, right? You know, it's like, oh, look at this guy, he's got facial hair, and then I take it off, and haha, it's funny. But it does look ridiculous when there is no big reveal to show off the mutton chop. Yeah, I do look a little like Pops, but Pops has a mustache. See, I got rid of my mustache. I got rid of everything under the
I
mask.
also don't let these get real long and shaggy. I keep it trimmed and
I'm just trying to hide my big nose. That's all.
No, I mean,
So that's about.
I got like the Wolverine like mutton chop going on, but like I have like a pride in the hair that I'm growing here because growing up I could never grow like this part out. So it's like, no, I need this.
Actually, I have to wear a
how
mask.
did your beard come out? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I have to wear a mask
She's just
like
ignoring
8
me.
to 10 hours a day,
Shut up,
so I work in the medical field. So.
Yeah, it's like, oh, see, he's got the stash stuff. I couldn't keep doing it with the stash, man. I couldn't. And my lip, I realized my lip was sweating a lot. So I'm glad. I actually do feel relief not having a stash under the mask. I will tell you, I get so much relief.
Oh, it's horrible. 8 to 10 hours a day, I got to wear a mask all day long because I work in a nursing home.
I had like a goatee going. You got to see, like, I pretty much had hair like Alan, a mustache and a goatee. And it was just like, oh, and yeah, so.
Yeah, just my genetics.
This works for me right now. I do have to shave every 3 days, but this works for me right now.
Christy, how's your facial hair working?
Since I'm Asian, not much. I need to pluck my brows, but I guess that's it. But nothing at all. Like, I think I got enough estrogen to like make me feel womanly or some shit. Yeah, I came back from Korean barbecue, so food coma is hitting me right now.
Oh, Korean! We have a Korean barbecue place right by us in Orlando. That's really good. I'm sure you could probably tell us of a couple good places. But in Orlando, we have this place called Little Saigon. That's like Vietnamese, I want to say.
Yeah, it's Vietnamese.
Yeah. So food there though is amazing. So we have a decent amount of good Asian food in Orlando that, for the most part, isn't commercialized just yet.
Yeah, because there's like little Saigon, there's Little Vietnam, I think, here in Orange County, but you know, there's Vietnamese everywhere. And then there's K-Town, but then there's like a little Korean neighborhood up in La Crescenta, Montrose that sometimes I like to go to when I don't want to fucking deal with people in downtown LA and shit. And as I said, like, I've kind of been sort of
Tommy's cast, Christy. PG-13.
I don't know if Christy has a PG filter.
She does. She's really good at it when she remembers.
Oh, I didn't know it was PJ-13. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I just
comics casting in the corner. You know, we got to be good.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's just like, as I said, like, I just really cannot. I don't know. It's like when I can't deal with the stupidity in like downtown LA, and it seems like every time something happens, like I the way how I have to get down into downtown LA is I have to drive by the county courthouse or the LA County Courthouse. And what sucks is that there's usually a large amount of protesters there. Again, I don't have an issue personally with protesting, but it's just how some people have been nutting up across the country. And if I drive there, I don't want to be faced in a certain situation where I will have to make a call, and I don't like that, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't want to be there. So it's like,
Everybody knows what she's talking about. Everybody knows, you know, it's like, it's no secret. But what Jim's doing here is showing.
Yeah, what's Jim doing?
Dude, this is Mojo This is Mojo Risen, the origin story.
Oh,
This is my recently colored pages.
And
colors by Sigmund Torre.
Dude.
Nice.
He does a fantastic job on color.
Yes.
This is most excellent.
It's nice to see colorists get some love tonight. You know.
Oh,
It's been happening all over,
listen,
hasn't it?
he's got to hide my terrible artwork. What are you kidding me?
My
Of course, I got to give him credit.
Come
This
on.
guy.
Come on now, Jim. You
This
you
guy
sent
is-
me a beautiful Niobe. You're also kind enough to send me some prints along with it, though, dude. You're awesome.
Does he not have some awesome prints or what?
Yeah, I got the turtle
That is
prints up
awesome,
on my
Prince.
wall, man.
Dude,
I'm
You
gonna
know
have
what
to
I mean?
sign off, guys. I really appreciate you guys having me. Pops, I'll send you pictures of the stuff that I have for the donations.
Yeah, do that. And how much you? What we say, 35 or something for that?
Something like that. I don't know if you want to break them up as each individual or put them together as a package, but
We'll see what happens. But we'll make it right. We'll put something up there. We'll get something for everybody that they're gonna love. We're gonna have an awesome thing set up for everybody.
all right. Thank you guys again very much. And Danny, I'll look forward to hearing back from you.
Yes, give us like 2 weeks, but we'll definitely we'll keep talking after we do the signing and everything.
All right. Thank you very much.
It was
Alex, go ahead.
nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice
Alex.
to meet you, Alan.
Anybody who wants to just like tune into the comic related madness, go ahead and play the video, but play it in the madness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that we can go back and watch it later, and so other people can watch it now if they want to. But go ahead and there's a 9-minute video. Okay.
Yeah. It's a motion comic of our first comic.
Okay.
That's
So he's
awesome.
gonna go ahead and set that up in the madness so you guys can see it.
Okay. I'll drop it in the Madness group right now.
Right on.
Thank you.
I'm probably going to sign off soon. I'm hitting a food coma right now. Oh man,
Wasn't my mask?
I had like 2 birthday cakes. One of my friends came by and bought me a birthday cake yesterday. I'm like, oh man. I'm like, oh, I'm tired.
Is it your birthday?
It's my birthday today, but
Happy
yesterday
birthday.
she came by. Thank you.
Birthday.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, it's not your birthday anymore where I'm at.
Well, whatever. So I can go log off now. Go and sleep.
Hey, are you gonna do a show tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm actually going to take a break tomorrow. It's Labor
Okay.
Day. I'm not going to do crap.
I do have Monday Madness tomorrow night, so don't forget to tune in.
I'll see if I can do that. Let me know.
You bet.
All right.
Everybody say bye, Chrissy.
Peace out.
Bye. Thanks for the
Bye.
invite.
Hey,
He's
Pop,
waiting
can
here.
I do a quick screen share?
Okay.
Okay, he said okay.
And now we were fine.
Bam.
Hey, kick me off there.
Well, see, I was going to show off some of your prints. That's what I was doing. See, I had you right here because you're in my portfolio now, dude.
Yeah.
You fill my
Cool.
you fill my portfolio now,
Oh.
dude. Hey, so
No, I can't take credit for the left.
hey, I like it. It's all right here, handy now.
Beautiful.
You know,
Nice.
my son hooked me up, man. Got me a portfolio for all my prints. I was like,
Nice.
Yeah, I have 2 of them. They're invaluable. It keeps everything in nice shape and nothing gets racked. And, you know.
oh, what, Danny? What do you got? What's that, Danny?
So
this
this is
Oh, wait a minute. Is that Cardicelli?
no, this is well, I actually don't know who his artist was.
That's
But,
Cardicelli.
this
I
is
recognize
Jonathan
that.
Hedrick here from Melbourne. We actually, so if you'll see his numbers here, he just funded like 2 hours ago.
Nice.
Do I have it? So here's his Facebook post. He just funded 3 hours ago. We're the ones who pushed him over. I don't want to brag, but we're the ones who pushed him over because he offers.
Oh, I got to get in on this one.
Oh,
So he
Chuck's,
offered.
Chuck's his editor?
Yeah, he's
Chuck's
got
everyone's editor.
So
Share that to the madness right now so we can make sure that starts getting some play, man.
oh, John, I'm pretty sure John's in the group.
No, I
But,
said share that to the madness. John might not be posting that much.
Yeah,
Share
I
that
need to get him on. That's why I wanted to give him some love right now because we got this retailer bundle here for $100, you know, but we got 32 covers, and look at some of those exclusive covers we
10
get.
copies
You know,
of A, 10 copies of B, 5 copies of the Ibarra, 5 blanks, a copy of the writer's cover, and a copy of the Kickstarter exclusive. 32 covers for $100 and free shipping.
I can tell you. Oh, I'm sorry.
You get that in-store signing because he's local to, or the virtual interview, which in Corona times is also a big deal.
Right.
But we get him in store. It pays for itself. It pays for itself. Like, I mean, I just really want to mention to retailers that this is
You
the
got
type
Can
of
you
stuff.
can you scroll up to the
Yeah.
top?
You got 32
So-
books there, you know. I mean, there's easily getting your $100.
So those pages, this artist here, if you scroll down further, that's Stefano Carticelli. He did a lot of stuff for Heavy Metal Magazine.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep,
and it did
Carticelli,
have a
yep,
heavy
yep.
metal feel. Yep,
Yeah, there's his name.
Corticelli, yep.
Carticelli, yeah. Fantastic. He allowed me to ink one of his pencil pieces one time, just for practice. And I got to tell you, man, that was crazy.
man,
His
nice.
style is so erratic, but it's so cool.
What's
It is
really
so
cool is that he did both the A and the B cover, so you
Oh,
still got that
yep.
notoriety for both covers. So we'll be able, getting 10 and 10 for us as retailer was a no-brainer. And then let me see where he posts these.
Oh, that's awesome.
So first of all, that's a nice cover too. We get I think 5 of those, so that'll be a little bit more limited. I'm assuming the print run's smaller. This is the one that we'll get one of.
Nice.
But what I thought was really cool is this. I was like, what the heck's a writer's variant, John? But I think this is cool. I think there's going to be people that want something that's this. This is the cover to your comic. But, collectors like us know that's how the comic has to be pitched. Like you see something like that. So, and then doing, I think a blank sketch cover is smart. And when you have it not just be a white cover, you're separating yourself from the pack. So that I just wanted to give John some love and mention Freak Show Night. We already supported it. It's gonna go to print. It's happening, and his book Freak Show Princess sold out in our store already. So they're anthologies, but they take place in the same universe. So it's a very good book. We'll definitely get John in the group posting more because I know he's already in there.
Fantastic. Yeah, I love Stefano's work. It's amazing stuff.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the art in that book, and I can't wait to get that in my hands. And he actually promised me, forget about free shipping. He's actually going to hand deliver them to us. So that's like I say, that goes far when these guys are willing to go the extra mile, because he probably will pay just as much gas plus his time to drive to us. So
that's cool.
Dudes, this has been an excellent final panel. I ain't gonna lie. I get to finish it out watching Jim draw Mojo. What the hell?
Jim, that gator is sick.
That's the
Thank
gator.
you.
That's the gator.
getting there.
The gator covered.
These are the roughs.
Dude.
You want to? Here are the roughs. So that's what the bait. You can make any heads or tails out of that. Good luck.
Don't jump in the water, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Don't put your hand in there. Don't stick your hand in the water.
Yeah, don't stick your hand
Exactly.
in the water. It's funny, the little tiny bits and pieces I know of the different stories involved in Mojo. Never enough to put anything together, but little sayings like that. Don't put your hand in the water. That's what I know about the book, man. Little things like that, but not the story, because these guys have all been real good about not telling me too much so that I can enjoy it all as a fan too.
Yes, Sigmund is a fantastic colorist. He did work on Sigmund Torre. He did work on the Black Eyed Peas did a comic for Marvel, and he did the colors on that. He's done a lot of different stuff for like Marvel and DC, but fantastic colorist. I'm so fortunate to have him because he's just killing it in my opinion. He's
Dude,
making it look fantastic. So
every piece that you've showed me that's finished and colored, like the chapter 1, the front page.
Yeah.
That one's just awesome. The gator cover obviously just shines. I mean, that water shines. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
yeah, that's the gator. That's the gator cover. The cover for the Origins book is going to be different, but it'll still be inked by Jimmy Reyes, which is cool. Jimmy
was
did
on our
has
artist
done
Alley earlier.
yes, he did inks for David Finch.
Yep.
So
And
I'd love to have him.
David Finch is going to be coming to CRoM Con 7, and Pete's going to have to interview him.
Cool.
I tried to get him. I'm trying to get him to be on Sunday, so I might have a chance to be there too. But
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I was on Jimmy's show, and Dave was on. He spent time with us in the back, just talking and chatting. It's really cool. But yeah, we're also going to have Kevin Conrad doing a variant inked cover. Kevin Conrad worked on Spawn inking. I think in the 40s. He did like issue number 40. I think it was like 41 through 49. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But Kevin, I've done a lot of shows, like local shows, and Kevin's local to me, and we hit it off, and he's always been really good. So he asked if I would mind if he inked it, and I'm like, oh, hell no, of course. Love to have his talent on it. So anything that makes my crappy artwork look better. So I'm really happy about that. But so early, we should be done with. I should be done with this early.
Back up. Go back to the chapter 1 page. The chapter
one. Yeah.
Yeah. That one's dude.
Yep. Sigmund just killed it on the color.
The way the staff's lit up and the way the wave is climbing up the rock, like climbing up the cliff face there where he's standing. That's just sweet.
Yeah,
what's underwater? What's that? What's underwater right there?
Down below?
Yeah.
Gator.
Y'all see the gator in the water? I think these guys all fell asleep on us, dude.
No. Maybe. No, there's a back.
I'm eating an old school popsicle, man. I didn't want. Nobody needs to see that. Nobody needs to see that.
It's worse with me, dude. I got no teeth. It ain't pretty. Like my mom came to visit once, and she wanted to get steaks and stuff, and she's like, "Do you eat corn on the cob?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but it ain't pretty."
I will take a second from my icy pop here to give Pops a testimonial here. One thing that I think is great about CRoM Con, talking to you as a consumer, not as a retailer at all. This convention, and I'm calling it a convention because it is, brings just as many creators to fans as any convention that you can hold in any convention center,
or even more,
or even more, with no price of admission.
There's no price of admission,
and that's big, not just because it helps the creators, not have to pay for their table, this, that.
Hotels, the whole
all of that. As a consumer, if I don't have to spend $10 to $50 to $75 to $100 to get in the door, that's $10 to $50 to $100 that I now have to spend.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
So I just want that to be said because I'm lucky that I'm a retailer, and when I see one of the 10, 20 books that Pops parades out here teasing me, and I'm like, ooh, I want. I can use the store to say, let's order 10 copies, and me and Steven are buying 2, so only 8 hit the shelf. I do have that cushion, but I do think that literally it just works like that you see it and you're like, ooh, I want it.
And it works on the opposite end too. Like you don't have to travel, pay table expenses as an artist, and hope that you spend all that money, and you hope you at least break even. You don't have to worry about that either. So it's a win-win on both sides.
Yep. I'll tell you, and whether it's happening now or whether it's going to happen in 2, 3, 4 months, these big conventions, MegaCon, San Diego, New York, the one in Chicago, they better start getting worried because people aren't going to be as willing to spend $120 to go
There
Yeah.
is one in LA, what Moto Glass was talking about. There is a big one in LA where they actually have, serious social distancing and actually have masked police on premises and everything. And
Well-
LA is going to try to do one that's big, but it's still not going to be big because they're going to have to limit the amount of fans in the building
Yeah.
at all times.
Yeah.
One
And-
goes out, then one comes in. One goes out, then one. But
And-
once they get a certain amount in there, they're going to have to stop letting people in. You know.
And we're gonna, even at a small scale for our free comic book day, we're gonna see what that's like. Because we're gonna have 5 at one time. We're gonna we also have Matt Knowles coming out from Tales of Nocturnia.
Matt, my boy.
Yes, so he's coming out. He's technically scheduled. His signing is scheduled to end right as Travis and Jonathan are gonna be here. But I mean, we're not gonna kick Matt out of the store. Matt lives in Ocala, an hour and a half. If Matt wants to stay the extra 3 hours and sign, we're gonna let him stay there.
He's going to sit there and help sell Luke's book for an hour. Man.
We're gonna have to figure out a way to set up 6 people and cycle everyone through. But the good news is, it's possible. It's possible, folks. We can make these things happen. They may not be as big as before, but we can make things happen. And I don't want to.
Hash yesterday.
Yeah.
You saw Hash yesterday from the flea market live, walking around showing other tables and stuff.
I got to go back and watch that.
Hey,
I missed that.
That was supposed to be me. I was the first one
gonna ask you
from a con.
What are you doing next Saturday, Pops? Do you want to go live for 15-30 minutes and I can show you guys what's going on Free Comic Book Day?
Yeah, dude, you can go live in the Madness anytime you want. But I mean, I don't know exactly about the comics cast schedule.
No, I'll just drop it in the. I just want to drop it in the Madness so people can see, what a Free Comic Book Day. It didn't happen in May, so let's show people what it's going to look like. That's all I want to do.
Dude, you can share anything in the Madness. Okay, I mean, even your other feed, because like Pete said, it's entertaining. I just don't want everybody doing their auction feeds in the Madness.
No, we drop it. We drop it in the sales group, and that's fine. We're not. Our intention is never to intrude in anybody's comics conversation with a sales thing.
What I was going to say though is, in the Madness, you can go out there and do a post. We're about to go live in the marketplace.
Yep.
And let everybody know that you're doing that.
Yeah.
They go, look, I mean,
yeah. So I mean, we appreciate you guys being an avenue for us, but honestly, you guys have given more to us than we can even ask. So we're definitely any creator that comes in. We always mention you guys. I've invited anybody that we've ever had on our collective spotlight to join the Madness afterwards. So we're growing. We're growing.
It's awesome. You guys, see now, look.
Hey, Pops, I got a bail, brother. I just want to let you know before I jump out. Still at work, so I got to catch up with guys, Danny, Jim.
Take
Phil,
it easy, Larry. Good talking to you, man.
Everybody, have a good one, bro. So I'll still be watching from the sidelines here, though.
All right, you
Cool
go back
deal.
to work.
Always great talking with you, Larry.
I gotta step away too. Unfortunately, I got to be up at like 4 a.m. for work. So
yeah.
Well, that is. I'm really digging that, Jim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jim, your stuff is phenomenal.
Oh,
Phenomenal, dude.
Thank you, man. Thank you. This is my little homage to Cyberfrog there.
That's awesome.
He's getting kicked off his
Look, there's a cameo of EVA. Oh.
I love that. That frog came out awesome.
Thanks. All right, guys. I really got to step out. I have to get up early. I just want to come in and say hello.
Take it easy, Jim.
Hold up. Jim, you got to give it a little bit of Cyberfrog armor, but then give him more.
Here, let me zoom. Give him a little
Cyberfrog.
Hold on. Wait, I'll do this. There, new Rasta. We'll give him some big shoulder pads.
I love it.
All right. And then he's got like the cybernetic stuff going on down here on his toes. He's got the belt, right? Kind of goes around his
Oh,
waist.
There you go. Now give
There
him
we go. Right, and then we got to we got to give him the I don't even know what they are. Floaty things, energy power things, and I've got. Oh, well, wait, yep. What else he's got? He's got. Does he have boots? Yeah, I think he has the whole thing on the knees, the boots, more cyber things. Hold on, we're almost there. We're almost there. Ethan, if you see this at some point, I'm not charging you. All right, I'm not charging you to have CyberFrog promoted in my book.
Not only that, but Ethan, if you're watching this, this is the first appearance of CyberFrog in CRoM Con. Where you at?
And in Mojo. So
where you at, bro?
Yeah, come on. Come on, support the little guy, Ethan. Look, see CyberFrog is well. These are way too small. Hold on, this is way too.
We don't have
What am I thinking? That's way too small.
alter ego in the group
Hold
yet.
on, let me. What's that?
We don't have Ethan's alias in the group yet.
I sent him the invite himself a long time ago. He kind of like tiptoed around my group for a long time. I don't know if he's scared of me or what.
I love Ethan. I know he gets crap, but I've met Ethan a couple times in person. He's been nothing but class. So I have nothing but good things to say about Ethan. So.
I think
Same here.
is who they are, and you got to learn to accept people for who they are. Because if we were all the same,
comics would be boring if we were all the same.
It would be boring if everybody was the same.
Everything would be the same. It would be boring, dude. So yeah, I love the fact that look at how many different people we've had out here this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we've had representations of pretty much every ethnic group, LGBTQ. Everybody has been represented this week out here. Okay, even Comic Day been represented. Nobody complained.
Demon books, angel books.
It's all love, man. It's all love. We've had religious books. We've had LGBTQ. We've had people of
devil books, angel books,
and nobody's complained. Nobody's thrown a fit about it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what my group's about. That's what this show's about. I don't care none of that. Come on.
That should be what comics are about, man.
We had Ernest, we had Dr. Bell. We're supposed to get Joe Willis, but the times were messed up on the Artist Alley yesterday. We had Joe Willis. We have people like Danny, we have people like Christy, Jimmy Reyes. Come on, man.
Mark McCann, the heavy metal guy.
It's like people from all walks of life, and we are all one community. Now granted, every community is going to have your people that argue, but usually you got the patriarchs that walk around smacking people in the back of the head saying, "Come on, act right," right? That's what we're trying to be. We're trying to be the people walk around saying, "Come on, y'all, just act right, have a good time."
So how they do?
Be all inclusive and man,
dude, that is awesome, and it was really cool to see that happen live.
Yeah, the only rule is don't be in a bleep hole.
No, it's like just you guys know if they're ever going to put a label on me, it's going to be ACC, anti-cancel culture. I don't care where you come from, just leave everybody else alone. Let everybody do what they're doing.
In all seriousness, I have some of Ethan Van Sciver's original thumbnails hanging in my studio downstairs for his Green Lantern versus who was it? The Planet of the Apes. It was like some kind of crossover thing. Okay. And I have his original thumbnails for the covers. It's kind of cool.
I don't see how.
And he used to actually jump into my Facebook live streams every once in a while and peek his head in, which is really cool. So
how did the Planet of the Apes have a chance against Green Lantern? Come on.
I don't know.
That's a clean wipe.
I think it was like Planet of the Apes versus Green Lantern or something like that.
Yeah, no, that was correct. No, he's right. He's right.
I have the thumbnails for the cover.
You gotta watch out for You gotta watch out for Dr. Sayus, man.
Straight white, man. That's a straight.
Charleston Heston is coming for them.
One ring takes them all. That's come on.
Seriously, I do have to go though. I have to be a really
Take it
early
easy,
guy.
Tim. It was
I
awesome.
appreciate you guys.
Love that.
Pops, as always, appreciate what you do.
Cat,
Appreciate
stop.
the guys at Comics Cast for doing what they do. Because anything to share the love of comics is a good thing. So,
You know we love you, Jimmy.
all right, buddy.
It's cool seeing you,
Be
Jim.
good, guys. All right.
Take it easy, bro.
All right, buddy.
And I think we go ahead and call it night, dude. It's 1 o'clock.
And then there were 3.
Yeah, I just have to yell at my cat for. Let me show you guys this since we're. This is. I feel like this is MTV Cribs. This is DC CRoM Con Cribs here. So I'm a huge DC fan, but I have these
Look
posters
at the
here.
pops behind, dude, man. What's up with you? Wow.
So, but my cat, freaking, where is he? There he is. He'll go back there and try to freaking grab these posters, and it ticks me off. So I had to.
Show me that wall. Come on,
How many times have I told you?
Show me them walls, Junior. Look at all of them pops.
Jeez.
Now, if anybody in the world needs a pops pop, it's you, dude.
And then like, I've got,
do you have the Kevin Smith line up there too?
no, I
There's
have,
a Flash
limited
collection.
releases.
I have a whole Flash like shelf.
Dude, that's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. No, you got a Flash bookshelf. You got a whole
Yeah,
Flash.
I mean that's my guy, dude. That's my guy. I can't. So like, you know, the MTV Cribs. You know, this is where the magic happens. So.
I hear
Flash.
you.
But yeah, man. But yeah, Pops, I'm gonna get out of here too because I think my girlfriend's getting ready to go to sleep. I'm gonna let her enjoy her Labor Day off.
Yes.
Thanks.
Tell her I said thank you for giving us your time as much as
Yeah.
you do. Because look, dude, you're doing it too, man. It ain't just me. You're
No,
doing it.
She's been super supportive, and like I said, she reads comics too. So it's really cool when I can find a comic or property that she's gonna like too. Like I just introduced her to Tina, and she's over here buying things from Tina's Etsy. So that's what we want, right?
I seen a whole lot of that happening in stream where people were actually making sales in stream and making connections and dude, this is getting it's turning into stuff, bro.
Networking, man.
Yeah. So
it's up to you guys next month. Danny, you gotta help back these guys up.
I'll help Phil. I'll find out. I think my schedule might be switching next week where I'm off Saturday and I work Sunday. But whatever day I'm off, I'll be willing to help Phil and Pete all day. And whenever I am in store, I'll definitely have them on the TV screens. So you guys will have that cross promotion as well.
Awesome.
So
And yeah, and touch base with me, man, and we'll talk about some stuff like you're talking about the colors. And I got a few books to send over to you, let you take a look at and stuff.
for sure, dude, I'm loving your art. So we'll definitely get that going. I'll definitely want to help you guys out with some panels too, because I think my buddy Nick Elias and Carlos Ramos are going to be doing a panel next month again. So I would love to be in on that. I literally went to high school with Nicholas. So that's
I think we're gonna try to get them on a Monday Madness too, just to let you know.
Yeah, those guys are good guys. They're funny too. They're hilarious. So
Great. Had a blast.
Yeah, but thank you, Pop, so much, man. I will see you probably on a Monday Madness here soon enough. Probably tomorrow. So take it easy.
Yeah, I got this again tomorrow, dude.
It was nice meeting you, Phil. Take it easy, man.
You too,
You
man.
guys have a good one. CRoM Con was a success. 5 stars. 10 out of 10. Would visit again.
Awesome.
Thanks, brother. Peace.
Good.
Phil, let's do
Yeah.
all down, man. One more for Corey, y'all. In the announcements at the top, pinned to the top of the announcements, the comic related madness. Go help Corey Dwayne. We're throwing. Actually, you might actually go ahead and wait till tomorrow. We'll throw up the post up with all the stuff that people are offering. If you donate to Corey, they're offering to hook you up. There's quite a bit of stuff.
Hey, I'll even throw some prints out there I have, man.
There you go. See, so we're gonna put together a post of donated stuff. We're gonna try to get Corey some money. If you don't want to wait and you don't care about getting stuff and you just want to help dude out, top post in the announcements in the madness, the GoFundMe for Corey Dwayne Ellis, Little Ugly. You know who we're talking about. Go help him out. Let's see. I want to thank everybody. If you watched, if you were a guest, if you bought something, if you hit that share button, if you liked something, if you're one of us, freaking thank you.
Yes.
You guys rock, dude. You guys make an old man feel pretty freaking good. I ain't even, I ain't doing nothing but just having a good time.
It's karma. We're returning that energy, man.
I'm telling you, I think I made a post the other day or shared one from back in the past. It was like, for all the crappy things I've done in my life, I paid for, and I'm finally being rewarded for all the good things I've done in my life. So that kind of just turns into wanting to do more good things, and this has changed me, changed my life. I know my relationship with my son is stronger. You guys, everybody, you guys all rock. That's all I got to say.
I agree. And you do too. You rock, Pops.
Y'all bringing out the best in the old man. Yeah. One more time. Chad, hope you was watching, bro. Give these guys here some pickup, man. Give them a little bit of that heavenly push. Straight up. That's all I'm gonna do. We're gonna check out now, Phil. I'm gonna see you later. Next month, y'all get Phil and Pete. Danny's gonna help them out. I'm sure Hash will be in the background if you need him. It's gonna be you next month.
Yeah. Woo! Thanks everybody for stopping out, man.
Yes, everybody. Y'all have a good night. For all the Twitter people, for all the people that are donating for Corey, everybody, y'all rock. Check out all the books that you see. We post them in the madness all the time. Take a look. You see something you like, give somebody backing, even if it's just a little. Even if it's that $1 backer thing, you don't know how much that means to the creator.
Yeah, every little bit helps the creators, believe me, man.
The backer number means more than the dollar number. I just want you guys to know that. That people are interested and willing to throw a little buck at them to help them out means a lot. So, y'all have a great night. Y'all see me tomorrow on the madness. I think I got Max Lee coming out tomorrow for show off what he's got going on. Might have a few other people. I don't really remember, and I'm not digging out the list right now, but I'll send you a list tomorrow, y'all.
Monday madness.
Yeah, we got to come up with something for that, huh? Monday.
Monster Comics.
Monday. Yeah, we'll come up with something.
We'll have to throw you a clip together, man.
There you go. Yeah, you guys do that. I need an intro and stuff,
I'll have to break out some of my video editing software again.
Yeah. We need an intro and maybe, a exit thing that says the list of all the guests on the way out that we can play after we leave.
A little bit of theme music thrown in there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put something together. Definitely. All you people putting up video or putting up things on the Indie Crowdfund, make sure you get your videos to Joe so Joe can set up the video or the media arm of Indie Crowdfund using through ComicsCast. And with that, subscribe to IndieComicsCast.com. Peace out, y'all.
Peace.